Chapter 81, Double Kill. The battle has already begun. Cheng Yang was not very interested, because both of them only had 1% of their experience bar, and he could easily fight 10 of them at once. This is still without the use of supernatural powers, without the use of the blood knife, and without the use of the monkey fist. Otherwise, he could fight 20, 30, or even 50 at once. So, what's the point of watching such a fight? Boring. When it comes to the various types of elementalist superpowers, in fact, zombies have them all, and these two evolutionists can't play with them, so there's nothing to see. However, the evolved person in the sanctuary was stronger, even though they both had 1% experience. In just 5 minutes, he had the upper hand. It's not that his power is greater, but that after 5 minutes, his energy is exhausted and he has more combat experience. When the power of the ability is gone, it's all about hand-to-hand combat, and the other side wins. In the first battle, the construction materials market side suffered a crushing defeat. The second battle begins. However, the first evolved person on the shelter side was replaced. As long as he didn't lose, he could be sent in again, which gave him a chance to recover some of his superpowers. The second battle was decided in half a minute. The shelter won again. The sanctuary sent a berserker, who took the agile route, while the building materials market sent a berserker, but with a strength attribute. As soon as they met, the opposite evolved person circled around and started to walk around. When he caught a glimpse of the opponent's negligence, he immediately launched an attack, the dagger cut through, and blood splattered, taking the opponent directly. Death. After this battle, morale on the construction market side plummeted. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth battles were quickly lost. They didn't even try their best, and when they felt they couldn't win, they quickly conceded defeat, so as to avoid being killed on the spot and not even having the chance to concede defeat. This made the faces of the 3mo Baohong darken. It's over. They even came to show off their muscles, but they were the ones who got their faces shown off. Cheng Yang? First, Cheng Yang is not one of their men, and he can't benefit from collecting rent from the market, so can he do his best? Cheng Yang smiled and stood up. He entered the battlefield, which was a temporary clearing, and drew a square frame with red bricks around it, which was used as a ring. Anyone who leaves the ring loses. Cheng Yang's opponent also came out, and it happened to be the first one to fight. He had just finished a full circle and it was his turn. Although his superpower had not yet fully recovered, his morale was extremely high at this time. 100 people looked down on Cheng Yang and waved their hands directly. No need to mention names, I can't remember anyway, and I won't remember. He's so arrogant. Cheng Yang smiled, wondering whether to cripple him with a punch or kill him. Seeing that he was still smiling, everyone shook their heads. Everyone looks down on you, and you're still laughing. You've lost all your backbone. Cheng Yang's opponent shouted even louder, I've decided, I'm going to beat you to death. He then opened his mouth and a jet of flame shot out. With a flash, Cheng Yang's body flashed forward, and he reached out and grabbed the man's chin and scalp. With a hard squeeze, the man's mouth closed, and the flames could not escape, spilling out directly from his nose, eyes, and ears, and emitting many small flames. Then, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from his 7 orifices. He was dead. He was burned to death by his own flames. Although he was a fire elementalist, he had a strong immunity and resistance to high temperatures, but how could he withstand the high temperature of over 600 degrees Celsius burning directly in his body? It's like a cannonball that can only injure the enemy when it explodes outside the barrel. The barrel must be broken. Cheng Yang shrugged, you're the same, I don't even bother to remember your name. The audience was in uproar. The building materials market was a pleasant surprise. Although Mo Blahong and the others saw Cheng Yang killing zombies outside the market, could ordinary zombies compare to an evolved zombie? He's so cool, he killed an evolved person so easily. But the shelter was furious. Zhang Hu. Many people cried out, rushing out to carry the burned-to-death evolved one back, hoping to save him, but his internal organs were all cooked and even charred, so how could they be saved? How dare you kill Zhang Hu? Pay with your life. They were all shouting at Cheng Yang, threatening him. Cheng Yang laughed, are you so unable to lose? Such an attitude naturally made the evolutionaries of the Tiger Squad even more angry, and they all wanted to rush up and fight. Stand down. Hu Yujun shouted, and suddenly everyone quieted down. If you want to bet, you have to accept the consequences. Since you are on the battlefield, you must accept your fate. He said calmly, Molly, you go next. Yes, Captain. Molly's man walked into the combat zone, his face full of murderous intent. Cheng Yang was so fast, so he must be a speed-type evolved being, and he happened to be a speed-type as well. Then it's a race to see who's faster. He took out a dagger, passed it from his left hand to his right hand, and then from his right hand to his left hand, back and forth, with a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes never leaving Cheng Yang's neck. If another person were to be stared at like this by a speed-type evolved being, they would definitely feel enormous pressure, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. If a drop of sweat fell into their eyes, Molly would seize that split second of opportunity to strike. Cheng Yang snorted and actually put his hands behind his back. Is he looking for death? Although Molly was angry at Cheng Yang's arrogance, he would not miss such a good opportunity. He struck. He immediately unleashed his speed. 22 meters per second. To others, this speed is extremely shocking, and even the Olympic sprint champion can only follow at a distance, but in Cheng Yang's eyes, this is actually similar to slow motion. His nerve response has been enhanced 100 times over. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can tell the difference between a male and female fly at a glance. Moreover, his own speed has reached more than 100 meters per second. Isn't it funny to play with speed in front of him? Molly rushed forward, and the dagger was about to be used to slash Cheng Yang's neck. However, Cheng Yang reached out and grabbed the dagger, as if Molly had handed it to him. Then he swung the dagger forward, and this time Molly really came forward on his own. In his horrified expression, poof, his throat was slashed, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Molly stumbled back, covering his neck with both hands to try to stop the blood from flowing, but it was impossible. After taking a dozen steps back, his eyes became vacant and he fell to the ground. He was dead. The blood continued to gush, forming a large pool of blood next to his body. 2 consecutive kills. How did he kill him? The shelter didn't roar this time, but instead recalled Cheng Yang's killing technique just now. He saw Molly's movement and attack route, and was able to implement the empty-handed combat against a blade with such precision, and then calmly placed the dagger on Molly's path, which was equivalent to letting Molly slit his own throat. What a monster! Chapter 82, I'm only a good guy. To be able to do this, Cheng Yang needs to have a strong visual capture ability and super fast nerve reaction, in order to complete all this at Molly's fast speed. It's incredible. The Sanctuary has lost 2 games in a row. Who will play next? Someone just stepped forward, but Hu Yujun stopped him with a wave of his hand. No need to compete. We will concede the next 3 matches. Cheng Yang's strength is crushing. 1. Mo Buahong and the others looked at each other, stunned for 3 seconds before realizing that they had really turned the situation around. This made the Sanctuary's evolutionists very unhappy, and they looked at Cheng Yang with hatred and murderous intent. Hu Yujun walked forward a few steps and smiled. What's your name? Cheng Yang. Are you interested in joining the Tiger team? Hu Yujun asked. I can make you the deputy team leader. At this, the members of the Sky Tiger team almost jumped up. He killed our people, and now he wants to make him the vice captain? How important is this position? Although the heads of the 2 major groups are now in charge of the Sanctuary together, they only took advantage of the early days of the disaster and have people and guns under their command. But they are all constantly evolving. Rome also jumped out, pointing at Cheng Yang and said, You didn't think I would survive that building, did you? Humph, I really am lucky. On the 3rd day after you left, the shelter sent someone here to take Elan away, but I ended up here instead. If you had died, Elan would have either starved to death, been eaten by zombies, or been kidnapped and toyed with. Ha, Cheng Yang, I never thought you would end up like this, did you? Chapter 83, So what if you've turned your back on me? Feng Rong looked at Cheng Yang with a resentful and satisfied expression. Seeing that Cheng Yang was unmoved, she said, Ms. Kai jumped off the building because she was desperate. She didn't want to starve to death, and she didn't want to be eaten by the zombies. But I didn't. I am not willing to accept it. I must see you die. This woman is very resentful, as if Cheng Yang had raped all the women in her family. In her eyes, Cheng Yang is just a loser who didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by her. Even if he was framed as a pervert who took photos of her, he still Sit still. They arrived at the scene in their own luxury cars. After listening to the soldiers on duty report the situation, Jia Yiguo and Yuan Hongji both had a serious look on their faces. How dare they kill someone on their turf? Kill them all. Jia Yiguo waved his hand and gave the order to kill. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Ending. Cheng Yang moved. He moved at a speed of 103 meters per second, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch. If you can't even catch it, how can you aim? Bang bang bang. The bullets were fired indiscriminately, but they all missed, not to mention the outline of the human body. The gap was at least 10 meters. However, as the blood-soaked knife in Cheng Yang's hand flew, one soldier after another fell to the ground with blood spurting from their necks. In less than a minute, more than 50 soldiers had been killed. The surviving soldiers were so scared that they quickly retreated, almost to the side of Jia Yiguo and Yuan Hongji. This made both bosses furious. Captain Hu, don't just stand there. Jia Yiguo said sternly, his tone already extremely displeased. Hu Yujun smiled and said, I advise you two bosses to stop fighting. This Cheng is too strong, and he is not a good enemy. So why don't we turn our swords into jade? We've already come this far, how can we reconcile? If it's not your soldiers, you're just standing there talking about it, aren't you? Jia Yiguo shouted, Hu Yujun, you better fight me now. Okay, my boss Jia. Hu Yujun smiled and made a gesture of gathering strength, then suddenly exerted his strength with his feet. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. Instead of rushing towards Cheng Yang, he appeared behind Jia Yiguo and stabbed him with a knife, piercing him straight through the back and leaving him cold to the core. Hu Yujun smiled cruelly and sarcastically, and with one hand he lifted Jia Yiguo up. Blood spilled, staining his arm crimson, and even some spilled onto his face, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he shook his crew cut, looking like a madman. Mr. Jia, you don't recognize reality. What time is it now? The future is the age of the evolved, and you, a mere mortal, dare to ride over my head? I have been patient with you for so long, and I was going to let you live for a few more days, but now I'm stronger and I'm going to kill you. But you had to be so stupid as to provoke me, so now I'm going to kill you. Jia Yiguo was still alive, his limbs twitching in vain, but he could not grasp anything, nor could he reach anything. He was full of resentment, but his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, he lost consciousness completely. Hu Yujun threw him hard, and with a crack, Jia Yiguo's body was thrown to the ground. He didn't care at all, and shouted, Stop it, all of you. With a loud shout, the soldiers were all stunned and stopped shooting. Cheng Yang also stopped killing, with a faint hint of mockery on his lips, and there was not a single drop of blood on his body. If someone didn't know the truth and just took a quick look, they would definitely think that Hu Yujun was the murderous devil who slaughtered more than 50 people. Although Cheng Yang had temporarily stopped, he was keenly observing the actions of all the soldiers. Whenever someone made a move to pull the trigger, he would immediately counterattack, and this time he would kill everyone. The soldiers saw Jia Yiguo's corpse and were all stunned. Should they attack Hu Yujun? But Hu Yujun is very powerful and has a high reputation in the sanctuary. If he takes the position of leader, it seems like a better choice. Thinking about it, the soldiers all chose to remain silent. Hu Yujun smiled and said to Cheng Yang, Cheng, I'm really sorry. How about this? As compensation to you, we will no longer tax you. Mok Pak Wang and the others were naturally overjoyed. Previously, the third sanctuary had taken 70% of the profits, but now they were all giving it to them. Isn't that a great thing? Cheng Yang was scornful. These people's demands are really low. Does the third sanctuary have the right to collect taxes? Does it? So, there is no loss if the third shelter does not collect taxes, it is just that it will no longer forcibly occupy the interests of the building materials market, and you are still so happy. But this has nothing to do with him. He shrugged nonchalantly, I was just defending myself. As long as no one attacks me, I naturally don't care. You call that self-defense? Everyone was speechless. It was so funny to hear such a fierce devil say the word self-defense. But then again, Fang Rong and Director Jia provoked him first, and it was Jia and Yuan who ordered the shooting, so he was forced to kill them. From this point of view, he was indeed defending himself. It's all good. Hu Yujun laughed heartily and said, Okay, I'll find Brother Cheng to have a good chat with him when I have time in the future. He looked at Yuan Hongji, who was trembling, and said lightly, Why is Mr. Yuan still standing? Boom! Two evolved ones pressed Yuan Hongji's shoulders from the left and right, and with a forceful push, Yuan Hongji fell to his knees. The force was so great that it even shattered his kneecap, and the blood stained his pants and seeped onto the ground, turning them a bright red. Yuan Hongji let out a scream. The bone was broken, and the broken bone was stuck into the flesh. How painful could it be? Hu Yujun, you actually dared to kill your boss. He was at least a boss, and knew that Hu Yujun would never let him go, so he didn't beg for mercy, but instead shouted angrily. Hu Yujun laughed. I said, Mr. Yuan, have you forgotten how you got to where you are? It wasn't because you had a lot of people under you, you looted the weapons warehouse and killed the original person in charge. I've been putting up with you two idiots only because you have so many guns. You've just been secretly improving your strength. You have the nerve to accuse me of killing the boss? Bah, I'm an evolved being, and I'm many times stronger than a piece of trash like you. He picked up Yuan Hongji and threw him hard, sending the CEO flying over the wall, where a group of zombies immediately surrounded him and began to eat him. Yuan Hongji let out a scream. The members of the Tiger team all cheered and shouted, overjoyed. Although they had previously enjoyed extremely high treatment, they were still under the control of the two major groups, and in the end, they were only hired thugs. Even Hu Yujun was just a dog kept by the two major groups. But now, they have become the masters. That's right, the evolved should be on top. Cheng Yang smiled lightly and said to Hu Yujun, congratulations, Captain Hu. No, I should say, President Hu. But Hu Yujun waved his hand, I'll still be the captain of the Tiger team. The evolutionist is our true identity. Brother Chang, don't see me off. This is the order to expel the guests. Cheng Yang nodded and looked at Mo Bohong and the others. Mo Fatso suddenly woke up from his dream and hurriedly called everyone to leave. It wasn't until they were on the bus and driving out of the shelter's gate that Mo Bohong and the others finally let their guard down. They never thought that this would end up like this. Cheng Yang, on the other hand, stood at the back of the bus, looking in the direction of the shelter. It wasn't until the bus had driven more than 3 kilometers away and the shelter was completely out of sight that he turned around. He was afraid that Hu Yujun would suddenly change his mind and take out a weapon like a bazooka. Chapter 85, Confused Tang Xintian. On the bus, Mo Bohong and the others gradually became more and more excited. No more taxes. How much supplies can be saved? Cheng Yang, thank you so much. Mo Bohong thanked Cheng Yang sincerely. Zhang Guorui and Gao Yunru also thanked him. Indeed, if it weren't for Cheng Yang's efforts to turn the tide, they would not only have lost miserably today, they would even have been humiliated. In the future? The third shelter will definitely be aggressive, turning the building materials market into their private property, or shutting it down and moving the market to the shelter. So, how much credit does Cheng Yang deserve? Cheng Yang didn't care. When it came to supplies, he really didn't lack them. All he needs is the corpse pearls. If you really want to thank me, just give me more corpse pearls, he said. Mo Bohong immediately patted his chest and said, no problem. As long as we don't need the corpse pearls, we'll give them to Brother Chang. Now they of course know that the evolved can absorb corpse pearls to strengthen themselves, but they can only absorb corpse pearls of the corresponding attributes, so of course they can give the ones they can't absorb to Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang didn't care much. Because Level 2 zombies will appear soon, and the human forces will be reshuffled again. By then, it is not even certain whether the building materials market will still exist. Cheng Yang only wanted to obtain as many corpse pearls as possible before the second-level zombies appeared. The same goes for the third shelter. When the second-level zombies appear, they will inevitably set off a wave of counterattacks by the zombies, and the shelter may disappear by then. The same goes for the first and second shelters. Therefore, Cheng Yang didn't bother to deal with them. Let's wait until the second wave of zombies appears before we think about it. The bus drove back to the building materials market. Cheng Yang accepted Mo Bohong's payment of 19 corpse pearls and went to help the zombies first. Although they had only agreed to pay 5 corpse pearls as compensation, Cheng Yang helped them get tax exemption. Isn't it worth 14 more? Unfortunately, none of the 19 corpse pearls were spiritual. Pit. Cheng Yang didn't absorb any of them. His enhancement only happens when he transcends the zombies. Absorbing corpse pearls can only be used to break the upper limit, but now he is still far from level 2 perfection, so absorbing corpse pearls is just a waste. He could use them to train his goddess army. Cheng Yang shuttled through the streets and alleys, tirelessly performing the transcendence of the zombies. At noon, he went home for lunch. Seeing him return safely, Wanilan and the other women all breathed a sigh of relief. After lunch, Cheng Yang took Sui and Wanilan out to kill zombies. After a hard day's work, he gained 90,000 merits, 8 corpse pearls, and 80% enhancement. His merit has once again reached the 200,000 mark. The enhancement progress is so slow. Only 80% and 100% per day. How long will it take to strengthen it 1,000 times? 3 years? 5 years? Why haven't zombies of level 1 appeared in large numbers yet? When they got home, the 3 of them took a shower and then ate. However, today they took a long time in the shower. When they went downstairs to eat, Tang Xintian's face was as red as a fire. She heard it. Cheng Yang, however, was not at all bothered. He looked at the heroine in the little movie and admired her beautiful face and soft body, feeling a little tempted. If he keeps her by his side, she must be his woman, otherwise he won't feel at ease. And such a beauty, would he be willing to take her to the building materials market? Would Li Zixiang and Yang Yaping be unable to bear the loneliness and look for men in the building materials market? He didn't care at all. Although he had played with Yang Yaping, it was just for fun, and he had no intention of hiding her in a golden house. As for Li Zixiang, he had not even touched her, so he would not care if the 2 women found other men. But the thought of Tang Xintian having sex with another man makes him feel uncomfortable. He is possessive. No, this girl is mine. He looked at Tang Xintian and declared in his heart. He would eat her up that night. Tang Xintian was blissfully unaware that someone had already set their sights on her, and was happily digging into her meal. After dinner, Wanilan and Sui went to wash the dishes, while Tang Xintian was responsible for mopping the floor. Cheng Yang admired her for a while, then walked over and picked Tang Xintian up in his arms. Ah! The cat girl exclaimed, then looked at Cheng Yang blankly. Why are you suddenly hugging me? Seeing her dumbfounded expression, Cheng Yang couldn't help but laugh. This woman is quite cute. From today on, I'm your husband, he said, biting Tang Xintian's earlobe. Tang Xintian was stunned at first, then she shook her head quickly. No good luck, my husband has turned into a zombie. This girl. Cheng Yang, I said yes, that's it. Oh. Tang Xintian nodded in resignation. Although she was in her 20s, she had a somewhat dull personality and was submissive. Cheng Yang, the wolf, took this charming cat upstairs and happily ate this delicious meal. After the storm. Cheng Yang looked at the red spot on the bedsheet in a daze, somewhat incredulous. Didn't you get married? And you and your husband were having so much fun together, you even made a lot of little movies together. However, Cheng Yang immediately thought that in each of the short films, Tang Xintian was entertaining herself. He had previously thought that her husband had deliberately not filmed any loving scenes, but now it seemed that it was her husband who was not up to it. Has your husband never touched you? Cheng Yang asked. Tang Xintian was still grinning, it really hurt. She said, yes, he hugs me a lot. I didn't mean that. Cheng Yang smiled wickedly and said, I mean touching you like I just did. Tang Xintian suddenly realized and said, my husband has never hurt me like you. She pursed her lips slightly and glared at Cheng Yang in a pout. It hurts. Cheng Yang was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. This woman is really something. You don't know anything about marriage, do you? He asked. Of course I know. Tang Xintian looked unconvinced and a little smug. I've been married before. Yes, yes, yes. Then tell me, what is it like for a married couple? Cheng Yang seemed to be teaching a student. Isn't it just hugging and kissing? Tang Xintian said matter-of-factly. Well, that's it. This woman doesn't know anything at all. Chapter 86, The Latecomer. Who would have thought that a married woman, who has even been the heroine in many short videos, has no idea what sex is? It's a big difference. Cheng Yang was only happy about this. Who doesn't want their woman to be a virgin? Cheng Yang laughed and took Tang Xintian to the bathroom. Wanilan and the other 2 were not surprised. Tang Xintian is so beautiful and has such a good figure, it's no wonder that Cheng Yang can't resist. After the three women fell asleep, Cheng Yang went to practice the five emperors meditation technique. Being strong is the most important thing. Although he is invincible with his enhanced abilities, and can even take on a shelter by himself, he may encounter a formidable enemy with the emergence of level 2 zombies. And what if a group of level 2 zombies came at him? Telekinesis is the trump card that Cheng Yang has kept. Of course, he has quite a few other trump cards, such as the bone-chopping knife technique, the monkey king fist, and the sky wind step, which can all increase his combat power. If I have a system, can't I crush everyone else? Then I'm too useless. After the training was over, his psychic power level reached 13.3%. It's so slow. Why are there so few mental zombies? The night passed. Cheng Yang woke up, washed up, and then opened the system mall to check. The new products today are a pot of vegetables, a box of meat, and a catalyst. Cheng Yang spent more than 20,000 merits to buy all three items. He arranged the three women's schedule for the day, and then went to the building materials market to deliver supplies to Yang Yaping and the other two women. The two women had also acquired 19 corpse pearls the previous day, and Cheng Yang praised them for their efforts and encouraged them to keep up the good work. Then, he left to help the zombies. After a busy day, he earned 90,000 merits. Although it was the same as yesterday he also went to the third shelter, which wasted a lot of time. In comparison, it can be seen that today's efficiency has decreased a lot. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Wanilan and Sui have been able to work well together, and with the help of the corpse pearls provided by Cheng Yang, the two women have made great progress. Wanilan has reached 34% of level 1, while Sui has reached 32%. However, the most powerful corpse pearls in Cheng Yang's possession are of the power attribute. After so many days, Cheng Yang can definitely conclude that force attribute corpse pearls account for half, while water, fire, earth, metal, wood, poison, and other magical corpse pearls account for the other half. Mental? Sorry, there are too few samples to affect the statistics. The two women can already stand on their own, and even if they encounter a level 1 zombie, they are not invincible when they join forces. What makes Cheng Yang feel strange is that level 2 zombies have never appeared. On the contrary, the number of level 1 zombies has increased significantly, and many of them are still just evolving. Because Cheng Yang can clearly see with his observation skills, the previous level 1 zombies all had an evolution rate of 95%, but now many of them are only 2% or 3%. This made Cheng Yang feel strange. Where had the zombies with more than 90% evolution gone? They couldn't have just disappeared into thin air. Could it be? Cheng Yang thought of a terrible guess, and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. But the old level 1 zombies really seemed to have evaporated, and he couldn't find them. What could he do? The good news is that the mall has refreshed 2 more catalysts, and Cheng Yang has redeemed them all. Then there are meat, vegetables, and the like, which have cost him a total of more than 60,000 merits. Looking at the current merit value of 690,000, Cheng Yang gritted his teeth and upgraded his personal space by another level. 3,072 cubic meters. This space is really huge, and Cheng Yang feels that he won't need to upgrade it for a long time. It's enough. However, the merit value is only 180,000, so Cheng Yang feels that he needs to use it sparingly, because there are fewer and fewer zombies wandering around outside. Not to mention the evolved ones, even ordinary people dare to go out on the street to collect supplies. A few people can work together to kill these few stray zombies. It has been 37 days since the end of the world, but it seems that humanity has already seen the dawn of victory in this battle against the zombies. But Cheng Yang's sense of unease was growing stronger. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Because the old level 1 zombies have never appeared. It seems that they are hiding and are brewing a mutation. Cheng Yang believed that once this group of zombies broke out, it would be a big problem, and the order that humans had just established would be completely destroyed. But there is also good news. Tang Xintian used the catalyst and succeeded in evolving in one go. Her type of superpower was actually that of a berserker. This really took Cheng Yang by surprise. If he hadn't used the observation technique, he would never have believed that the woman's best evolutionary direction was a berserker, and that it was a power-oriented, not a speed-oriented, direction. Tang Xintian. Power attribute, berserker. Power level, 1, 86%. Strength, 4,440 kilograms, maximum value. speed, 44 meters per second, maximum value. She has surpassed 1 Elon in terms of evolution, with a level 1 and 56%. Chapter 87, Zombie Tide, Level 2 Zombie. That night, Cheng Yang had just fallen asleep, but suddenly heard a loud noise. What's going on? Cheng Yang immediately sat up straight, and 1 Elon and the others also sat up, looking confused. Get dressed. I'll go out and take a look first. You guys guard the villa and hide in the basement if necessary. Cheng Yang said. He quickly dressed and was the first to rush out of the villa. Following the sound, Cheng Yang stepped on the Tianfeng step and rose with the wind. From the air, the entire city of Suzhou was still dotted with lights. After all, those who can survive today can definitely get a generator, but now, from the air, Cheng Yang can only see that the lights are quickly going out. What happened? Cheng Yang didn't need to go far to see what was happening, because a large black mass was rushing towards Lake Bin number 1. They were all zombies. This is a zombie tide, with thousands of them. A zombie tide of this scale is actually a piece of cake. There have been situations where thousands of zombies have gathered together before, but this zombie tide is different because the bizarre creatures are charging ahead. 3 heads, 4 legs, 5 arms, each zombie seemed to be made up of several zombies, extremely strange. Evolved zombies. How many are there? Cheng Yang was shocked. Although he had killed more than 100 level 1 zombies, it was rare for 2 to appear together. And in front of him, although not all of them were level 1 zombies, there were at least 100. He felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The worst possible scenario had come true. The large number of level 1 zombies had previously hidden themselves, and today, a wave of zombies suddenly broke out. Kill! Cheng Yang stepped down on the Tianfeng step. He couldn't maintain this step for long, as it was very physically demanding. When he landed, he had already taken out his blood knife and charged into the zombie pile to start the massacre. Suddenly, limbs were flying everywhere. Merciful and compassionate, go to the bliss of nirvana. What's the big deal with level 1 zombies? What's the big deal with at least 100 of them? They're nothing in front of him, and they're only there to be slaughtered. However, these zombies could spit fire and spit water, some had all their bones made of metal, and some could even set up a stone shield in front of themselves or even in front of other zombies, and they actually launched a decent counterattack. This was very effective. They were no longer a disorganized group, but worked together. The zombies with the power attribute rushed forward, and the zombies who controlled the earth gave it a shield. Behind them, ice arrows and fireballs shot at him, and the zombies with metal blades in their hands took the opportunity to attack. Cheng Yang frowned. Although this was unlikely to pose a threat to him, it did reduce his killing efficiency. Are zombies getting smarter? It's unlikely. He's not without experience with level 1 zombies. Therefore, there must be a zombie commanding them. Level 2 zombies? It's very likely. Because only level 2 zombies have the personality to do this. Cheng Yang was both surprised and delighted. The emergence of a level 2 zombie finally meant that his evolution rate could be greatly increased, but if there really was a level 2 zombie, what was its attribute and where did it hide? Cheng Yang had a sudden thought. This level 2 zombie should be a psychic, which is why it can coordinate so many level 1 zombies. Otherwise, even if there were a level 2 zombie to gather them together and launch a zombie tide, could it possibly make them coordinate their attacks? It must be a spirit type. And since the spirit zombies are physically weak, they don't appear in the open, but hide in the zombie horde. This makes sense. Cheng Yang laughed. That's even better. He suddenly jumped up and directly jumped over the line of zombies in front of him, landing in the pile of zombies behind him. 2 pieces of flying cloud shuttle fragments appeared and flew around under his mental control. His current mental power has reached 20.3% of level 1. Although it is not as strong as 20 times the initial power, at most it is twice as strong, but his mental power has indeed increased 20 times. This means that he can control the flying cloud shuttle fragments for a longer time, and even control 2 flying cloud shuttle fragments at the same time without much effort. Pop, pop, pop. The fragments of the flying cloud shuttle spun around him like lanterns, and the zombies around him fell in waves, none of them able to get close to him. Cheng Yang frantically cast observation. He was looking for the level 2 zombie. 10 meters. In front of him, the level 1 zombies were rushing back, as if they were Imperial guards protecting the Emperor. Cheng Yang's mouth curled into a smile. This once again confirmed his suspicion. There must be a level 2 zombie here. Found. Target 438. Power attribute, Illusionist. Power level, 2%. Strength, 503 kilograms. Speed, 55 meters per second. Cheng Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The attributes of a level 2 zombie are too exaggerated. It's clearly a mental type, but its strength is over 500 kilograms, and its speed is 55 meters per second. You know, even a level 1 berserker, many evolved beings are not as strong or fast as it is. I'll find you and you'll die. Cheng Yang rushed towards the level 2 zombie, wielding his blood knife and flying through the air with the fragments of the flying cloud shuttle, inflicting terrible damage. Ha! Suddenly, Cheng Yang lost sight of the level 2 zombie. Psychic control. Cheng Yang immediately reacted, and the same thing happened with the first spirit zombie he encountered. He saw illusions with his eyes open. He simply closed his eyes and kept casting observation on the zombies in front of him. He only looked at the feedback from the observation technique. This was a system product, so it could not be affected by the zombies. Sure enough, he caught the zombie again. Kill. He continued to wildly throw out observation, locked onto the level 2 zombie, and then pushed his speed to the extreme. 148 meters per second. What does that mean? He rushed over, as if a car was speeding on the highway. No, it was a tank. Imagine a tank speeding along at 500 kilometers per hour. Does it really matter if it's armed or not? Everything in its path is crushed to a pulp. Great mercy, go to the land of bliss. Plus 1000 merit. Strength plus 100. Here it comes. Cheng Yang stopped, his eyes open. He saw that the zombies, who had just been united, immediately became chaotic, and they all killed toward Cheng Yang with their bloodthirsty instincts. Not only the ordinary zombies, but also the level 1 zombies. Cheng Yang thought that it was not the high-level zombies that had brains, but only the spirit zombies. Although the spirit zombies he encountered before were only level 1, they were able to gather a large number of zombies, and they knew how to hide in the zombie horde and use their supernatural powers to influence his judgment. This is the unique ability of spirit zombies. Kill, kill, kill. It was easy to kill the zombies one by one. However, there were more than 3,000 of them, and at the peak of the previous outbreak, he had killed tens of thousands of zombies in a single day. Then, he looked for corpse pearls. There were 107 in total, and one of them was a level 2 corpse pearl. Cheng Yang did not hesitate to absorb this level 2 corpse pearl. Chapter 88, The Rat Invasion. It feels so good. Cheng Yang almost shouted, a warm current surged through him, and he felt his mental power soar. However, after just 2 minutes, the warm current disappeared. He used the observation technique on himself again. Mind power level, first level 30.3%. Up 10%. Cheng Yang's eyes lit up. In that case, he only needed 10 level 2 spiritual corpse pearls to break through to level 2. 10 times more efficient. But then he frowned again, because there were too few zombies with psychic abilities. He had to rely mainly on the 5 Emperors meditation technique. Cheng Yang jumped back to Lake Bin number 1. Honey, what happened? The 3 women asked at the same time, unable to hide their nervousness. Cheng Yang told them about the recent wave of zombies and also mentioned the appearance of level 2 zombies. Level 2 zombies have finally appeared. Does mankind still have a future? The 3 women all looked confused. A few days ago, humans had already been recovering the streets, and it looked like they were about to restore the normal order of more than a month ago. However, with the emergence of level 2 zombies, everything was thrown back to its original state, and it was even worse. Cheng Yang was about to speak, but suddenly his ears twitched and he made a gesture to keep quiet. The 3 women quickly shut up. Cheng Yang's brows furrowed, and he said, "Follow me." He quickly rushed out of the villa, his eyes falling on the sewer. Wan Yilan and the other 2 women followed him out, but they didn't understand the situation and looked confused. Here it comes. Cheng Yang's eyes tightened. Boom! As if to illustrate his words, a loud noise was heard, and a manhole cover seemed to have been blasted, rising straight up into the sky, followed by a black pillar. A water column? No! The 3 women suddenly turned pale and screamed in unison, "Rats!" Yes, the black pillar was made up of mice. There were so many of them that the pressure from the crush was so great that it blew the manhole cover off. The mice were also squeezed out like a water column, rising 6 meters into the air before falling back down. As soon as they came out of the sewer, the mice spread out like a tide. Cheng Yang and his 3 friends were also in their path. Cheng Yang's eyes were extremely sharp. With the moonlight, he could see clearly that the eyes of these mice were all bright red, and they were the size of cats, with their fur standing up like a hedgehog. Are these still rats? Evolved rats? Corpse rats? Cheng Yang gritted his teeth. The front teeth of these mice protruded from their mouths, giving off a cold metallic glow. You know that mice are good at gnawing things, but once they evolve, how terrifying is the destructive power of these incisors? In an instant, the rat pack had surrounded him. Kill! Cheng Yang roared. He swung his bloody knife, raising the blade and slashing forward. He was in charge of this direction, so Wan Yilan and the other 2 women only needed to take care of the rear. Flames and frost shot out, while Tang Xintian wielded a cleaver and chopped the remaining rats into pieces. The 3 women have been working together to kill zombies for a few days now, and they have developed a good understanding of each other. Please recite the mantra of the afterlife to liberate the evil. The system's prompt tone kept ringing, as if there was a bug. Huh, can mice be saved? Cheng Yang was stunned at first, but then he thought about the zombie dog he had killed before, and wondered if it could also be saved. No matter if it can be saved, it is a good deed. Great mercy, go to the bliss of nirvana. Cheng Yang silently recited. Merit plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Unfortunately, it was not enhanced. So, these mice are just ordinary corpse mice? Forget it, if they can't be enhanced, they can't be enhanced. Merit points are also good things. Kill. 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 The number of rats was overwhelming, endless. Bang. 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 Several manhole covers were blown off, sending up black columns of rats, and how many rats were crawling on the ground? Not just 1 layer, but 2. After the number of manhole covers that flew up exceeded 20, the rat swarm even formed 5 layers of rats. What is the concept? Even with the cooperation of the 4 women, the flames and ice arrows could only cut through 1 or 2 layers of the zombie rats, and Tang Xintian's knife was actually hanging with a few rats, which actually climbed towards her along the knife. What about Cheng Yang? Fortunately, the blood knife is sharp, and there is also the knife demon, who can kill a dozen with 1 stroke, but even with his speed, he can't protect them all, and there are always some that escape. If this continues, they will be overwhelmed by the rat horde. It's not a matter of whether they'll be infected by the corpse poison, but whether they'll be eaten by the rat pack until there's nothing left but the bones. Cheng Yang no longer wanted to fight, but instead turned around and embraced the 3 women with his arms wide open. With his current strength, it was like playing with toys to lift up the 3 women. It was just that his arms were not long enough, and it seemed very difficult to hold the 3 women. But what does it matter now? He exerted his strength and suddenly shot up 100 meters into the air, away from the rat tide. The rat pack quickly flooded the place where they had just stood, and rushed into the villa in a mighty wave. The blackness covered the entire residential area and quickly spread in all directions. Cheng Yang took the 3 women to a nearby tall building. He only encountered a few zombies along the way, indicating that most of the zombies had already been summoned away by the higher-level zombies, leaving only a few stray cats and shrimp. The 4 of them went directly to the top floor, which was more than 200 meters above the ground. They finally let out a sigh of relief. Our home is gone. The 3 women were all extremely depressed. And the food is gone. Although they hadn't lived there for very long, it was the end of the world, and every day was precious, and they had developed deep feelings for it. Cheng Yang's expression was solemn. Of course, he didn't care about a villa, and most of the supplies were actually in his personal space, so the loss wasn't that great. What made him frown was the plague of rats. How could there be so many? Moreover, it has been more than 30 days since the natural disaster. Why is the rat plague suddenly breaking out now? Cheng Yang was puzzled. Every city has rats. In China, we have already made peace with them through laws, just like the French. How serious is the rat problem there? As early as the beginning of the disaster, Cheng Yang was very worried about the rat plague, but he never saw it from beginning to end. He thought that the zombies had eaten them all, and after the disaster had been going on for so long, he had gradually let go of this worry. Unexpectedly, the rat plague had not disappeared, but had been lurking, and suddenly broke out at this moment. It's terrifying. Where did they all hide before? So many rats gathered together, but not a single one showed up in the early stages. What does that mean? There must be a rat king in control. Cheng Yang stood up with a bloodstained knife in his hand. You stay here, I'll go clean up those zombie rats. Chapter 89, A Backflip. Cheng Yang made a decision, and he would not change it. Wan Yilan and the other two women had also gained a good understanding of him. None of them advised him, but all of them told him to be careful. Cheng Yang nodded and went to the safe passage, jumping down the stairs directly. So, after a dozen seconds, he was on the ground floor, out the door, and heading for Lakeview 1 again. He was looking for the Rat King. He didn't even need to go into Lakeview 1, because the rat plague had already spread from there, and was now attacking the nearby residential area and shopping mall. What surprised Cheng Yang was that when a wave of zombies encountered a wave of rats, the two groups actually fought each other. Both sides were insensitive to pain and fearless, so the battle was extremely fierce. In terms of combat effectiveness, the zombies were clearly superior. With brute force, the zombies can tear apart or crush a rat corpse with one hand, but the rat tide wins in sheer numbers. At the same time, dozens of them will climb up, nibbling here and there, and when a black tide like this passes, even the zombies will be gnawed to a skeleton in an instant. Their brains were eaten. Naturally, it can't hang anymore. Cheng Yang was a little closer, and he heard the system's crazy prompt, please recite the resurrection spell to save the wicked. This merit is too easy to earn. The flood of rats overwhelmed the zombie tide. The black army of rats surged forward, leaving behind thousands of zombie skeletons. The rats paid the price of tens of thousands of corpses, but compared to their millions or even tens of millions, it was not enough to make a big impact. Great mercy, go to the bliss of the afterlife. Countless merit points plus 10 were dancing in his mind, and Cheng Yang's merit points skyrocketed by more than 300,000. Since the number of zombies began to decrease sharply, it was the first time that Cheng Yang had gained 6-digit merit points, and he even broke through the 200,000 and 300,000 mark. What was the key? He didn't have to lift a finger. He got it for free. However, Cheng Yang did not go to intercept the wave of rats and let them fight with the zombies. At that time, he only had to go over and pick up the merit for free. He looked at Lake Bin number 1. The rat tide started from there, so does that mean the Rat King is there? Cheng Yang jumped from building to building, getting closer and closer to Lakeview 1. The Rat King should be an evolved type, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control so many subjects. It might even be a level 2. After all, it's not surprising that a level 2 corpse rat has been born after so many days. What's the point? You're occupying my home. Although he won't go back even after the rat plague is over, how can Cheng Yang swallow this bitter loss for nothing? Even if you are unreasonable mice. But how do you deal with these rats? They are fearless and there are so many of them. If only there were missiles, one shot would send them all to the sky. Cheng Yang thought for a moment. He definitely doesn't have missiles, but he has other weapons. What? Gas tanks, and there are quite a few of them. Good, tonight we'll have a barbecue. Cheng Yang used the Tianfeng step to walk on the wind, as if he were flying in the sky. He took out a number of gas tanks from his personal space and threw them out, but he didn't shoot them to detonate them. Instead, he kept throwing them, one after another, in a dense formation. Next, he began to pour out the gas oil. He had not been short of energy, so he certainly had not been short of gas oil. It's almost done. Cheng Yang had almost emptied the reserve gas oil, and then took out a pack of cigarettes, lit it, and took a drag. But he didn't usually smoke, and he coughed a few times. Fortunately no one saw it. As soon as he flicked it, the cigarette flew out. To his embarrassment, the cigarette was immediately extinguished by the flood of rats that had just landed on it. Oh, no! Cheng Yang shook his head and took out a piece of firewood, burning it completely red before throwing it down. Run! Cheng Yang rode the wind and hurriedly left. Boom, the torch fell to the ground, igniting the gas, which immediately spread like a prairie fire. If it were just that, it wouldn't actually burn many of the rats. After all, they have thick skin and meat, and apart from their brains, they have no vital organs. But what if the gas tanks were to be roasted like that? Boom! A loud noise shook the ground, and a huge ball of fire shot up into the sky. Boom! 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 The explosions continued one after another. The shockwaves from the explosions destroyed walls and flattened villas, and the mice died in large numbers. Cheng Yang's mind was filled with the sound of the system's prompts, which made it difficult to hear what was being said. Cheng Yang just said a few words of great mercy and gained more than 100,000 merits in the afterlife. It can be seen that the explosions just now killed and burned many dead rats. At this moment, a loud, piercing sound was heard. A large black figure came out of the ruins of a villa, almost as big as a dog, with large front teeth like a hoe, and hair like steel needles. It was not black like ordinary zombie rats, but golden. The Rat King? Not to mention, the golden rat is actually not very disgusting, on the contrary, it is somewhat good-looking. Because the distance was too far, beyond the scope of observation, Cheng Yang could only use his naked eyes to check. The corpse rat was badly injured by the explosion, with many wounds on its body, one of which was in its abdomen, even causing half of its internal organs to be lost. Blood was constantly spilling out of the wound. Cheng Yang could feel a deep sense of resentment. Spiritual. Yes, the Rat King can rule so many subjects. How could he do it without a strong spiritual power? However, blood? Cheng Yang was surprised. The blood indicated that the rat was not a zombie, but a living thing. This is shocking. Not only can living things live in harmony with the undead, they can even become their king? The little eyes of the Rat King stared at Cheng Yang, and it squeaked in its mouth. Suddenly, dozens of rats came out of the ruins of the villa. What surprised Cheng Yang was that these rats were not injured at all. They were almost unharmed after such a big explosion? Cheng Yang stepped down the wind and then threw out a series of observation spells. Target 1. Power attribute, mental attack. Power level, 2. Strength, 1,503 kilograms. Speed, 34 meters per second. This is the Golden Rat King. It is a level 2 zombie, and as expected, it is a mental type. The attributes of the other rats are almost the same, all of them are strength type. Target 2. Special ability, Berserker. Power level, 1. Strength, 3,322 kilograms. Speed, 22 meters per second. A level 2 Rat King, commanding 74 level 1 evolved rats. Do you want to fight or not? Cheng Yang rushed down without hesitation. 2 pieces of the flying cloud shuttle flew out, and he swung his blood knife, unleashing his bone-chopping technique as he charged toward the Rat King. Pop! The mouse generals bravely stopped him, but were easily cut to pieces by Cheng Yang. What was strange was that some of the mice were evolved living mice, while others were corpse mice, but they were able to coexist peacefully, which made Cheng Yang marvel. The Rat King is already right in front of you. Chapter 90, Killing the Mouse King. Cheng Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It felt like a needle had been stabbed into his head, and the pain was so intense that he almost fainted. However, with his willpower strengthened 100-fold, he was of course also very tough, and as a mentalist, he had extremely high mental resistance. This is the attack of the Rat King. It can transform spiritual power into spikes and shoot them out. Although Cheng Yang blocked the attack, he stumbled a bit. The Rat King took the opportunity to escape, and his subordinates surrounded him and bit him furiously. Get out of here! Cheng Yang thought, and saw rocks appear out of thin air, blocking the rat generals from all directions. He wasted no time at all, and chased after the Rat King. The function of the personal space was clear to him. The Rat King squeaked, and a series of mental spikes shot toward Cheng Yang. Even if Cheng Yang knew, what then? Does he have any defense methods? No. In that case, I'll kill you as soon as possible. He began to move at a faster and faster pace. The Rat King was in a hurry, and his eyes suddenly turned into a deep, swirling vortex. Cheng Yang suddenly felt a strong sense of sleepiness, and he almost fell to the ground and fell asleep. Mind control? Cheng Yang's first reaction was to use the sky wind step to get away from the Rat King. But, after all the trouble of using the big explosion to force the Rat King out, if I miss this opportunity, will I be able to find it next time? This guy has suffered a loss, so he will definitely hide very well and won't show up again so easily. Moreover, if the Rat King is not eliminated, all the rats, whether alive or dead, will be united as one. A rat invasion of this magnitude is terrifying, and it is enough to kill and eat all the living creatures in a city in a short period of time. Although Cheng Yang had no intention of being a hero, if the entire human race were to be wiped out, what would be the point of him living in this world alone, even if one day he really became a saint? It would be like walking in a golden robe at night, and no one would see you. Can the strong and the weak not be contrasted to show their differences? Damn it, don't ever call me a hero, or I'll beat up anyone I see. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth and visualized the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors, what supreme existence is there? Suddenly, he was clear-headed. On the contrary, the Rat King seemed to have been bitten, his eyes instantly losing their luster, and then he jumped around in place, suddenly lying on the ground motionless. Please recite. The system prompt came. Cheng Yang was stunned. The Rat King was dead. The 5 emperors he visualized killed it? Wow, the 5 emperors' meditation technique is too powerful. He was almost forced to sleep by the Rat King, but just by visualizing the 5 emperors, he not only dispelled the Rat King's hypnosis, but even made the Rat King suffer a backlash and die. Once the Rat King died, the dozens of rats immediately lost control. They actually bit each other. But it was clear that the live rats did not bite the live rats, and the dead rats did not bite the dead rats, but the live rats and the dead rats were biting each other. However, a few of the rats were eyeing the Rat King's corpse. You're not thinking of the corpse pearls, are you? Damn it! Cheng Yang snorted and swung his sword to kill. The blood danced as he killed several rat generals and at the same time split open the Rat King's head and directly took out the corpse bead with his hand. But when he withdrew his hand, the corpse bead had disappeared. Absorb. It feels great. A warm current surged through his body, and Cheng Yang could clearly feel that his mental power had increased by a large margin. It was even stronger than the previous one. He used his observation technique to take a look. Level of mental power, first level, 46%. It was only 30.3% before. This time, it has increased by about 16%, which means that the effect of the corpse bead of the Rat King is 60% stronger than the last one. Indeed, the Rat King is much stronger. The previous mental zombie was easily killed by Cheng Yang, but the Rat King almost made Cheng Yang lie down. If the 5 emperors that he visualized could not break the siege, Cheng Yang would definitely have to escape with the Tianfeng step while he still had a trace of control. And you have to know that the Rat King had previously withstood a large explosion. With the fragile skin of a mental mage, it was able to survive, which shows that it must have used a life-saving move. Maybe the mental strength just now was less than 50% or even 30% of normal. In this way, Cheng Yang was almost turned over by the Rat King, which shows how strong this guy is. So, isn't it normal that its corpse pearl can make Cheng Yang evolve more? It's all messed up. Once the Rat King died, its control completely disappeared, and the one solid army of rats immediately split into 2 groups and began to fight each other. Although live mice are not supposed to be a match for corpse mice, they seem to have evolved in some way, just not to the level of a level 1 corpse mouse. So they can fight with a corpse mouse, but in the end, the corpse mouse still has the upper hand. Because they are both dead, after the live rats die, as long as their heads are not bitten off, they will soon become corpse rats. So, one side will only decrease, while the other side can be replenished, so naturally the dead mouse side wins. However, the dead mice also suffered heavy losses. After this battle, the entire population would shrink by at least 2/3. Cheng Yang let out a sigh of relief. In that case, humans should be able to survive for a while. After all, the corpse rat will attack the zombie, and the zombie will also eat the corpse rat. The two are definitely not partners. Cheng Yang wiped out the entire group of rat generals, took the corpse pearls, and then looked at Jinji Lake. Fortunately, there are not many creatures in this lake, and there are no farmed hairy crabs, otherwise, what would the scene be like if a group of domineering crabs and corpse crabs invaded? However, Jinji Lake does not raise crabs, but Yangcheng Lake does. Cheng Yang couldn't help but look north, but a few kilometers away, Yangcheng Lake was nestled there. Was there a group of mutant crabs crawling out now? He shook his head and stopped thinking about this possibility. He had fought 2 consecutive battles, which had exhausted him greatly, and the battle with the Rat King had also consumed a lot of his mental energy. At this point, he was exhausted and his mind was a little dizzy. He just wanted to sleep. He couldn't fight anymore, otherwise he would be exhausted and would probably die in battle due to a low-level mistake. You have to know that this time, the zombie outbreak is caused by a lot of level 2 zombies. You can't be careless. Retreat. Cheng Yang turned around and ran back to the building where Wan Elan and the others were. He immediately fell asleep, while Wanilan and the other 3 girls took turns keeping watch and resting in pairs. It was a very difficult night. The sound of fighting continued. Every now and then, there were also piercing screams, and in the middle of the night, there were even bursts of gunfire. Cheng Yang was awakened, and when he went outside to take a look, he saw bombers dropping bombs in the sky. Suzhou is not a military region. So, these bombers most likely took off from the Lingjin military region and came here to drop bombs. However, the bombers had only dropped 2 waves of bombs, and then countless small black dots were seen swooping down on the army. Then, flames shot out of the military aircraft, and it crashed into a building, instantly turning into a huge ball of fire. The terrifying sound of the explosion was loud enough to be heard throughout the city, and the glass of nearby buildings shattered in an instant. It was as if the world was coming to an end. Chapter 91, The Real End of the World. After the natural disaster, it was actually the end of the world. However, the transformation of the corpses is not accompanied by gunfire. The whole world just suddenly became quiet, and the number of living people was reduced by more than half. But now it's different. The plane crashed to the ground, and the explosion of the fuel tank caused the bombs attached to it to explode as well, creating an even more terrifying explosion that destroyed the sky and the earth. Even though Cheng Yang was far away, he felt the strong blast of the explosion, causing his clothes to flutter. At this time, Wanilan and the other 2 women also ran over, all standing behind him. They were silent as they looked at the huge fireball in the distance. Reality was already cruel enough, but now it was even worse. Boom! Another bomber fell from the sky, causing a huge explosion. The shockwave made the 4 women's hair fly everywhere, and even the blazing firelight illuminated their faces. Although the black spots were very small, Cheng Yang could still see clearly that they were birds. Not ordinary birds, but carrion birds, which would not be afraid to die and rush towards the bomber. With the 2 bombers down, the sky was quiet again. However, the entire city of Su was engulfed in flames. The 2 bombers that crashed to the ground not only caused a large explosion, but also scattered explosives everywhere, causing multiple fires. Fortunately, the city's electricity and gas supply had already been cut off, otherwise if the wires and gas pipes were ignited and exploded, the entire city of Su would really become a wasteland. Husband! Wanilan cried out in a trembling voice, almost in tears. Sui and Tang Xintian were not much better, both of them on the verge of tears. Women are all sentimental, and seeing such a tragic scene naturally makes them sad. Cheng Yang was extremely calm. The appearance of 2 bombers made him realize that the country's power had not been completely paralyzed. However, the fact that only 2 bombers came to drop bombs to fight the tide of corpses meant that the country's power had also suffered a huge blow. Moreover, after this wave of undead, I'm afraid that the government agencies of any country will be finished. Before, they might have been resting and recuperating, preparing for a major counterattack, but the appearance of the 2 bombers just now made Cheng Yang feel that this was a return of the country's strength. Next, the survivors will enter a complete era of anarchy. Anyone who can raise a little power can rule a territory and become a king or a duke. After the end of the world, half of humanity may become zombies, and with the sudden and unexpected bites and deaths, it is estimated that the global population will decrease by 60% to 70% in an instant. This wave of death is truly devastating. How many people will survive tomorrow? 1% of the pre-disaster population, or even 1,000th? Cheng Yang didn't think any further, just sighed. But his eyes immediately regained their sharpness. No matter what, he had to survive. Don't worry, I will survive, and I will let you survive too, he said seriously. He is not a savior, and he cannot help too many people, but he will do his best to help those around him survive. I'll give you these corpse pearls to help you improve your strength as soon as possible. Cheng Yang sent the corpse pearls he had just obtained to Wanilan, Sui, and Tang Xintian according to their attributes. Wanilan got 24, Sui got 26, and Tang Xintian got 49 alone. There was no way around it, half of the level 1 zombies were power types. After a few minutes, Wanilan and Sui had already absorbed all the corpse pearls, and their supernatural power levels had reached 80% and 81% of level 1, respectively. Tang Xintian was different. She used 14 corpse pearls to reach 100% of level 1. Ha! This woman is a bit dazed, and then she can't help but let out a loud cry. Her expression at this moment was very painful, every vein was bulging out, and her whole body was a deep red, as if the blood vessels were about to burst. However, a few minutes later, she suddenly let out a roar. The sound was loud, like a lion's roar. She returned to normal, her blood vessels no longer bulging, and her complexion became fairer, but something seemed wrong. Xintian, your breasts seem to have gotten bigger. Sui suddenly exclaimed, and her waist has also become slimmer. Wanilan pressed Tang Xintian's buttocks. The butt is also more perky, and it's more elastic. Cheng Yang used observation. Tang Xintian. Power attribute, Berserker. Evolution level, 2. Strength, 5,002 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Wanilan and the other two girls were both envious, because they realized that evolution could also change one's figure. They longed for it. No wonder my bra suddenly became tighter, and my pants are also very tight. Tang Xintian said with a sigh, then she patted her chest with some distress. I was originally going to wear an E-cup, and it was difficult to buy underwear. Now it's a whole size bigger, and finding underwear is even more troublesome. This made Wanilan and the other two women want to beat her. Are you really suffering? This is called being cocky. Fortunately, the two women's figures are also very domineering, not much inferior to Tang Xintian, and they don't have too much anger, but rather look forward to it. I've already advanced 2 levels, so I should be the same. Cheng Yang shook his head. Xintian is a power-type evolutionist. I guess that's why she would have such a significant change in her body after level 2 promotion. You guys are all mages, one is ice attribute and the other is fire attribute. Even if you break through level 2, there shouldn't be much change in your bodies. This remark directly dampened the enthusiasm of Wanilan and the other two women. Tang Xintian was dumbfounded. If I break through to level 3, won't my breasts be even bigger? No, I don't want that. She was about to cry. Now she is almost F, but in the future, won't she become G or even H? Wouldn't that be called a balloon? They're balloons. It's not even beautiful, it's even scary. Cheng Yang laughed. It was exaggerated the first time, but I don't think it will change so much in the future. Tang Xintian finally let out a sigh of relief after hearing his words. Otherwise, she would never have accepted the corpse pearls again. But Cheng Yang was thinking to himself, I was just talking nonsense. Who knows if your body will become even hotter? Well, I actually like it quite a lot, barely, and if it gets bigger, it doesn't seem sexy to me, it's just weird. Tang Xintian absorbed the remaining 36 corpse pearls, but only reached 3.6% of level 2. The level 1 corpse pearls effect on her has suddenly decreased by 10 times. But she was still okay. 1,000 level 1 zombie pearls could still reach level 3, but what about Cheng Yang? 1,000 level 1 zombies can only increase his strength by 100, and it would take 9,000 to reach a 1,000-fold increase and even come close to level 3. But Cheng Yang's advantage is that any level 1 zombie can give him a 10% enhancement, not limited to any specific attribute. There is still an hour until dawn, so go rest up. Tomorrow will be a very long, difficult day. Cheng Yang said slowly in a low, serious voice. Chapter 92, Telekinetic Bomb. Cheng Yang told Wanilan and the other two women to go to bed, but he didn't. He used the Tianfeng step to walk around the city. Great compassion, go to the land of bliss. Every time he recited it, he gained a huge amount of merit points. It's not to be missed. He tried it. Within an hour after the zombies died, he could chant the 8-character mantra to help the zombies and gain merit. However, after that time limit, it would not work. Even if he killed them himself, he could not get any benefits. So, while it's still fresh, quickly reap the merit. Even if there are occasionally level 1 zombies or corpse rats, corpse birds, etc., he will stop to dig for corpse pearls. After a dozen minutes, he arrived at the site where the first bomber had been destroyed. Although he knew it was almost impossible, he still wanted to see if there were any survivors. Soldiers, and they came to Sioux City at this time to drop bombs and eliminate the zombie tide, not with the determination to die? They are true heroes. However, the fire was so intense that even if they didn't die in the crash, they must have been burned to death. The temperature can even melt steel. Cheng Yang was silent for a moment, then stood up and observed a moment of silence to send these heroes on their final journey. Then, he walked away. What had happened could not be undone, but he could live his life well. He continued to collect merits and corpse pearls until it was light out, and the fighting in the city finally came to an end. Sojo was completely occupied by zombies and all kinds of undead animals and birds. There must be survivors, but they are now hiding in some building, shivering in fear. The future for humanity is bleak. This is the real end of the world. There was hardly a glimmer of light. Cheng Yang went back. He really couldn't run anymore. Back in the high-rise building, he went into a state of rest again, and didn't even take a second look at what products had been updated today. He woke up, exhausted. Cheng Yang sat up and first looked at his merit points and enhancement multiplier. Balance of merit, 1.23 million. Strengthening multiple, 202 times. Although last night was extremely cruel, almost a disaster for humanity, it is undeniable that his gains were also astonishing. He had gained more than 1 million merits, and his enhancement had gone from 100 times to 200 times, which was a huge increase in strength. What about his psychic power? Level 1, 46%. However, Cheng Yang was not happy. If one day in the future he is invincible but walks in a world of zombies, how sad would that be? From today on, I will kill more zombies. I'm not the savior of the world, I just don't want the world to be boring. Cheng Yang muttered. Of course, if the zombies are too strong, he will take one Elon and the other two women and hide away, and he will never be too strong to stand out. What did the mall refresh today? Telekinetic bomb teaches you to use telekinesis to attack your target. The telekinetic bomb can directly destroy the target's brain, but if the opponent is too strong, you will be counterattacked, and the consequences will be very serious. Redemption requires 100,000 merits. Good stuff, I'll buy it. Cheng Yang thought of the attack by the Rat King last night, which used his spirit as a weapon to attack his brain, which was very powerful. You have to know that he is a mentalist, and has a strong resistance to mental attacks. He was staggering with a headache. What if it was someone else? As long as it's not a psychic, it could be killed in seconds. He suddenly had a lot more knowledge in his head, and he knew how to use the mental bomb. Put simply, the stronger his mental power, the more powerful the psychic bomb. What is the most important thing? As long as his mental power is strong enough, he can divide the psychic bomb into hundreds or thousands of pieces and attack a large number of targets at the same time. Group damage skills. Cheng Yang was happy. In the future, when he faced a wave of rats, he would no longer have to kill them one by one, but could use his psychic bombs to harvest them in pieces. I can now split 86 telekinetic bombs, which are still powerful enough to destroy the brains of ordinary zombies. If I want to kill a level 1 zombie, I can only fire 5 telekinetic bombs at the same time, otherwise the power will not be enough. Okay, second item. Catalyst. Okay, it's a good thing. It's not new, but it's a special alloy. Cheng Yang bought it without hesitation, washed his hands, and began to fuse it. However, it failed. What a pity. Cheng Yang was not particularly disappointed. After all, the instructions for the special alloy were very clear. This thing has a 50% chance of failure. If it succeeds the first time, it is perfectly normal for it to fail the second time. In fact, it's not impossible for the black-faced guy to fail 4 or 5 times in a row. The probability is very metaphysical. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. He walked out and saw one Elon and the other two women sitting listlessly. Husband. They only smiled when they saw him come out. Cheng Yang nodded. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? The 3 women all nodded. 1, they had no appetite, and 2, after yesterday's corpse tide, where could they find food? Cheng Yang smiled and took out some ingredients out of thin air. Old husband. The 3 women immediately seemed to see a god, so excited that they could not speak. Actually, I am a god. Cheng Yang smiled. Do the 3 women believe it? They have to believe it, otherwise who can conjure up food out of thin air? Cheng Yang did not explain. At present, the 3 women only know that he is a mad warrior with supernormal abilities, and they have no idea that he is actually comprehensively enhanced, without a single weak point, and even less do they know that he is also a telekinetic. Last night, they shared life and death together, and now the situation is special, so Cheng Yang let the 3 women know some of his secrets. Get ready, we'll eat lunch together. Cheng Yang encouraged the 3 women, don't worry, follow me, I will never let you starve to death. The 3 women's confidence naturally soared, and they nodded in agreement. Soon, the tempting aroma spread. The four of them sat around the table and ate their lunch. There was meat and vegetables, and after they finished eating, there was fruit, too. It was a balanced meal, and it tasted good, too. Hey! Tang Xintian suddenly pointed out the window. Cheng Yang, look, very strong, especially in terms of firepower, and probably had big guns like machine guns. Shall we take a look? Cheng Yang was a little excited, because if everyone gathered at the first shelter, he could get enough corpse pearls there. Why? Because he has enough food. Robbed? It doesn't matter whether the first shelter is managed or not. Even if the first shelter is going to deal with him, Cheng Yang is confident that he can get away with it, and even kill his way through the shelter. Of course, he doesn't want that. After all, Sioux City may be the only large gathering place for survivors. The second and third shelters? Cheng Yang had never been to the second shelter, but the third shelter must have collapsed in the tide of corpses last night. With only submachine guns, it was impossible to stop such a terrifying tide of corpses. Cheng Yang returned upstairs. Relatively speaking, it is very safe here. Very few zombies would wander over to such a high floor, and the space upstairs was limited, so even if there were really zombies coming over, there was actually a place to defend, and it wouldn't be besieged by too many zombies. Cheng Yang told the three women about his discovery of the first shelter flyer, which made them all feel more hopeful. They are not the only surviving humans. In this post-apocalyptic world, there is no better news than this. Cheng Yang smiled and said, I'll go and check things out. You wait here for me. The three women all nodded, and of course they would not argue with Cheng Yang at this time. Cheng Yang thought for a moment. The three women were not only all evolutionists, but they were also at a high level of evolution. In particular, Tang Xintian was already at level 2, with a strength attribute of over 5,000 kilograms. If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't received systematic training, her combat power should definitely be off the charts. Even so, killing a level 1 zombie is still easy, and even against a level 2, at least you can fight back. Cheng Yang had a walkie-talkie with him, so as long as the three women called the police, he could be back in a few minutes. He didn't waste any time, and set off with the walkie-talkie. He headed west. The first shelter is in the west of Suzhou, hidden among the mountains. Although Suzhou doesn't have any high mountains or large mountains, a 100-meter high mountain can still form a natural barrier. In addition, there are few people outside the city, so there are naturally fewer zombies. Cheng Yang didn't know the exact address, but the flyer had a map showing the location of the first shelter, so Cheng Yang just needed to follow the map. On the way, he saw too many tragedies. There were bodies everywhere, houses destroyed in large sections, and even now many buildings were still burning, making this late May even hotter. Cheng Yang could not see any living people, only desolation. It was slightly better after leaving the city, because it was a deserted field with very few people, so there was almost no damage and very few corpses, but there were still some, because obviously some vehicles tried to escape from the city and ended up in a car accident. Cheng Yang saw many zombies wandering around abandoned cars, making strange horse noises. He continued on without any expression. A few minutes later, he arrived at the first shelter. In fact, it was easy to find once you got close. There was a military defense here, with not only high walls and electric fences, but also a series of turrets. Judging from the caliber of the cannons, they are more than 100 millimeters. No wonder the first shelter survived. Artillery of this caliber is enough to kill a level 2 zombie in an instant. Cheng Yang was shocked and could not afford to be careless. Fortunately, as long as it is not a hypersonic missile, the speed of a cannon shell is only 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. At Cheng Yang's current speed of almost 180 meters per second, it is still possible to avoid it in the first instance. If he wanted to be completely fearless of heat weapons, Cheng Yang estimated that he would have to increase his enhancement level to 4. Keep a low profile. I'm not invincible yet. Cheng Yang said to himself, and then he saw a modified bus driving in front of him, coming to the entrance of the shelter. A bunch of people got off the bus, and a bunch of soldiers in black uniforms came out of the shelter. Apparently, the people who got off the bus were survivors who had come from somewhere else and must have picked up the flyers distributed by the shelter. How could a small settlement of a dozen or even 100 people survive? Impossible. Now that a wave of corpses has passed, the small settlement will be razed to the ground in no time. So there is no way. The first shelter is now the hope of survival. As for the people of Sioux City, Cheng Yang also walked over. Everyone had to undergo a strict inspection, not only to see if they had any bite marks or scratches, but also to hand over any weapons they were carrying, which would be kept by the shelter. But there is a fee for storing weapons. Every 10 days, you need to pay 1 gene of rice, or 1 corpse bead, which is equivalent to 1 year's storage fee. It's a rip-off. Of course, you can also throw away your weapon, then you don't have to pay the storage fee. Cheng Yang didn't mind, he had plenty of space to carry his weapons, so he let the soldiers check them. After confirming that they were safe, he was issued a temporary ID card, which was only valid for 1 day. So, after 1 day, Cheng Yang either had to leave or go to get a formal ID card. This so-called ID card is very simple, just write a name, paste a photo, and then stamp it. Who would bother with this in this day and age? Cheng Yang walked in. The first impression was that it was chaotic. It was chaotic. There were tents everywhere, and inside were families, with 1 man and 1 woman, 1 man and several women, 1 woman and several men, and even several men and several women. Who cares about social order anymore? However, there are only 3,000 square meters here, and it's all tents. If it weren't for the soldiers standing around and the artillery, he wouldn't believe this was the first shelter in Suzhou. Chapter 94, Meeting Luo Feifei again. Cheng Yang? A voice full of surprise sounded. Cheng Yang turned his head and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Officer Luo. This person is Luo Feifei. It really is you. Luo Feifei was very surprised and almost rushed over in 1 step. She was a speed-type evolutionist who had added all her talent points to speed, so she rushed over like a gust of wind. You're alive. That's great, she said excitedly. Cheng Yang smiled. Yes, it's great to be able to survive. Are you planning to settle in the asylum? Luo Feifei asked with some anticipation. Cheng Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll take a look first. But after a quick look around, he asked, is this really a sanctuary? This is just outside the shelter, of course it's not the real shelter. Luo Feifei smiled and said, come, I'll show you around. She asked Cheng Yang to follow her. After a few turns, there was already a mountain wall in front, but there was actually a passage on the mountain wall, high enough for a truck to drive in easily. The entrance to the tunnel was guarded by soldiers armed with live ammunition. They immediately saluted respectfully when they saw Luo Feifei, who nodded and continued walking. This is a temporary ID card, which is not supposed to be allowed into the shelter, but I have the authority to take you in. Luo Feifei explained. Cheng Yang smiled, yes, you are the deputy captain. Luo Feifei shook her head, there was a rebellion here a while ago, and the 3 major groups were driven off the stage. Now the evolutionists are in charge. The leader is Fang Zhiyun, a very powerful evolutionist. I am now the leader of the 4th squad. She sighed, and she was not satisfied with the current situation in the sanctuary. But what could she do if she was not satisfied? Where else could she go? It is likely that this place is the only place in Suzhou where people can survive. So, no matter how dissatisfied she is willing to fight for the continuation of the human race. Cheng Yang was taken aback, but not surprised. In the future, if humanity can continue to survive, then the ones in charge will definitely be the evolved ones. The tunnel was not long, only about 50 meters, and then Cheng Yang suddenly felt that the view in front of him suddenly opened up. It's so big. The entire mountain was almost hollowed out, so even though it was in the middle of a mountain, the air was not murky, and it was not even dark, because holes had been dug in the ceiling and sealed with glass, allowing sunlight to shine down. It's natural light. The buildings here are reinforced concrete structures, with straight, orderly streets, as if they were designed by an obsessive-compulsive designer, with absolutely no hint of disorder. Is the living environment okay? Luo Feifei smiled and said that the top of the mountain is actually 10 meters thick, which is enough to withstand the impact of extreme firepower. The glass is also special and can withstand the impact of powerful explosions, as well as providing lighting. In addition, the ventilation facilities here are also very good. The generator can provide 24-hour power supply, and the energy storage is also full, so it can last for 10 years. There are also fruit and vegetable plantations and livestock farms. Although it is not enough to eat meat and eat full every day, it is not difficult to maintain normal operations as long as you go out to collect some food on a regular basis. Cheng Yang nodded, it really looked good. Oh, and there's also a corpse bead exchange here. Luo Feifei said, the corpse beads you get may be of various attributes, and here you can exchange them for the attributes you need. However, there is a handling fee, and 10 can only be exchanged for 9. However, if you become an evolved warrior of the sanctuary, you can reduce the handling fee or even get it for free after you upgrade your status. It's pretty dark. Cheng Yang had no intention of exchanging them at all, because he had use for every type of corpse pearl. If you want to build an army of goddesses, don't you need all kinds of corpse pearls? Are there any corpse pearls for sale here? Cheng Yang asked. Luo Feifei shook her head. You should be able to guess that we evolutionists need corpse pearls to become stronger, so how could the sanctuary possibly sell them? This is a strategic resource. Fang Jian said that in the future, our monthly salary will be food, and the bonus will be corpse pearls. Cheng Yang thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jian is quite resourceful. Food is a necessity for survival, while corpse pearls are the source of power. Therefore, survival is a basic need and is part of the salary, while power is a bonus, so it is a bonus. If you perform well, you can get more, but if you perform poorly, you will get less or even nothing. However, you can also rent a stall here to sell food, water, snacks, anything, and let people pay with corpse pearls. Luo Feifei added. But the shelter charges rent, 10 caddies of rice or 1 corpse pearl a day. Not cheap. Cheng Yang was speechless. However, if he were to set up a stall here, he would definitely choose to pay 10 caddies of rice. He didn't like food the most. I can try. If you can get the spiritual attribute corpse bead, you will make a lot of money. Captain Luo. A young man under 30 walked over from the front, first warmly greeting Luo Feifei, but immediately seeing Cheng Yang, his expression sank and his eyes became fierce. Cheng Yang only needed to take a look to know what the person was thinking. He must be Luo Feifei's admirer, so when he saw me, he naturally became hostile. Brother, what time is it now? You're not improving your strength, and you're still fighting over a woman? People like this don't live long. He will either be killed by the zombies or by him. Luo Feifei looked at him and gave a helpless expression, saying, Wang Ming, is there something wrong? Can't I find you if I'm not in trouble? The young man smiled and said, I finally managed to get 2 coffee coupons and I want to treat you to a coffee. Now that supplies are in short supply, most goods are purchased with tickets, and coffee is one of them. Where do you get the tickets? They are issued by the shelter after you have contributed to its protection. Last night, the zombie outbreak occurred, and the survivors of the evolutionists certainly made a great contribution, but most people chose the zombie pearl as a reward, only Wang Ming actually chose the coffee coupon. To woo a girl, you have to spend a lot of money. He knew that Luo Feifei liked coffee, so he exchanged his contribution points for 2 coffee coupons. Are you tempted? Cheng Yang was about to go to the stall to try it. Since the zombie outbreak happened yesterday, and since they survived, they must have gained a lot of corpse pearls. This is a rare opportunity. He said, you and this person, go have some coffee. I'll go set up the stall. Before Luo Feifei could say anything, he ran away. Wang Ming's mouth curled into a smile. You're smart. Otherwise, you dare to covet the woman I like, I will kill you in a minute. Chapter 95, Renting a Stall. Cheng Yang didn't care about Luo Feifei. Does Wang Ming dare to eat her? He came to the market, and boy, it was really lively. Is it possible that half of the people have gathered here? He first went to an empty corner, then deliberately looked to see if there were any surveillance cameras, and then he had a thought. He took some fresh beef and mutton from his personal space, along with some vegetables, put them in a sack, and went directly to the market management staff with it on his back. Rent a stall. He put down a bag of rice. 10 caddies, not a little more, not a little less. The person in charge of registration looked at him, put the bag on the scale, and then knocked the pen on the table, 1 jean short. How could it be a pound less? Cheng Yang looked at the scale. The electronic screen really showed 9 kilograms. So the scale was tampered with. Cheng Yang's first reaction was to punch him, but who let this guy dare to cheat him? But he held back. He was not afraid of being an enemy of the shelter, but once they became enemies, how could he still set up a stall here? Corpse pearls are still very important, especially since Cheng Yang needs a lot of spirit corpse pearls. He looked at the man with a half smile, and took some more rice from his bag, which was actually a pocket space, and put it back into the original bag. The weight on the scale now read 10.2 kilograms. But the man took the bag directly, without returning the extra 2 caddies of rice to Cheng Yang. The part earned by the tricks on the scale must be shared by many people, but the extra 0.2 kilograms on the scale was all for him to swallow. Although it was only 0.2 kilograms, it was equivalent to 4 taels, which was enough to feed a person for a meal. In this post-apocalyptic world, this bowl of rice is naturally worth a lot of money, and it can at least get a beautiful woman to sleep with him. Cheng Yang took a mental note of the man's appearance. If he couldn't get the corpse pearl, he would take it out on this man. The person in charge gave Cheng Yang a note with a number written on it. 76. So the stall he rented was number 76. Cheng Yang went over there and found it quickly. It was actually just an empty lot, with white paint used to paint out individual squares. Each square was assigned to a stall, and the stall number was written in the square. However, booths 75 and 77 were occupied, and the goods were spread out in the box of booth 76. Cheng Yang stopped and waved the note in his hand. Please collect your things, you are taking up my space. The stall owner of number 77 was a burly man with his shirt off, tattoos on both arms, and gold chains hanging from his neck. It wasn't an adjective, but he really had a lot of gold chains hanging around his neck, making his neck bulge forward, much like a turtle sticking its head out. Even so, he was unwilling to take down a single gold chain. He glanced at Cheng Yang and then snorted, "What's wrong with taking up a little space? Who told you to come late? You're being unreasonable." Cheng Yang did not get angry, but looked at the stall owner at number 75. "What about you, don't you want to put your things away?" This person is not tall at all, but rather looks like a skinny monkey. He smiled at Cheng Yang, showing 2 rows of yellow teeth and said, "Changgu already said it, who let you come late?" Cheng Yang nodded and looked at the strong man again, reaching out to slap him. The strong man sneered and grabbed Cheng Yang's wrist with his backhand. Although he was not an evolved person, he was confident that he could easily break Cheng Yang's hand. However, he only saw a flash of light, and his wrist was grabbed by Cheng Yang. "What?" He struggled, but he couldn't get free at all. It was as if Cheng Yang's hand was a pair of iron pincers. "It hurts." Suddenly, the iron clamp tightened, making him scream and his forehead sweat profusely. "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll clean up right away." He knew he had kicked against the iron, so he quickly gave in and begged for mercy. Cheng Yang smiled lightly, let go of his hand and pushed him. The man stumbled back a few steps, looked at Cheng Yang with a look of awe, and quickly took back everything that had crossed the line. This is an evolved person, and he is not someone he can mess with. The big guy had already backed down, so what about the skinny guy? Of course he was scared too, and without having to be told anything by Cheng Yang, he obediently put the things back. Cheng Yang took the things out of the sack and put them on the ground. Pop! The large piece of fresh meat hit the concrete floor with a loud crack. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone nearby turned to look. Then, everyone showed a greedy look. Meat, and it's fresh meat. Can you still eat meat? Where else? The frozen meat has also gone bad due to the power outage, so now there are only a few pigs and cows in the shelter. But the cows are used for milk, so they can't be slaughtered. The pigs are used for food, but there are only 100 or so how many can be slaughtered in a day if they are evenly distributed? How many people are there in the entire shelter? Before yesterday, there were more than 5,000 people, but now it has suddenly increased to more than 7,000. So, even if one pig is slaughtered a day, how much can everyone get? In fact, only the senior staff of the shelter can enjoy meat, and the evolutionists also get a small amount of pork every day. They are lucky to have a bite to eat, and dare to ask for meat? Ha! Now Cheng Yang has thrown a whole leg of lamb out, can't people breathe hard and want to rush up and grab it? "Buddy, how much is the mutton?" Someone immediately came up to him. Cheng Yang smiled and said, "1 corpse bead for 2 caddies of meat." He didn't say whether it was a first or second class corpse bead, so if someone didn't know the difference and offered a second class corpse bead in exchange, he would make a fortune. Is this price expensive? It is expensive, but not expensive. Now, 1 corpse pearl can be exchanged for 20 caddies of rice. From a survival perspective, the value of 20 caddies of rice is naturally far greater than that of 2 caddies of mutton. But how precious is meat now? Even the shelters have rationing systems. Wait, I'll go find our boss. The person who just asked the price hurriedly ran away. Not only him, but many others also ran away. Because there are basically no evolved people here, how could there be corpse pearls? But there are still a few evolved people. A young man came over and said, "You're asking too much. It's more like 10 caddies of meat for one corpse pearl." Cheng Yang laughed and shook his head. "You're too ruthless with your bargaining. Do you think it's easy to get a fresh live sheep these days?" "It's easy, really easy, but I can't tell you the truth." The young man smiled and said, "My name is Sui Yun, an evolved person. If you lower the price, we can be friends." Cheng Yang thought about it for a moment. 3 caddies. Sui Yun also thinks about it, 4 caddies. This is the limit he can bear. Cheng Yang saw the hesitation and determination in his eyes, so he didn't bargain anymore and nodded, "Deal. How many caddies do you want?" Chapter 96, Big Harvest. Sui Yun thought for a while before slowly saying, "First, 4 caddies. That is 1 corpse pearl." Cheng Yang cut off a piece of meat. With his current eyesight, he was very accurate with 1 cut, and he guaranteed that it would be 5 caddies, with an error of 1 to 2 grams. Sui Yun took out a scale and weighed it. When he saw that the value was almost exactly right, he couldn't help but laugh. "Can't you give me a little more so I can get a better deal?" Cheng Yang also laughed. "Small business." Sui Yun handed a small bag to Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang opened it and found a corpse pearl inside. In fact, it is almost impossible to imitate the corpse pearl. It was possible before the disaster, but now it is an impossible task because there is no suitable tool to forge it. He pretended to put it away, but in fact he put it into his personal space. This is a metallic corpse pearl. Not a spiritual one? Cheng Yang didn't feel too bad about it, because spiritual corpse pearls are too rare. "No hurry, didn't you just set up the stall?" With the first sale, the line of people buying meat from him never stopped. Cheng Yang quickly sold all the lamb and vegetables. He pretended to go to pick up the goods, and then returned with 2 sacks of meat in an empty corner. Meat is still better. Beef and mutton, all the good stuff that the shelter didn't have. But after half an hour, Cheng Yang sold the 2 bags of meat again, and by then, the number of spirit beads in his hand had increased to 75. What made him even happier was that 2 of them were spiritual. Unfortunately, they were only level 1. In fact, all the corpse pearls he got were level 1. Cheng Yang believed that there must have been a level 2 zombie yesterday, and it was also killed, but such corpse pearls should have fallen into the hands of important people, such as leaders like Fang Zhiyun. Although the people here still have a strong spending power, Cheng Yang chose to close his stall. If he continued, someone might suspect him. It's not that he's afraid of getting into trouble, but he wants to sell more than just one time. Therefore, he didn't want to expose his secret ability to move objects, lest he be targeted and a direct conflict break out. He turned and left, naturally seeing pairs of greedy eyes. It was only one morning, but he had already made so much money that everyone could see it. This guy is so rich. And what does it mean that he can sell hundreds of pounds of beef and mutton? Cheng Yang must have more meat, and he only sells it when he can't eat it all. However, the shelter naturally has its own rules. If people could just grab whatever they wanted, how could they possibly stay here? They would all run away. Therefore, the shelter is very strict in this regard. Anyone who robs or kills in the shelter will be executed. At least no one dares to break the rules now. Cheng Yang. Luo Feifei came over again, but she was followed by Wang Ming, who looked like he was stalking her. Cheng Yang smiled. "How was the coffee?" "I didn't drink it." Luo Feifei seemed to be explaining that she had just had to deal with something. Cheng Yang didn't care, and said, "I'm leaving first, I have some things to do." Oh. Luo Feifei was a little disappointed, but she was proud by nature and couldn't say anything to stop him. But after thinking about it, she said, "Are you coming back tomorrow?" "Yes." Cheng Yang nodded. Many people here have corpse pearls on their hands, so of course he will come back tomorrow. And, tomorrow he will come in a different way. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, Luo Feifei immediately became happy again. Seeing her mood change so dramatically, Wang Ming's face immediately fell, and his gaze at Cheng Yang was full of disgust. "I'm going to kill you." He stepped back a little and then called over a man, asking, "Is he here setting up a stall?" "Yes, and he has a lot of meat." The man licked his lips. Unfortunately, he was not an evolved being, and did not have a corpse bead in his hand, so naturally he could not eat meat. Wang Ming couldn't help but light up. "Tell me more." The man then described the process of Cheng Yang setting up his stall, how many caddies of meat he had sold, and how many corpse pearls he had harvested. After Wang Ming finished listening, the greed in his eyes was completely unconcealable. He looked at Cheng Yang, and from afar, there was a strange gleam in his eyes. In his eyes, Cheng Yang was no longer a person, but a pile of beef and mutton and corpse pearls. However, he did not attack immediately, but waited. First, he didn't dare to do anything in the shelter, and second, even if he did something now, Luo Feifei would definitely protect Cheng Yang. Although he was not actually afraid of Luo Feifei, he still wanted to pursue this woman and had no intention of turning his back on her. It's okay, there will be a chance. But to his surprise, Cheng Yang left the shelter right after that. Aren't you giving me a chance? Go to hell. He followed from a distance in the back, and saw that Luo Feifei had sent Cheng Yang away a long way. Could this be a relationship between ordinary friends? Bitch, you lied to me and said that it was the end of the world, and that you weren't interested in dating. He hid himself in the forest until Luo Feifei finally parted with Cheng Yang and returned to the shelter, and then he chased after her. He was stunned. Where is he? It was only a blink of an eye, but how did Cheng Yang disappear? Could it be that this guy knows how to use the invisibility spell? Wang Ming looked in all directions, but he couldn't see Cheng Yang anywhere, which made him feel extremely strange. Suddenly, he felt a strong warning in his heart and couldn't help but look up. How could this be? He saw an incredible scene. Cheng Yang was riding the wind, his hands behind his back, looking incredibly cool. Holy shit! At this moment, he felt like he was going crazy. How could a person fly? What kind of superpower is this? Are there any other flying evolutionaries? You. Cheng Yang shook his head. I'm not interested in knowing anything about you. You can go to hell. Wang Ming was angry and surprised. You think you can fly and kill me? I am a flame controller. His eyes flashed coldly, and he opened his mouth to spit out flames and burn Cheng Yang alive. However, as soon as his mouth opened, his eyes became blank and he fell forward. He was dead. His brain was blown to a pulp by the psychic bomb. So what if you're a level 1 evolved? No matter how strong you are, how hard can your brain be? Cheng Yang stood there, his heart filled with a sense of wonder. The power of the telepath is so great. Although his experience bar had reached 46%, which was nearly 5 times stronger than when he first became a mentalist, Wang Ming's ability level had also reached 35% of level 1, which was not much weaker than him. However, Wang Ming was still killed in seconds by a thought bomb. Can other professions kill an evolved being of the same level so easily? No, because evolutionists have some kind of magic resistance and armor defense, but mental resistance? Sorry, there isn't any. No wonder spiritual type corpse pearls are so rare. This kind of superpower is really too strong and too terrifying. Chapter 97, Wetland Park. Telekinetic masters are so terrifying. Cheng Yang couldn't help but feel grateful that he had no idea at the time, but had unexpectedly awakened as a mentalist, rather than obtaining the poison attribute corpse bead from the 3 heads. Although poisoning can be used to harm enemies, what kind of power does a mentalist have? It's true that there are fewer corresponding corpse pearls, but he has the 5 Emperors meditation technique, which can enhance his mental power without corpse pearls. Compared to the power of a telekinetic, this price is definitely worth it. Cheng Yang hurried home. Of course, it was a temporary home in that high-rise building. It's just that it's too simple. Although Cheng Yang can carry all kinds of tools with him, and even a bed and furniture can be placed, this building is actually an office building, and there is no suitable room to use as a bedroom. Forget it, I'll make do for a few days. Cheng Yang thought of the first shelter, but shook his head. There is indeed a residential area there, and it is guarded by soldiers outside, so the safety factor is high. However, there are too many people there, and there is no privacy, so this eliminated it for Cheng Yang. Besides, he couldn't live under anyone else. Kill the leader of the evolutionists and take his place? Cheng Yang didn't want to be in charge of a large group of people, it would be too much trouble. He has no ambition, he just wants to be left alone. At most, he would take in a few beautiful women and organize group activities from time to time to relieve some stress, so as not to be depressed to the point of becoming a psychopath. Can he build a safe house by himself? Cheng Yang thought seriously. This safe house must be sturdy first, otherwise, if there are level 3 or 4 zombies in the future, even titanium alloy will tear you apart. Therefore, the materials make his head ache. Alas! Cheng Yang rubbed his temples, not expecting that the first step would get him stuck. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. At this time, Wan Yilan and the others had also prepared lunch, so the 4 of them ate together. After listening to Cheng Yang's description of the situation in the first shelter, the 3 women were a bit envious, but also a bit hesitant. Where is there a paradise now? Going to the shelter will inevitably get involved in all kinds of power struggles. Even if the outside world is full of zombies and people are living in fear, humans will never stop fighting among themselves. As long as there are people, there will be classes and there will be open and secret struggles. After eating, Cheng Yang took the 4 women to kill the zombies. You have to make money, and you have to improve your strength. He divided all the corpse pearls he had obtained into 3 groups according to their attributes, and of course, he kept some for himself. After all, they couldn't use corpse pearls with attributes like earth or poison. It would be a waste to leave the corpse pearls idle. Waste is shameful. So I'll find some more people to join in? There are only 3 of them now. How can they be called the goddess army? Cheng Yang thought to himself. The 4 of them swept all before them, unstoppable. You have to know that there are 2 level 2 evolved beings in their team. Cheng Yang's enhanced level is indeed 2, but his strength and speed are both level 2, which means that he is equivalent to a combination of a warrior and an assassin, and his strength is several times greater. Not to mention that he is also a telekinetic, and he has super weapons like the flying cloud shuttle fragment and the blood knife. Wan Yilan and Sui had more than 80% experience bars before, but now they have reached 97% and 95%, respectively, and are not far from breaking through to level 2. Therefore, their combat effectiveness is of course strong, nearly 10 times stronger than the fire and water elementalists who have just evolved. The 4 of them killed their way to the Wetland Park. The Wetland Park is very large and usually has many tourists, but after the 5 of them walked in, they found that there was not a single zombie here. This is very strange. In theory, the zombies should maintain a dynamic balance, and even if there are no residential buildings around, it would indeed lead to a lower density of zombies, but it wouldn't be so bad that there wouldn't be a single zombie in such a large place. It's not scientific. Unless... Did a survivor just clean this place up? Wan Yilan pondered. I think so. Sui agreed. Cheng Yang shook his head, no way. First, there was such a terrible wave of corpses last night, who would come out now to clean up the zombies? Okay, they would, but Cheng Yang is different from others in that he can make a profit by helping the zombies. Second, even if they want to clean up the zombies, there are no supplies here. What is the point of coming here? If they were to be cleaned up, they should be prioritized for supermarkets, stores, vegetable gardens, etc. They would never be here. After hearing his analysis, Wan Yilan and the other 3 women nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Then what is the reason? Tang Xintian asked. Cheng Yang looked into the depths of the park. Is it possible that there is another kind of, how should I put it, something like a corpse rat that has eaten all the zombies? At this point, the 3 women couldn't help but shiver. The horror of the rat plague still haunts them. So, shall we go? Yes, there are zombies everywhere. Honey, let's go somewhere else. The 3 women decisively agreed. Cheng Yang shook his head, thinking, you stay here, I'll go in and take a look. He has many life-saving cards. Not to mention, his terrifying speed alone can allow him to charge forward and break through the siege to escape. Then we'll go in with you. Wan Yilan immediately said. Yes, we are also very good, and can help my husband. Sui also said. Tang Xintian was slow to react, and then raised her arms, very impressive. Cheng Yang, on the other hand, refused, you guys should stay here. There may be a big crisis in there, but I can go in and out freely on my own. At worst, he can still use the sky wind step to walk through the sky. Seeing that Cheng Yang had made a decision, the 3 women did not say anything. The husband is the absolute authority. They can be coquettish about trivial matters, but in major matters, as long as Cheng Yang makes a decision, it is the final plan. Cheng Yang took a deep breath and walked towards the depths of the park, while Wan Yilan and the other 2 women retreated to the door. It was already late May, and the weather was already getting hot, but the park had a high vegetation coverage rate, and there was a large lake in the middle, as well as tributaries, so it was very cool. However, it seems a little too cool. Cheng Yang took out a thermometer from his space and measured it. It was only 11 degrees. The normal outside temperature should be around 26 degrees, and even in the shade it should be 20 degrees. 11 degrees is really too low. Cheng Yang felt a sense of unease in his heart, and the blood knife was already in his hand. "Humph, no matter what kind of evil spirits you are, come out, I'll give you all a good send-off." Cheng Yang was confident. How many zombies had he killed? He had already developed the courage. As he walked, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find a single person, animal, or even insect. This is strange. He continued walking. Suddenly, a black object, like a snake, suddenly appeared from the grass on the side, silently approaching his neck. Suddenly, the object burst out at a very fast speed and stabbed at Cheng Yang's neck. Chapter 98, Tree Spirit? Cheng Yang's enhancement was comprehensive. Strength, speed, eyesight, hearing, and reflexes have all been improved to an astonishing degree, with no shortcoming. Therefore, although the snake seemed to be approaching silently, Cheng Yang had already sensed it. He turned his head sharply and slashed it with a knife. The snake was immediately cut in half by the blood-red blade. Green liquid spilled out of the wound, and the thing writhed in pain, growing surprisingly. Cheng Yang took a closer look and immediately realized that it wasn't a snake. The severed part had no head. If you had to say, it was more like a tree root. Ha! Cheng Yang cast a divination spell. Target 1. Elementalist, wood. Power level 1, 86%. Strength 4,441 kilograms. Speed 0 meters per second. What? Cheng Yang couldn't believe the feedback from his observation. This is ridiculous. Shouldn't an elementalist be a mage? So what's the deal with this strength value of over 4,000 kilograms? Only a berserker, and a powerful one at that, could have such a high strength at level 1 with an experience bar of 86%. You're a mage, but you have the strength of a warrior? Isn't that ridiculous? And what is the 0 meters per second speed? Are you a snail or a turtle? No, even if you are both, you shouldn't have 0 speed. You're a stake nailed to the ground. Cheng Yang suddenly realized that this guy might not be a tree. Trees have evolved, and their roots can attack with flexibility. Since it is a tree, it must be classified as wood, so it naturally belongs to the elementalist. But since the tree uses its roots to strangle and pierce its target, it is also classified as a power attribute. Gee, the evolution of nature is really amazing. Cheng Yang realized that the reason there were no zombies in the park was because they had been killed by the tree spirit. Suddenly, more than 10 tree roots shot up from the ground at the same time, like snakes or guns, and stabbed at Cheng Yang. Haven't you suffered enough? Cheng Yang snorted, slashing with his blood knife, severing the roots one by one. Green liquid spilled around, only a few drops, but it actually had a refreshing fragrance that was pleasing to the mind. He was too relaxed to deal with a level 1 enemy, and he even had time to take a bottle out of the space and collect some of the green liquid. He planned to put it in the space to check it out, but he was slightly stunned. Can I use the observation technique to check it? It seems that the instructions for the observation technique don't say that the target of observation must be a human or a zombie, do they? He cast an observation on a drop of green liquid. Tree spirit liquid contains a trace of natural spiritual power. After taking it, it can slightly increase the evolution level. The higher the evolution level, the worse the effect. Please pay attention to the amount taken each day. Taking too much will cause indigestion, including but not limited to diarrhea, bloating, and internal organ explosions. Damn, if I eat too much, I might even explode? Cheng Yang first complained, then his eyes lit up. This stuff can enhance the evolution effect. Ha, a good thing that comes to me, I'll take it. Cheng Yang grabbed a root and inserted the broken end into a glass container, then pulled it out with force. What a terrifying power he has. Suddenly, he pulled a whole tree root out of the ground, more than 30 meters long, all the way to a large tree by the road. So you're the main body. Cheng Yang rushed over and then pinched the part of the root that was close to the tree and started to rub it forward. As he rubbed, green liquid immediately squeezed out of the root, falling into the container drop by drop. Amazing! After evolving, the tree spirit seemed to have pain sensitivity, and it struggled desperately, not wanting to be plucked like that. Be good. Cheng Yang punched the tree trunk. Ka! The tree was broken by him and fell down with a loud crash. However, no green liquid came out of the trunk. So, you should call it root essence. Cheng Yang smiled, but saw that there was no more green liquid flowing out of the tree roots. He had squeezed it dry. Only this much? Cheng Yang dug up the roots of the broken tree, and then grabbed one of them and pulled it hard. The root was pulled out of the ground. He bent it and then rubbed it, and the tree spirit liquid came again. But there really wasn't much, only a dozen drops of tree sap squeezed out of one root, and even if Cheng Yang pulled out all the roots, he could barely fill the glass cup with 1/10 of it. It should be less than that. It's too little. But, we can keep looking. How many evolved tree spirits are there here? There must be a lot, otherwise how could a single tree have cleared the entire park of zombies? However, the trees on the side have not evolved. Cheng Yang dug out the roots and looked at them. They were ordinary trees. It's certainly troublesome to look for them this way. Cheng Yang slapped his head. How could I have forgotten the observation technique? He had gotten used to using the observation technique on people, zombies, and rat-like creatures that could run, but he had never thought to use it on plants. He used the observation technique to scan the surrounding trees and flowers, but the information that came back was all normal. None of the plants had evolved. Cheng Yang moved forward, and after walking about 100 meters, he was attacked by tree roots again. What was the result? He once again harvested a little bit of tree spirit liquid. So that's it. Cheng Yang looked back and suddenly realized. Each tree spirit has a control range of about 100 meters. It seems that they were somehow controlled during evolution, and only one tree can evolve within 100 meters. In this way, they can control the entire park without fighting each other because of overlapping territories. However, the tree sprites seem to have no eyesight. I clearly killed a tree sprite 100 meters away, but this second one still attacked me after I stepped into its attack range. After all, they are plants, and they don't have brains even after evolving. Cheng Yang was very happy, because tree sap is a good thing. He killed and collected tree spirit essence along the way. After 4 hours, he had cleared almost 3/4 of the area, and the sky was beginning to grow dark, the sun about to set. The harvest was 5 full bottles of tree spirit liquid. The 6th bottle only contained a little bit. Honey, are you okay? Wan Elan and the other 3 women confirmed his safety over the walkie-talkie. I'm fine. Cheng Yang nodded, thought for a moment, and decided to call it a day for today. Come back tomorrow. This treasure land is his, and no one can take it away. He simply let the 3 women come in. This is the territory of the tree spirit, and there are no zombies here. As long as he has cleared the area, it must be safe. The zombies should not return here for a while due to the dynamic balance. They pitched a tent, built a fire, and began preparing dinner. Today is a camping trip. After a pleasant dinner, Cheng Yang took out the tree spirit liquid. After thinking about it, he took a big gulp. With his enhanced level, he shouldn't burst from drinking a large mouthful. Immediately, a wave of heat spread throughout his body, making him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned in pleasure. At the same time, his enhancement level and mental power were slowly increasing. Chapter 99 Level 2 Mind Master. Relatively speaking, the level of supernormal ability increases faster. 49%, 50%, 51%. My goodness, a full 3% increase. He had only taken a big sip. More? Again. Cheng Yang hesitated for a moment, then took another big sip. He believed that with his strong constitution, at most he would get a stomachache, not a burst belly. Even if such a tragedy really happened, didn't he still have a life-saving talisman? Of course, he was convinced that it wouldn't be that bad, and he used his life-saving skill. 52%, 53%, 54%, the experience bar moved again. This time, it was still a 3% increase. There was still a third of the tree spirit liquid left in the bottle. He drank a lot in one gulp. He finished the rest of the elixir, and this time the increase was larger, up to 4%. So, one bottle of elixir increased his ability level by 10%. What about the enhancement? It's only 10 times, which is really very small compared to his current enhancement of more than 200 times. If level 2 enhancement. is 1000 times, then this increase is only a mere 1%. But that's normal, because the enhancement level is 2 and the ability level is 1, so there's a difference of almost 10 times. Since he didn't feel any diarrhea at all, he continued. Cheng Yang still drank it in large gulps, not daring to finish a bottle at a time. So he drank all 5 bottles of the tree spirit liquid, 68%, 78%, 88%, 98%. The 6th bottle only had a little left, but he still drank it, and even licked it clean. 99%. It was just a little short of 100%. But the tree spirit liquid was gone. That's okay. He hasn't practiced the 5 Emperors meditation technique today. Cheng Yang lay down and began to visualize the 5 Emperors. Now he visualized the 5 Emperors without any pressure. His mental power was tempered again and again, and it was constantly becoming stronger. Suddenly, he felt waves in his mind, no, a tsunami, rolling furiously. Ooh! He covered his head and groaned, a terrible pain came over him, and blood came out of all 7 of his orifices at the same time. He was now a hideous sight, one that would definitely scare anyone to death. Fortunately, he had walked to a very remote place, otherwise the 3 women would have heard the noise and come over to see what was going on. Seeing him in such a state, they would definitely rush over to check on him, but if they pushed him or moved him, they might cause him harm instead. It felt like his brain was going to explode. Cheng Yang quickly thought of the 5 Emperors. But this time, the 5 Emperors no longer tempered his mental power, but just sat in his mind. Suddenly, the wind and waves became smaller. Should I practice the 5 Emperors meditation technique first, and then use the tree spirit essence to break through? Will that make it less painful? Cheng Yang gritted his teeth. The waves had only subsided a little, but they were still pounding his brain, and it still hurt, but not to the point of being unbearable. The 7 orifices were no longer bleeding profusely. Slowly, the movement in his brain became smaller and smaller. When it reached a certain critical point, suddenly, a surge of mental power broke through, as if a shackle in his mind had been broken. As a man with a level 2 enhancement, Cheng Yang immediately realized that his ability level had been broken. He cast a spell of observation on himself. Sure enough, the level of his superpower, too. My superpower seems to have improved dramatically. Cheng Yang thought to himself, and his body actually floated into the air. He didn't use the heavenly wind step. So, he used his mental power to lift himself up. Before, it was a bit difficult to lift a pebble, and even after reaching 40% of level 1, the most I could lift was 10 caddies. But I weigh at least 130 caddies. It was easy. Now that I'm using the power of thought, can I easily kill level 2 zombies and the like? Cheng Yang landed, and his thoughts turned again. He used 1000 mind bombs at the same time. Each one is enough to kill an ordinary zombie. Then, I can use 100 of these bombs at the same time to kill a level 1 zombie. For level 2. I can kill 10 at the same time, but I haven't tried it yet. It's just a guess, but even if I can't kill 10, I can definitely kill 5. This is the terror of a psychic. One person can kill 5 opponents of the same level at the same time, and all of them are killed instantly. Maybe even more than 5. Cheng Yang was overjoyed. Who would have thought that a trip to the Wetland Park would have such a huge payoff? Looking at the enhancement level, it has now reached 252 times, and the progress bar has passed a quarter. My current combat power is definitely the best in the world, and it is many times better than the second place. Cheng Yang was extremely confident. He cleaned himself up and then went to sleep in the tent. The team building was suspended in such a desolate place and will resume on another day. There was no word exchanged that night. The sun rose as usual, and Cheng Yang opened his eyes. He slept well. Opened the system mall. Ha! Cheng Yang was stunned. Was this still the mall he knew? It's changed. Before, only 3 items were displayed, but today it's different. Not only has the number increased, but it's also been categorized. 2 major categories. The first category, permanent. There are bags of rice, boxes of meat, fruit trees, and pots of vegetables. Cheng Yang tried to buy a pot of vegetables, and saw that the item did not turn gray and become unavailable, but could still be purchased. The antidote to poison, purification potion, holy bullets, and even catalysts have also become permanent items. This means that as long as Cheng Yang has enough merit, he can keep buying. There is no limit to the quantity. Cheng Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Now he really won't run out of supplies. For him, merit is material, and as long as he kills zombies and transfers them to the next world, he will have it. He no longer had to collect supplies. Oh, except for energy. He didn't see any goods like gasoline, diesel, or batteries. That's a bit of a shame. Let's look at another category. Rare items. There are still only 3 positions, which seems to be the same as before. If you buy it, it will be refreshed the next day, and if you don't buy it, it will be refreshed automatically after 10 days. Cheng Yang could clearly see that the 3 items had a quantity. 1 copy. He guessed that he was right. What are these 3 products? Special alloy. Buy it. This thing is not in the permanent category, unfortunately, otherwise I would smash the blood knife to level plus 99 in no time. Is level plus 99 the highest level? If not, I will continue to smash. He immediately took out his blood knife to upgrade it. This time, it worked. Blood knife, strengthen plus 2, is extremely sharp and can cut through level 2 alloys. Note, it does not require any maintenance and will not become dull no matter how much it is used. The introduction is almost unchanged, except that it is changed from plus 1 enhancement in cutting through level 1 alloy to plus 2 enhancement in cutting through level 2 alloy. That's fine, what matters is practicality. Cheng Yang was pleased and looked at the second rare item. RV, level 4, provides a RV that can withstand all attacks from level 4 zombies and also has a considerable defense against level 4 zombies. Redemption requires 1 million merits. Damn, the RV provided by the system. Cheng Yang was instantly excited. Looking at the introduction, it can completely withstand the attack of a level 3 zombie. Isn't it an absolute fortress of safety now? But the price. 1 million merits. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth. I'll buy it. Chapter 100, 3-leaf green lotus. Come out, my red hair. Cheng Yang spent 1 million merits, but to his embarrassment, the RV did not appear in front of him, but instead lay quietly in his personal space. With the personal space, all goods purchased from the system will be placed there first. Unless it is too big to fit in the space. However, Cheng Yang's personal space has reached 3,072 cubic meters, and even a RV can be easily stored there. Come out, my red horse. Cheng Yang called again, and immediately a black RV appeared in front of him. It was 3 meters wide, 3 meters high and 9 meters long. The shell of this RV is made of an unknown material, exuding a dark luster, like a sleeping steel beast. Cheng Yang's heart leapt, and he took out his blood knife. I'll slash. The blood knife cut across the car body, making a shrill sound and spitting out sparks, but the knife cut across the car without even a scratch. Hiss, this is really hard. No wonder it can withstand attacks from zombies below level 4. Indeed, the reinforced plus 2 blood knife can't even scratch the paint. By the way, is this surface lacquer? It doesn't seem to be, it's just the color of the material itself. Cheng Yang was curious as to whether the RV could withstand a missile attack. Well, forget the missiles, what about artillery shells? The kind that the first shelter is equipped with. Cheng Yang didn't know, but he wanted to try it out. Last item. Dog whistle, summon 3 demon dogs to fight for you for 24 hours. Uses 3, redemption requires 100,000 merits. I'll buy it. Cheng Yang gritted his teeth and bought the dog whistle. The previous evil whistle only cost 800 merits, but this one is worth 100,000, which is more than 100 times the price. So, these 3 dogs should be very powerful, and they can be used 3 times. Cheng Yang opened the RV and got in, but first he had to authenticate himself as the owner. Hello, I am Jijia Xiaotian. Please confirm that you are the owner of the car. I will only serve you in the future. A voice suddenly came from the car. Okay, said Cheng Yang. Please set the administrator password first. In the future, if you want to change the permissions of different people, you will need the administrator password. Cheng Yang nodded and set a password. The owner's face is being recognized. Recognized successfully. Master, I can drive intelligently. You only need to tell me the location or set the destination on the in-car map. Of course, you can also not set a destination. Just tell me the direction, and I can follow the road and basically won't deviate from the direction. Cheng Yang smiled and said, drive 500 meters forward. Okay, master. The engine of the RV started, but to Cheng Yang's surprise, he didn't hear any sound at all. It was incredibly quiet. It's no wonder it's a system product. After the RV drove past, Wanilan and the others were naturally stunned. Although they couldn't see the driver behind the glass, they could guess it was Cheng Yang. Sure enough. Cheng Yang stopped the car, opened the door and got out. The three women confirmed it and ran over, exclaiming in surprise. Honey, where did you find this RV? Huh, I haven't seen this model before. There's not even a logo. The three women were both curious and shocked. It would be strange if you recognized this RV. Cheng Yang just smiled and didn't explain. The system is his greatest secret, and he would never tell anyone about it. He didn't even tell the girls about his secret as a telekinetic. Cheng Yang asked the three women to get in the car, and he gave the four women secondary authority. They can open the doors, use the equipment on the car, and let the intelligence system drive automatically, but it is invalid if it conflicts with Cheng Yang's instructions. The 9-meter-long body has everything you would expect to find inside. There is a kitchen, dining room, bedroom, bathroom, and even a washing machine. The only drawback is that it is small. With a floor area of 27 square meters, it is certainly cramped for 4 people. But it is safe and has a place to live. Let's go, let's clean up this park today. Cheng Yang was full of pride. Yesterday he could sweep away the tree sprites, so what about today? He is now a level 2 telekinetic, with 252 times the power of enhancement. He just wanted Wanilan and the others to see the world. After all, they would all have to stand on their own feet in the future. Let's go. Yesterday, Cheng Yang had already cleared 3/4 of the area, and today, only a quarter of it. In less than an hour, the area had been cleared, and Cheng Yang had also harvested nearly 2 bottles of tree spirit liquid. Is it over? Then let's drive to the first shelter and set up a stall. Cheng Yang was about to leave, but he froze and looked ahead. The center of this park is a large lake. In Cheng Yang's memory, there were no islands in the lake, but now he could see islands. What's going on? He walked to the lake and sure enough, there was an island in the middle of the lake. It wasn't big, just about 30 square meters, and there was a lotus growing on it. It should be a lotus, it looks like a lotus. It was about 1 meter high, and the leaves looked like they were carved from jade, pleasing to the eye. On top, it had a lotus flower head. It's weird, really weird. I have to go and take a look. Cheng Yang thought for a moment and said, "You guys wait here for me. I'll go take a look." Be careful, honey. Wanilan said, knowing that Cheng Yang would not change his mind once he had made a decision, so she was not trying to dissuade him from doing it, but rather to be careful. Cheng Yang nodded, slightly gathering his strength, and with a bang, he soared into the sky, leaping across the lake, which was about 100 meters across, and landed on the island. The fragrance is so refreshing. Cheng Yang was surprised. The fragrance refreshed him and doubled his energy. Thinking of the tree spirits, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Could it be that this lotus has also become a spirit? This is indeed a lotus, but it has already bloomed and has produced a lotus seed. Use the observation skill. 3-leafed green lotus, level 2 spirit plant. The lotus seeds can be eaten directly, greatly increasing the evolution level. Current maturity of lotus seeds, 76%, 11 more days until maturity. A level 2 spirit plant? Is it comparable to a level 2 zombie or a level 2 evolved being? Anyway, this is definitely a good thing. But it's not ripe yet, it's still 11 days away. Okay, then wait. He can wait 11 days. Cheng Yang looked at the lotus with a smile on his face. This was definitely a treasure. I'll come back to pick you in 11 days. Wait for me. He patted the leaves, but he was still full of wonder. Why did a new island suddenly appear here when there was clearly no island here? This is not a matter of size, but involves changes in the Earth's crust. There have been no earthquakes in Suzhou recently, so how could a lake island suddenly appear? What a strange thing. It seems that not only is the zombie virus that has swept the world inexplicable, but there are many strange things that have happened, but we have not noticed them. Regardless of this, let's go to the shelter to collect the corpse beads first. Chapter 101, Wen Yilan's Evolution. Before setting off, Cheng Yang decided to upgrade Wen Yilan to level 2. She was only 3% away. After drinking a third of the tree spirit essence, she successfully broke through. Evolution level 2. When she was promoted, the temperature within 10 meters of her suddenly dropped, directly to around -50 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Sui and the others were not nearby, or they would have suffered. However, Tang Xintian had already reached level 2, so even this sudden cold would not harm her, at most it would just scare her. Honey, I'm now a level 2 evolved. Wen Yilan was very happy. I seem to have awakened a new ability. Cheng Yang nodded, you try. Wen Yilan walked to the lake and pointed forward, and a corner of the lake surface quickly froze. Amazing. Cheng Yang smiled, this new ability is good. In the future, if you fight with someone, just freeze their blood directly. They won't die immediately, but they won't be able to fight back either. Wen Yilan nodded repeatedly. Now she could really help Cheng Yang, rather than being a hindrance. And, she said, reaching out and pushing, an ice wall appeared in front of her. This can be used for defense. Cheng Yang was curious about how strong the ice wall's defense was, and said to Sui, you try burning it. Sui released the flame as instructed and found that if Wen Yilan did not continuously input her superpower, the ice wall would burn a hole in it after 1 minute, but if Wen Yilan kept using her superpower to maintain it, the ice wall would not melt at all. Cheng Yang then asked Tang Xintian to try. She used her fists directly, and when she punched it down, 5 tons of power exploded, but only countless cracks appeared on the ice wall, and it took her 5 punches to break it. From this, it can be seen that the ice wall's defense is still very strong. Cheng Yang asked Wen Yilan to build another ice wall, and he took out his blood knife to cut it. Yes, a flash of blood, and the ice wall was easily split in two. It's so sharp. Again. This time, Cheng Yang used the Monkey King fist. Bang, the ice wall was shattered with one blow. What is the concept? After Cheng Yang used the Monkey King fist, one blow was equivalent to Tang Xintian's 5 punches. Cheng Yang did not test the fragments of the cloud shuttle again. He mainly wanted to test the power of a level 2 evolved being in terms of magic. He already knew. The defense of a level 2 evolved is nothing in front of him. You drink too. Go to level 2. Cheng Yang said. 5 minutes later, Sui also successfully advanced to level 2. Let's go to the first shelter. Cheng Yang and the other 3 got into the RV. He marked the location of the first shelter on the map, and then the RV entered automatic driving mode. Let's go. What shocked Cheng Yang was that the RV was actually traveling in a straight line. Some people may say, if the car doesn't go in a straight line, does it go in a diagonal line? The route the car takes is entirely determined by the road. If there is a turn ahead, can you not turn? But that's not the case with the RVs produced by the system. Once the destination is set, a straight line appears on the map, and the RV just drives straight ahead. What if there is no road? Just keep driving. If there is a lake or river ahead and there is no bridge, the RV will transform into a watercraft and easily wade across. But what if there is a building ahead? If it's low, you just jump over it. You read that right. It really jumps over. The tires will deflate and inflate in an instant, and it will burst out with incredible jumping power. A dozen meters is a piece of cake. What if it's too high? For example, a building that is more than 20 meters high, which is very common in cities, or even a building that is tens of meters or more than 100 meters high. Can it still jump over? No, you can't. However, it can still crash through. The RV seems to have turned into a pangolin, crashing straight into the building from the bottom and then crashing out again. It goes straight, refusing to take any detours. And it's super fast, maintaining a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, which is completely at high speed. So, after just 10 minutes, they reached the first shelter. Outside. Cheng Yang stopped the car and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Yes. The 3 women were all looking forward to it. After the end of the world, the fewer people they saw the better. They got out of the car, each carrying a large sack full of meat. Now Cheng Yang didn't need any inventory at all. He could just use his merits to buy whatever he wanted to eat. After passing through the inspection at the gate, they entered the shelter without a hitch. The guards didn't make things difficult for them, taking the opportunity to ask for a little something in return. Not that they didn't want to, but they didn't dare. Cheng Yang and the others had all displayed their supernatural powers, so how dare these soldiers ask for benefits? They must be desperate. The four of them had temporary ID cards, but they couldn't get into the mountains without official ID cards. Cheng Yang had to call Luo Feifei out. "Cheng Yang, you come." Luo Feifei walked over with a smile on her face, but when she saw that Cheng Yang was still standing next to three beautiful women, she immediately understood the situation and her expression immediately changed from happy to gloomy. She was very angry, but after thinking about it, she didn't seem to have a position to be angry about. She and Cheng Yang are not lovers, so how can she control him? These women must all be flower vases, relying on Cheng Yang and using their bodies to exchange for his protection. Thinking about it, she felt a strong sense of contempt for the three women. She took Cheng Yang and the other three into the real shelter. Cheng Yang went to rent a stall first, then went to sell meat as he did yesterday, leaving Tang Xintian to help out. Wanilan and Luo Feifei went around with Luo Feifei. We'll switch later. Cheng Yang had already made a name for himself yesterday, so there were many people looking for him to buy meat today. However, not everyone played by the rules, and some people tried to buy meat on credit, saying that they were the subordinates of this or that brother or sister. You want to eat meat without money? Get out. He quickly sold all 5 sacks of meat he brought with him, then walked out of the shelter and brought more meat from the RV to sell at the market again. Today, he was going to empty the pockets of all the people in the market. After a while, Luo Feifei came with Wanilan to take over the shift. However, there was no trace of contempt on her face this time, but rather shock. Because Wanilan and the others were no mere flower vases. They were strong. Wanilan is a level 2 evolved, and she can't break the ice wall she emits, while the ice spears she throws can cause great damage to her opponent. This has nothing to do with combat experience, it's purely a matter of level suppression. However, if you look at how much corpse pearls Cheng Yang earned in half a day, you can fully understand how powerful Wanilan and the others are. This time, Sui helped Cheng Yang sell meat, and Tang Xintian and Wanilan continued to follow Luo Feifei to learn about the situation in the shelter. However, the next few people who came to buy meat were sparse. It seems that Cheng Yang really has been drained of his money. What a pity. Cheng Yang decided to close the stall. He had earned more than 500 corpse pearls today. He thought that there might be only 1,000 corpse pearls in the entire shelter, and the rest should be in Feng Jiyun's hands. He was only keeping them because corpse pearls were bonuses that were given to the evolvers in the shelter every once in a while. If you don't give them enough benefits, why would they work for you? It's almost time. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Chapter 102 Brother Yang. Cheng Yang looked over. The one speaking was a young man, 20 or just out of his teens, very handsome. He was indeed handsome. Cheng Yang could only say that he was a little handsome, but this young man was handsome enough to be a star, and he was even handsome beyond the sky without filters or beauty enhancements. However, when it comes to body shape, the other party is far inferior to Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang has been enhanced more than 200 times, and his body proportions and muscle lines are perfect. This young man is not masculine enough. It's far from enough. Sui was also taken aback, and after looking at the other party, she smiled politely. Brother, it's great that you're still alive. This young man is called Yang Weicheng, and he is Sui's boyfriend. Now he can only be called a former boyfriend. He frowned and pointed at Cheng Yang and asked, who is he? My husband. Sui said without thinking, so please call me by my name, don't let my husband misunderstand. Cheng Yang smiled slightly. Sui had said at the beginning that she had a boyfriend, and that she had already broken off her relationship with him when she was with him. Yang Weicheng was furious, staring at Cheng Yang angrily. So you are the reason why you broke up with me. You must have taken advantage of the natural disaster and used despicable means to coerce her, making her have to follow you, right? Sui frowned and said, Brother, I'll call you brother for the last time. Please call me by my name. Besides, I'm no longer your girlfriend. What position do you have to accuse my husband? She was firm in her position. Since she had followed Cheng Yang, she would cut off any relationship that should be severed completely, without any hesitation. Cheng Yang secretly gave her a thumbs up and was very satisfied with her performance. But Yang Weicheng refused. He shouted, I can protect you now. I can give you what he can give you, and even more and better. Sui had originally planned to part on good terms, but the key was that the two of them had only just started talking, and it was limited to holding hands, so she naturally couldn't say that she had deep feelings for Yang Weicheng. Seeing that the other party was so infatuated, she couldn't help but get angry. Feed me? Better? She snorted and opened the sacks, which contained lamb, beef and pork respectively. I can eat all this meat, but you? You can let me eat meat every meal until I'm full? Yang Weicheng was dumbfounded. How much meat is this? Eat meat? He could eat meat, but only once a week, and only a small piece at a time. Eat meat in large mouthfuls and eat it freely? No way. Are you running a farm? Yes, it must be. The night before last, there was a wave of carcasses, and your farm must have been finished, so you had to slaughter all the cattle, sheep, and pigs. It was a one-time deal, and you won't be able to sell any meat again. He thought he had figured it out, and the look of surprise on his face faded away. He said, Sui, I never thought you were such a short-sighted person. He looked arrogant and self-important. Where does this confidence come from? Cheng Yang was speechless and said to Sui, let's go. Don't pay any attention to him. Sui nodded. She was afraid that Cheng Yang would misunderstand, and she didn't care about anything else. The two left, and Yang Weicheng clenched his fists tightly, shaking with anger. He hurriedly ran to the market management office to inquire about Cheng Yang's information. What, a temporary identity? Yang Weicheng was stunned. Suddenly, he let out a sneer. After all this time, it turned out to be a temporary worker. He couldn't even get a formal identity at the shelter, which shows how bad Cheng Yang's situation is. If he had a formal identity, Yang Weicheng really wouldn't dare to move. The shelter has regulations, and even if he is a favorite of a certain big shot, he still wouldn't dare to break the rules, otherwise that big shot would just push him out and have him killed. But temporary status? Not protected. He sneered and turned away. What? Looking for someone? Cheng Yang found Luo Feifei and the other girls. Now that he has almost emptied the corpse beads in the shelter, he won't be coming back for a short time. 5 days. He'll come back in 5 days. Wan Yilan first looked at Cheng Yang, then smiled and invited Luo Feifei, Feifei, why don't you stay at our house for a few days? Ah? Luo Feifei was taken aback, looked at Cheng Yang subconsciously, then blushed and hurriedly shook her head, saying it was inconvenient. She had heard Wan Yilan say that there were 4 people living in the RV. A caravan, how old is it? She could imagine that 4 people would definitely be crammed into one bed. If she went there again, just imagining the scene made her blush. How could it be inconvenient? Wan Yilan smiled, took Luo Feifei's hand, and looked like a big sister. The queen of the harem is indeed worthy of her title. Cheng Yang thought to himself, but he didn't have much of an opinion about Luo Feifei. It's mainly because this woman has too much of a sense of justice. In the end times, such a character is hard to come by, and Cheng Yang actually admires her, because he can't do it, but bringing such a person to his side, that would be trouble for himself. Although a strong sense of justice does not mean that she is a saint, but even if there is a slight possibility, Cheng Yang does not want to get into trouble. He smiled and said, don't make things difficult for Captain Lu. Captain Lu, here's some meat for you. Thank you for your help these past 2 days. Luo Feifei took the bag of meat with a dazed look, but her heart was in a mess. Does she love Cheng Yang? Of course not. They had only met once before, and love doesn't happen that easily. But at the time, Cheng Yang easily defeated her, leaving a deep impression on her. As a strong-willed woman, she naturally admires strong people, so she does have a special feeling for Cheng Yang. If it had developed slowly, it might have turned into love. However, Cheng Yang rejected her so easily, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She even felt rebellious. Am I not as good-looking as Wan Yilan and the others? You took them in, but you're so cold to me? Women's hearts are so complicated, subtle, and weird. Cheng Yang was not interested in considering Luo Feifei's thoughts. He smiled at the other party and left with Wan Yilan and the others. They left the shelter and passed through the last passage to the east and west tents. There were too many refugees coming here in the past 2 days, so there were more tents here than yesterday, densely packed and in a mess. At this moment, a roaring sound came from behind, and then a jeep came up and blocked their way. Yang Weicheng jumped out of the passenger seat, and then 4 more soldiers got out of the car. One of them looked like an officer, and he was very casual, with a cigarette in his mouth. Trying to run? Chapter 103. I am a very forgiving person. Yang Weicheng. Sui Yi was furious and shouted at the other party. Although they had been in a relationship before, it didn't last long, and she hadn't received any gifts from him, at most a few bouquets of flowers, so even if they had broken up suddenly, she wouldn't have been blamed for it. But Yang Weicheng has actually gone further, chasing after her with soldiers? Although he hasn't said anything threatening, can't you guess? Why is this person so narrow-minded? You've gone too far, she said with a stern face, really angry. Yang Weicheng looked at her bright face and the feminine charm that was unique to women. He immediately guessed that the woman he had been thinking about had already been developed by Cheng Yang. This made him jealous to the point of madness. Bitch! 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 He cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. Pointing at Cheng Yang, he said to the military officer, who looked like a commander, Captain May, I seriously suspect that this person stole the corpse beads from the shelter. Please check it immediately. The soldier who was smoking was not a regular soldier, and he looked sloppy and unkempt. He cast a greedy glance at Wan Yilan, and his eyes were full of lust. Then, he coughed, the corpse pearls are of great importance. Since I have received a report, I must strictly inspect them. I must not allow the interests of the asylum to be damaged. He waved his hand, you check this man, and these 3 women, leave them to me. Captain May. Yang Weicheng couldn't help but change his expression. Sui Yi is the woman he wants. You actually want to check her yourself? Of course the inspection is fake, the advantage is real. But Captain May just looked at him disdainfully and spat, saying disapprovingly, what, do you have a problem with that? No, no. Yang Weicheng gritted his teeth, thinking that although he had snuggled up to the lap of a certain big shot, it was no secret what was going on, and Captain May must know the details, so he didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it! He clenched his fists, but the situation was out of his control. Wan Yilan and the other 2 women all looked at Cheng Yang, with a hint of inquiry. Of course, they didn't want Captain May to take advantage of them, but if Cheng Yang decided to be impatient and ruin his big plan, they were willing to put up with it. Cheng Yang snorted, what's the situation now? Look, there are a few zombies wandering not far away, but you're still thinking about how to pick your own kind. Ha, I don't think you deserve to be human. He looked at the 3 soldiers who had walked forward and said indifferently, take one more step and I'll kill you. He said this sentence with a strange expression. You have to know how many zombies he has killed, and how many of them are level 1 or even level 2. Naturally, he has a strong aura. Scared by him, the 3 soldiers all turned pale, not daring to take another step forward, and even took a step back. Captain May was furious and pulled out his pistol, pointing it at the 3 soldiers and saying, do you want to be deserters? Do you believe I will shoot you? The 3 soldiers were trembling, unable to move forward and too afraid to move back. Cheng Yang laughed, why make things difficult for others? He then exerted his strength and, before anyone could see, he appeared in front of Captain May, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. With one hand, he lifted him up as if he were nothing. This made everyone around him dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? He's too strong. An evolved person. Someone whispered. Everyone understood now, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not surprising that an evolved person has such strength. Captain May was both angry and scared. Yang Weicheng had only told him that Cheng Yang had no official status, so he naturally thought that Cheng Yang could not be an evolved person, because evolved people were now the focus of the asylum's recruitment, so how could they not be given official status immediately? As long as an evolved person joins the sanctuary, they can immediately obtain the status of a 3-star citizen. A 1-star citizen is the lowest level, and the sanctuary will not care about their lives or deaths. They must find work to earn money to support themselves. 2-star citizens are ordinary soldiers like them, some low-level researchers employed by the sanctuary and provided with 3 meals a day. 3-star citizens are treated 1 level higher than 2-star citizens. The key point is that the sanctuary regulations stipulate that 1-star citizens must be respectful to 2-star citizens, and 2-star citizens must of course be polite to 3-star citizens. This is blatant class. So, how dare Captain May offend the evolved? They are 3-star citizens, and they have ways to make life difficult for you. Sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. Captain May quickly said, I was deceived by this guy and that's why I was rude to you. Don't worry, I won't let this guy get away with it. He looked at Yang Weicheng viciously, as if he wanted to bite him. You actually let me offend an evolutionist? Don't you know how popular the evolved are right now? The more terrifying the zombies are, the more important the evolutionists are. Yang Weicheng also shivered. How could he have thought that someone who didn't even have a formal identity could be an evolved person? What kind of joke are you playing? He wanted to say it was a misunderstanding, but the next second he was already picked up by Cheng Yang. One in each hand, easy as pie. It's okay, I'm a very forgiving person. Cheng Yang smiled. Captain May and Yang Weicheng just let out a sigh of relief, but they felt their feet lighten and their bodies rise into the air. What? They were shocked to discover that Cheng Yang had picked them up and jumped, and that the jump was several dozen meters high, giving them a taste of what it was like to ride the clouds and ride the mist. Then, the ground of the shelter became smaller and farther away, and then the ground quickly expanded, and boom, Cheng Yang landed heavily on the ground. The loud noise naturally attracted the zombies, but there weren't many of them. The place was too remote, so the density of the zombies was naturally low. If you serve them well, I'll forgive you. Cheng Yang smiled and threw the two people in his hands out. Suddenly, the zombies pounced on him. Yang Weicheng was so scared that he could only scream, but Captain May was much calmer. He immediately drew his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Cheng Yang snatched it away from him. Fighting must be fair. Fairness, my ass. They are zombies, and it's not a one-on-one fight. You're too arrogant. He shouted as he punched and kicked the zombies back, saying, this is the first sanctuary, and there are plenty of evolved ones here. You dare to murder sanctuary soldiers? Even if you are an evolved one, you won't escape punishment. He wasn't exaggerating. Evolved humans are above the rest and enjoy special privileges, but they must not kill at will. Ordinary people are the foundation of this world. Otherwise, the evolutionists would run out of people to kill, and without ordinary people, how could the evolutionists show off their superiority? Who else could they enslave? Now take us back, at least you can keep your life, otherwise you will never escape. Captain May shouted, he was about to give up. Chapter 104, The Confrontation Begins. Indeed, in the shelter, the soldiers had already begun to report the situation on their walkie-talkies, and several soldiers had also removed the barricades and charged at Cheng Yang and the others with their guns drawn. It's the end of the world. Cheng Yang shook his head at one Elon and the other two women, indicating that they did not need to participate. If he really wanted to kill these soldiers, he only needed to think about it. Without exaggeration, the psychic bomb can kill them in a split second. No! No! Bastard! Captain May shouted repeatedly. He was already lying on the ground, desperately holding his hands against a zombie that was biting his face, and his legs were also raised, holding another zombie that was about to eat his balls. However, there were still zombies biting him on the left and right, and he swayed back and forth, about to collapse. Yang Weicheng, meanwhile, was crying and sniffling, screaming, I'm Mrs. Su Tailin's lover. You can't kill me. Su Tailin is the captain of the 6th team of evolutionists, and he is incredibly powerful. Don't you want to die? Su Tailin? The name doesn't sound like a woman. Could it be? Cheng Yang looked at Yang Weicheng. This guy is white and tender, and he is indeed handsome, but he is not masculine at all, but is full of femininity. Oh, no. You're selling your ass. Cheng Yang was shocked. He is actually a very open-minded person, and he can accept anything like 3-way, 4-way, and 5-way sex, but gay sex? I'm sorry. Yang Weicheng blushed. He was actually not gay, but he was taken by Mrs. Su, who liked male wind. Under the coercion and enticement of the other party, he easily agreed. However, as a male pet, and only one of them, Yang Weicheng had no status at all in the shelter. But at least he was someone of Mrs. Su's, just like a strong man's woman, who no one could touch. Cheng Yang shivered. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Su Tailin, but the thought of being a man on top of a man, knowing a man on top of a man, made him shudder. I'm really sorry. ZZZQ, whatever, has nothing to do with me. I fucking hate it. Yang Weicheng screamed. His combat effectiveness was only that of an ordinary person, and he was no match for the zombies. He was quickly knocked down and eaten alive by the zombies. Surrender! At this time, a dozen soldiers also rushed in, all pointing their guns at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang turned around and said indifferently, "Don't forget that I am an evolved being. If you shoot at me, I will naturally fight back, and none of you will survive. This has nothing to do with you. I will give you a chance to live. Those who shoot will die, those who don't will live." He stopped talking, his expression calm and composed. This calmness also stunned the soldiers. Shoot? No. Besides, Cheng Yang wasn't going anywhere, so why would they want to provoke an evolved person? The news has been sent out. Wait for your own evolved person to come. No. 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 Captain Mei couldn't hold out either. He was bitten on the testicles by a zombie, and the pain made him cry. And Yang Weichang? He couldn't make a sound, but his trembling eyelids showed that he was still alive. Cheng Yang smiled and headed towards the direction of the shelter. This made the soldiers extremely nervous, and one almost fired his gun. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize himself, otherwise he would have been a corpse by now. When Cheng Yang walked back to the shelter's walls, he saw several cars driving up. Crack, 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 one by one, people jumped out of the car. They're not afraid, they actually dared to do it in the shelter. A tall and strong man appeared in front of Cheng Yang. His arms were almost as thick as an ordinary person's thighs. He was carrying a large knife on his back, unsheathed, with a thick blade of 7 or 8 centimeters and an arc-shaped blade that exuded a cold light. He glanced at Cheng Yang and said lightly, "No one can break the rules of the asylum. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Si, you go together and kill them. There is no need to leave any survivors." "Yes, Chief 3. 2 evolved beings walked out, one male and one female. The male was no more than 1.6 meters tall, but the female was 1.8 meters tall, a stark contrast. They were both berserkers, and they were both on the power route. They changed from jogging to sprinting, and rushed toward Cheng Yang, like 2 tanks. Cheng Yang had his hands behind his back, as if he hadn't seen the 2 of them. The 2 rushed forward and simultaneously punched, hitting Cheng Yang from the left and right. Cheng Yang then punched. He swung both fists at the same time, meeting the fists of the man and woman. Boom! The 4 fists collided, and it was visible to the naked eye that a wave of air was created where the fists collided, and then a cracking sound could be heard. This is the sound of bones shattering. Then, everyone saw Cheng Yang easily withdraw his fists, while the arm of the man and woman who had punched exploded joint by joint. The skin burst open, the flesh tore apart, and white bone fragments flew out with the blood. The burly man with the sword in his hand shot out the first time he saw it. The knife came out. Chop! However, he didn't cut Cheng Yang, but the man and woman. With 2 lightning-fast slashes, he severed the arms of the 2 people who were exploding. If he didn't cut them off, the terrifying power would spread from their arms to their shoulders, and even blow their heads apart. He was trying to save them. The 2 evolved men and women both screamed in agony. The muscular man waved his hand, sending his 2 subordinates back down, and he looked at Cheng Yang with a smile. "Not bad, not bad. Your superpower should have advanced. Level 2 evolved. Now many zombies have also evolved to level 2, and we urgently need level 2 evolvers to join us. How about this? I will allow you to redeem yourself by joining the sanctuary, and I can make you the captain of the newly established 9th Special Team. By the way, my name is Tai Fei, and I am the 3rd leader of this base." Cheng Yang couldn't help but think of the 3rd sanctuary, where someone had also wanted to give him a position. Ha ha. Unfortunately, I don't even want to be the 2nd in command, so what's the point of being the captain of the 9th team? I'm not interested. He said lightly, "If you have any tricks, go ahead and try me." Tai Fei showed displeasure. He was a talent seeker, and he had given Cheng Yang a chance. He didn't expect Cheng Yang to not only not accept his kindness, but also to speak rudely. "You want to die?" He was furious, staring at Cheng Yang with his eyes and his knife raised. The 3rd leader. Luo Feifei rushed over in a hurry, using her speed to the extreme, like a hurricane. Unfortunately, she had not yet reached level 2, and her speed was less than 100 meters per second. At most 80 meters per second. But it was still very fast. She swept past Tai Fei and said, "He is my friend. Please show mercy, Chief." She knew that Tai Fei had already completed his 2nd evolution and was one of the few level 2 evolvers in the sanctuary. If he attacks, Cheng Yang will definitely die. Chapter 105, Explode in Place. Tai Fei hesitated slightly. Although Luo Feifei was not a level 2 evolved, she was a rare speed-oriented evolved. There are many berserkers, but most of them are power-oriented, and not many are speed-oriented. And Luo Feifei can also be called an old man of the sanctuary, at least older than half of the evolutionists. Therefore, Tai Fei was willing to give her face. The problem was that Cheng Yang not only dared to hurt people in the sanctuary, but also refused his kind offer. At that moment, a pickup truck sped over and a man jumped out of the car. He was medium built, had a buzz cut, looked very energetic, but was wearing a red t-shirt, which made him look a bit strange. The third leader. The man immediately nodded to Tai Fei, then looked at Cheng Yang and said, "Is it you who killed my little treasure?" What? Cheng Yang was stunned at first, then he reacted. This guy is Mrs. Su Tailin. He knows men and is a master. Cheng Yang couldn't help but shiver, feeling violated by just one glance from him. "Chief, please show mercy." Luo Feifei continued. "No." Su Tailin immediately realized what was going on, and said to Tai Fei, "Chief, this man killed my little baby and blatantly violated the rules of the base. Please, Chief, let me deal with him." Captain Su Luo Feifei hurriedly tried to intercede with Su Tailin, but was stopped by Su Tailin, who pressed his hand and directly held back his words. Cheng Yang sighed, "Why go to all this trouble? I have no intention of begging anyone for mercy. You really shouldn't flatter yourselves." With a flash, he moved his body and rushed towards Su Tailin. He moved incredibly fast. "Cheng Yang, don't!" Luo Feifei exclaimed, "You can't make things worse, or I really won't be able to save you." When I first met Cheng Yang, he was already incredibly strong. He should be a level 2 evolved by now, but the sanctuary is not without level 2 evolved. All three leaders are, and there are also a large number of level 1 evolved. Not the early days of the apocalypse, when the first level evolved beings had just awakened, but after absorbing a lot of corpse pearls, their strength had increased many times over. Like her. Therefore, if the entire sanctuary's evolutionists work together, even if you are a level 3 evolutionist, you will be crushed to death. Not to mention, there are heavy artillery here. Cheng Yang, don't try to be a hero. Tai Fei and Su Tailin were furious. How dare you be so arrogant on someone else's turf? You're tired of living. Die. Su Tailin screamed, and a visible sound wave came out of his mouth, blasting toward Cheng Yang. Su Tailin. Special ability, Berserker. Evolution level 1, 46%. Strength, 568 kilograms. Speed, 28 meters per second. Sonic impact, shakes the vocal cords to emit high-frequency sound waves, causing terrible damage. He is clearly a berserker, but his strength and speed are not improved to a significant extent, and he is not as powerful or fast as a berserker of the same level. However, he does have a special move. Sonic impact. Hum, hum, hum. How fast is the speed of sound? 340 meters per second. So this speed is faster than Cheng Yang, and even faster than most civilian aircraft. When the sound waves hit, Cheng Yang can't avoid them. The range is very large. However, he had scanned the area with his powers of observation before he made his move. He knew that the other party had the ability to attack with sound waves, but he still charged straight at him. His face looked like a lake's surface that had been blown by the wind, rippling in waves, but that was all. Cheng Yang's enhancement level is already 2, so it would be strange if he could still be injured by a level 1 evolved being. After all, sonic shock may sound like a far-fetched idea, but in the end, it is still essentially a force shock. You, a level 1 evolved, want to blow up a body that has been enhanced 200 times? Ridiculous. However, sonic shock is still somewhat threatening, as it can cause damage to soft parts such as the eardrums and eyes. After all, no matter how much these parts are strengthened, they will never be strong enough. But Cheng Yang had stuffed cotton into his ears in advance, and then used his left hand to block his eyes, so the sonic impact was completely ineffective. Su Tailin was shocked because the sonic shock he was so proud of could not hurt Cheng Yang at all. How could that be? Even if the opponent's body is strong, what about the eyes and ears? This guy did protect his eyes, but not his ears. Is he naturally deaf? Arrogant. Tai Fei snorted and swung his broadsword at Cheng Yang. Since he knew that Cheng Yang was a level 2 evolved, how could he let Su Tailin face such a master alone? This slash was a diversionary tactic to force Cheng Yang to give up his attack. Otherwise, Cheng Yang would be cut in half by him. Tai Fei. Special ability, Berserker. Evolution level, 2, 1%. Strength, 5010 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Roar attack, roars loudly, unleashing a power far beyond normal, causing 1.5 to 2 times the damage. Although he didn't use a roar attack, the power of the blow was so great that it cut through the thick steel plate. Will Cheng Yang give up the attack? No way. Knowing what level of evolution you are and what kind of superpowers you have, do you think I don't have a countermeasure? Boom! Cheng Yang's right hand turned into a fist and punched the sword. This punch was exquisite. Because the fist avoided the blade and hit the blunt side, the power of up to 9 tons was completely unleashed. What is the concept? Under the force of the rebound, Fei couldn't hold the handle of the sword at all, and the sword immediately fell out of his hand. He staggered back, his face first turning red, then vomiting a mouthful of blood, then turning pale, then turning red again, then vomiting a second mouthful of blood, and so on, 5 times in a row, before he could barely stand still. It was terrifying. How could there be such terrifying power? Looking at Cheng Yang again, after easily knocking Tai Fei back with a punch, he calmly reached out with his left hand. Su Tailin was shocked and immediately screamed again. Then, just as the sound wave was about to be released, his neck was grabbed by Cheng Yang. The sound wave was shaken, but it could not be released through the mouth and could only go in another direction. The body, the abdominal cavity. Su Tailin was about to speak, but then he saw his stomach swell up in an instant, and then, with a bang, his entire body exploded. Blood, internal organs, and even undigested food splattered everywhere. Cheng Yang had already retreated in the first instance, and with a speed of 180 meters per second, he calmly dodged all the explosives. However, the people nearby were in trouble. Their heads, faces and bodies were covered in blood. It was disgusting. Tiefei was angry and shocked. How could he not be furious when Cheng Yang dared to kill in front of him? But this guy's strength is too terrifying. Chapter 106, The Power of Thought Bombs. Who would not be surprised by such a result? It must be the 3 women of one. Alan. You have to know that Cheng Yang has personally trained 3 level 2 evolved beings. How strong is he? No one knows. Because no one has yet been able to make Cheng Yang give it his all and reveal all his cards. Neither the evolved nor the zombies can do it. Luo Feifei was trembling with excitement. She thought she had made great progress, and that she had definitely narrowed the gap with Cheng Yang, and even surpassed him. But she never expected that she had overestimated herself and underestimated Cheng Yang. Not only had the gap between her and Cheng Yang not narrowed, it had actually widened. He is too strong. Cheng Yang looked at Tai Fei and said lightly, "Third in command, you should be clear about one thing. It's not that you're forgiving me, it's that I want to wipe you out. Even if all the evolved people in your entire sanctuary come together, they're just a bunch of ants in my eyes." He wasn't exaggerating. Telekinetic bombs are group damage skills. Targeting one person means that the opponent is already a corpse. There are no level 3 evolved beings yet, so anyone is only a target for the mind bomb. Perhaps psychics have some immunity, so they won't be killed instantly, but it's still a matter of 1 or a few shots. Is there a difference? Tai Fei was shaking with anger, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Although it has only been a little over a month since the end of the world began, and he has only been the 3rd leader of the sanctuary for 10 days, he has already completely immersed himself in this role. He was in a position of power, and his word could decide the life and death of others. Therefore, being threatened by Cheng Yang in return now made him feel humiliated. Damn it! Damn it! He brandished his broadsword. Although the blow had caused him to vomit blood, it had not injured his core, and he was still capable of fighting. Moreover, he hadn't used his trump card yet. The key is: aim the cannons, Fei said solemnly, pointing directly at Cheng Yang. Suddenly, the cannons were adjusted and aimed at Cheng Yang, and they would fire at once at the order. You want to die? Cheng Yang's face darkened. Should cannons be used against humans? If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Cheng Yang, I admit that you are very strong, but can you withstand the attack of the cannon? Tai Fei said viciously, then revealed a look of arrogance, kneeling down, begging for mercy, and licking me to my satisfaction. I can consider sparing your life. Cheng Yang said calmly, cannons need people to operate them, right? So, if people die, who will operate the cannons? Pop. He snapped his fingers, and the soldiers who were operating the cannon suddenly began to bleed from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground. As Cheng Yang said, without people, who can fire the cannon? Telekinetic bomb. Cheng Yang finally used his trump card. He looked at Tai Fei and walked towards him step by step. Tai Fei felt a chill running down his spine. How did those soldiers die? I don't know. The point is that Cheng Yang was more than 10 meters away from them, and there were 8 cannons, evenly distributed in the 8 corners, to deal with the zombies coming from different directions. So how could Cheng Yang kill them all at the same time? It's too unscientific. The unknown formed a greater fear, tightly gripping Tai Fei's heart, making his expression bitter and even a little shaky. If he had known, he would never have offended Cheng Yang like this. At that moment, another car drove up. A man and a woman got out of the car. The man was about 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a slender figure, his hair neatly combed, and a sharp suit. He looked like a career elite, but he was a bit pretentious at this time. He is the head of the shelter, Fang Zhiyun. The woman is much younger, wearing a bright red dress. She is so fat that the dress is about to burst, but she doesn't care. Instead, she looks confident, as if she were saying, I'm beautiful, everyone, come and praise me. She is the second leader, Zhu Min. Fang Zhiyun pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, we are all human beings, and at this moment we should unite and stand together. Cheng Yang, stop. Zhu Min stared at Cheng Yang and licked her lips, as if Cheng Yang was not a person, but prey. Cheng Yang laughed, you think you can stop me? Fang Zhiyun was slightly stunned. After becoming the leader of the sanctuary, he had never been so challenged. Why bother? He waved his hand, and more evolved beings appeared, surrounding Cheng Yang. I'll let you go if you stop, and don't come back again. This was a huge concession on his part. Cheng Yang had broken the rules of the sanctuary and killed several people, but he was still allowed to leave with his tail between his legs. So, of course, he made a huge concession. Cheng Yang shook his head, first, I'm going to kill this guy. He pointed at Tai Fei and continued, second, I will come back again. After all, I still have to do business. So? He spread his hands, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. He walked toward Tai Fei step by step, and with each step, his momentum grew stronger. He had killed hundreds of thousands of zombies. What was the concept? His murderous aura was as real as it could be. Even though Tai Fei was a level 2 evolved, he was still shaken by this momentum. Fang Zhiyun was furious. Attack! He said calmly, but his voice was terrifying. The group of evolved beings launched an attack on Cheng Yang, with flames, ice spears, and 2 large hands made of mud reaching out from the ground to strike Cheng Yang, and even lightning was used. Huh, lightning? A lightning elementalist? Cheng Yang looked at the evolutionist who had fired the lightning. Because the lightning was so fast, he was hit directly and felt a slight numbness. He grunted, a little threatening. Then, the thunder elementalist was instantly decapitated. No one knows how Cheng Yang killed him. He just glanced at him. Whoever he glared at died? Cheng Yang swept his gaze over the crowd, and one by one, the evolutionists were all killed by headshots. At this point, he also walked up to Tai Fei. If I say I'm going to kill you, then I'm going to kill you. At the critical moment, Tai Fei summoned up all his courage, let out a roar that shook the ground, and swung his sword at Cheng Yang. The power surged. He used his ultimate move. Cheng Yang snorted, and the blood knife was already in his hand. Bone-chopping knife technique. Vertical bone-chopping. As he swung the knife down, a crisp sound was heard, and the large knife was actually cut in half by Cheng Yang. The momentum of the blood knife was unstoppable, and it continued to chop down. The iron was cut in half from the top of the head. Bang, the 2 halves of the corpse fell to the sides and almost simultaneously hit the ground. Cheng Yang put away his knife and looked at Fang Zhiyun. Fang Zhiyun's eyes were dull, and he hesitated in his heart, wondering whether he should fight to the death. But did he have the courage to fight to the death? Cheng Yang looked at him and said lightly, kneel down. Chapter 107, Corpse Eggs. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, in such a chaotic world, it is actually difficult for anyone not to offend others. Especially those who think they are above others, always want to show their authority and force others to submit. Why is power addictive? It can make the people submit, make the unruly strong kneel, and make the beautiful women seek pleasure. It hasn't been long since the end of the world began, but people like Tang Xintian have already tasted the deliciousness of power and become inflated, losing the ability to think rationally. Or, they have already placed themselves in a position of superiority before solving things. Their opponents were too weak before, and they could trample them as they pleased, but today they have hit a brick wall. Cheng Yang stared at Tang Xintian. If the other party did not obey, he would not hesitate to kill him. He would unleash his ferocity today, so that no one would bother him in the future. Once and for all. Tang Xintian hesitated for a long time, but finally slowly lowered himself. Pop, he knelt down. Cheng Yang looked at Zhu Xiu again. The plump woman hesitated slightly and also knelt down. When she knelt down, the ground shook. Seeing this, the evolutionists all sighed in their hearts. The asylum is about to change. A new boss has appeared. The soldiers were very confused. If they had known this would happen, they would have surrendered earlier. Why did they make us bleed and die in vain? Our lives aren't our lives? Why? But they dare not speak out, even though they are roaring and yelling like this. The evolutionists are now so strong that they can withstand the heat of weapons, so even if they have guns, they can't threaten the evolutionists. They can only follow orders. However, Cheng Yang only looked at the crowd with contempt, then nodded to Wanilan and the other two women. Let's go. Wanilan and the other two women all held their heads high and walked with long strides. Their men are so extraordinary, they are proud. They were extremely proud. Cheng Yang and the other three got into the RV, the engine started, and boom, the car turned around and headed towards the Wetland Park. In the next few days, Cheng Yang would be stationed there, only occasionally coming to sell meat. Why not just rob it? If you pluck the fleece too hard, who will want to stay in the shelter? They would all have run away. Besides, Cheng Yang doesn't need to save meat. Even if he exchanges 5 caddies of meat for 1 corpse pearl, and comes once every 5 days, and if he counts 1,000 corpse pearls per visit, then Cheng Yang only needs to prepare 5,000 caddies of meat, which is equivalent to 50,000 merits, or an average of just 10,000 per day. Isn't this a lot of consumption? Therefore, he doesn't need to sacrifice the big for the small. The RV drove straight back to the Wetland Park. Cheng Yang went to the island in the middle of the lake to take a look. The lotus was fine and the lotus seeds were fragrant and refreshing. It's really good stuff. If you fry this stuff, will it taste great? Then, Cheng Yang laughed. Who would fry such precious lotus seeds and eat them? When did he become a foodie? Cheng Yang did not hesitate, first sorting the corpse pearls and then distributing them to the 3 women. Wanilan, naturally, Tang Xintian got the most. There was no way, the corpse pearls of the power attribute directly accounted for half. Look at the time, it's only a little after 2 in the afternoon. It's a waste to waste it like this. Cheng Yang continued to look for zombies to help him. He needed both merit and zombies of level 1 or above to strengthen himself. This time, he didn't let Wanilan and the other 2 girls follow him because there wasn't much time left in the afternoon. Cheng Yang drove at high speed, weaving through the city. Now the zombies have distinct territories. Generally, a level 2 zombie is the leader, with a few or a dozen level 1 zombies under him, and then a large number of ordinary zombies. They will occupy a small area or a shopping mall, attacking and eating any living creature that wanders in. Perhaps one day they will obey some kind of call and gather together again, forming small or even large waves of zombies, and launching an attack on human settlements. But 2 days ago, a large wave of zombies broke out, and now they are in a short period of peace and hibernation. However, Cheng Yang is going to break this peace. He found a neighborhood full of zombies. No wonder there are fewer zombies wandering the streets, because they have all been gathered together in extremely high density by the 1st and 2nd level zombies. If you look at this neighborhood, you will see that it is packed with zombies. People with agoraphobia will definitely be miserable. Why would the higher level zombies gather these ordinary zombies together? Cheng Yang didn't rush into action. He observed first. Zombies can be said to be a new type of life form, because they cannot be directly stored in the personal space. But what exactly keeps this life form alive? Eating human flesh? Don't be ridiculous. Most zombies can't even eat human flesh. It's been 39 days since the disaster, but which zombie has starved to death because it hasn't eaten any human flesh? None. Therefore, this form of life is extremely tenacious. In theory, this is a life form superior to any other species. Cheng Yang even thinks that if they were thrown into space, they might not die, but would only go into a dormant state. When they float to a planet one day, they will be chasing after flesh and blood again. It's almost magical. Hey! Cheng Yang found several eggs in the green belt of this community. They were really eggs, spherical, but extremely large, about 1 meter high and 70 centimeters in diameter. They were dark red, and faintly, one could see light flashing inside the eggs, but it was sometimes dark and sometimes bright, and occasionally it would even shake a little. What the hell? Looking around, Cheng Yang found similar eggs not only in the green belt, but also in the residential buildings. However, they were much larger, up to 2 meters high and over 1 meter in diameter. I don't know what this thing is. Use the observation technique. Cheng Yang cast a spell of observation, and he immediately received feedback. Target 1, Evolving Zombie, Progress, 85%. Zombies are evolving. Cheng Yang was shocked. The zombies were evolving like insects, and they had to make a cocoon first? He took out his blood knife and made a cut at the egg in front of him. Wow, a large pool of liquid came out, and the egg immediately collapsed. At the same time, a naked corpse also slid out. A zombie. This should be a zombie of a gold elementalist, with only a skeleton left, and it is all metallized. Its arms and thighs are in the shape of sharp blades, and barbs have grown on each bone, but they have not fully grown yet. The zombie opened its mouth and let out a scream at Cheng Yang, immediately charging at him. Target 1. Type of power, Elementalist, Gold. Evolution level, 0, 85%. Strength, 304 kilograms. Speed, 8 meters per second. Note, evolving a destroyed zombie is much stronger than a normal zombie. With a flash of blood, Cheng Yang had already split the zombie in two. However, there was no corpse bead in his head. Chapter 108, Foreign Girl. Therefore, corpse pearls are unique to level 1 or higher zombies. Even if it is in the process of evolving, the progress bar is almost full, but as long as it does not become a level 1 zombie, no corpse pearl will be born. It's a pity. Cheng Yang only felt a little regret. Now, level 1 corpse pearls are no longer precious to him. Well, not killing zombies in the process of evolution is a 10% enhancement. A little bit adds up to a lot. 9,000 is 900 times the enhancement, which is enough to complete his enhancement from 100 times to 1,000 times. Cheng Yang was looking for level 1 zombies and level 2 zombies, which was his goal. Find one, kill it. Find another one, kill it. Cheng Yang didn't even need to use the blood knife. The psychic bomb took it away directly, easily. He left the normal zombies and the boyfriend. Anna waved her hand quickly, and there was still a hint of disgust on her face. This is because the foreigner has been knocked out for a while, and she can confirm it without even going over to check. Chapter 109, Another Old Classmate. Speaking of Miss Zhou, the big horse suddenly showed a worried look. Miss Zhou should have returned by now. Will something happen? Cheng Yang walked to the window and looked out. Anna also came over and looked out the window. The faint scent of perfume drifted into Cheng Yang's nose, making him slightly infatuated. Foreigners have a strong body odor, so both men and women need to use perfume. Moreover, foreigners have the disadvantage of having coarse pores and not very delicate skin, but this hairy girl seems to be an exception. Cheng Yang's sense of smell is now definitely better than a dog's. For example, if any of the three women, Wanilan, came to menstruation, he would know immediately. There's no way around it, his sense of smell is too well developed. Moreover, the skin of this girl is also very delicate, and she does not have the disadvantage of being less attractive than Europeans. She has the advantages of Europeans, such as having three-dimensional facial features and a domineering figure, making her very sexy and charming. Miss Zhou is back. The ocean horse suddenly said, full of surprise. Cheng Yang, however, frowned slightly. Because the figure that came in was a bit unsteady, as if it had been injured. Bitten by a zombie? It's okay for an evolved person. As long as they haven't been bitten too badly, they have a certain immunity and resistance to the corpse poison. If they are bitten badly, they won't be able to recover. If the corpse poison accumulates too much, they will still turn into a zombie. What is the situation of this person? It was already getting dark, and even with his eyesight, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 200 meters in such darkness. He could only vaguely see that it was a woman with short hair, looking very capable. The woman stumbled and staggered closer, but when she entered the building, Cheng Yang saw more figures appearing in the distance. Obviously, they were following the woman. Unknowingly, the woman led the people here. Cheng Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sure enough, humans never forget to fight among themselves, no matter when. After a while, the door opened and a woman walked in. Wow, she's really pretty. Bright eyes, white teeth, beautiful and aloof. She even looked a little familiar. When the woman saw Cheng Yang, she immediately looked nervous and took defensive measures. She said, "Who are you and why are you here?" "Right, I forgot to ask you who you are." Anna also looked at Cheng Yang, her face full of curiosity. "You have a big chest and a big heart." Cheng Yang smiled and said, "My name is Cheng Yang. I was also a student here before. Today I'm revisiting the old place." Cheng Yang? The woman who had just arrived could not help but show a look of recollection and thought. Cheng Yang also looked at her and said, "Do you recognize me? I also think you look familiar." The two looked at each other like this, and after a while, they both spoke at the same time. "Cheng Yang. Zhou Ru." Cheng Yang laughed and said, "So it's you. No wonder I thought you looked familiar. Miss Zhou, the flower of the tavern." "Humph." Zhou Ru snorted in contempt, showing her arrogance. Cheng Yang snorted and didn't think much of it. Who is Zhou Ru? The class flower back then, when Cheng Yang was trying to forget ding dongling, the first person he chased after entering high school was actually this Zhou Taiban flower, but Zhou Ru was too arrogant. After receiving his love letter, she actually slammed it on his desk in front of all the students in the class and lectured him. She didn't say that Cheng Yang was a toad trying to eat swan meat, but rather that they were both students and should focus on their studies, not on dating. In front of the whole class. Cheng Yang almost died on the spot. He pushed Zhou Ru away and ran out of the classroom before she finished talking. Because of this, the two of them didn't speak for the next 3 years. Of course, after so many years, Cheng Yang had long since forgotten this embarrassing incident. To be honest, in this apocalyptic world, it would make him happy to meet someone he knew in the past, even if they had a bad experience. What's more, Zhou Ru was the class flower back then, and she's still beautiful and pure. She's got a face that would score 80 or 81 points, and a great figure, too. She's slender and well-proportioned, very attractive. However, she was surrounded by a beautiful, hot, and domineering foreign girl, and her looks and figure were overshadowed. Cheng Yang laughed heartily, "Miss Zhou, you're quite something. In this world, you're a girl who's managed to survive and even support 2 people." He used an observation technique on Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru. Special ability, Berserker. Evolution level, 1, 4%. Strength, 1,160 kilograms. Speed, 11 meters per second. Precise cutting, concentrate your mind and perform an incredibly precise cut, with tremendous destructive power. I heard that she studied medicine in college, so it's not surprising that she returned to her alma mater to work as a school doctor. So her evolved ability is also related to her profession. Precise cutting, is it using a scalpel? Interesting. However, the evolution rate of 4% is too slow. You 3 are lucky to have survived the wave of corpses the day before yesterday. It was definitely luck. If they had been a little less lucky, even a level 2 evolved could have been killed in such a terrifying wave of corpses. Anna and the foreigner are both ordinary people, but she is the only one who is an evolved being, so she must have raised the 2 foreigners on her own. 2 people? Zhou Rusi suddenly remembered that she had a boyfriend. She looked over and saw her boyfriend lying unconscious in the corner. She immediately wanted to walk over to him, but after taking a step, she reached down and pressed her lower back, showing a look of pain on her face. "Miss Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Anna asked anxiously. "I've been hurt a little." Zhou Ru said, "It's not a big deal. Why is Luther unconscious? What happened before?" Anna explained, "Just now, Luther and I saw Cheng Yang approaching, and we thought he was a zombie, so we hid behind the door and prepared to attack him. As a result, Luther was counterattacked by Cheng and fainted. It's a very simple matter. Zhou Ru showed her anger and accused Cheng Yang. How could you hurt someone? And it was a foreign friend. Gee. Seeing her angry look, Cheng Yang shook his head. Please make sure you understand that it was your boyfriend who attacked first. I was just defending myself. Besides, what's wrong with being a foreigner? Do they have special privileges? After a trip to the United States, how did you become so pro-foreign? Zhou Ru ignored the facts and accused him. In any case, Luther is a foreign friend, and you hurt him, so you must apologize. This idiot woman. Cheng Yang shook his head and was disappointed in his old classmate. Having a foreign boyfriend and looking down on local men? She's been studying abroad for the past few years, and she's been brainwashed. I heard that after the college entrance exam, she went straight to the United States to study. Cheng Yang laughed, saying that I don't know if she learned anything, but she certainly learned to be subservient. Zhou Ru was so angry that she almost wanted to fight, but the wound she had just touched made her grit her teeth and she gave up the idea. She said coldly, "You are not welcome here, please leave." Chapter 110, Miscellaneous Soldiers. Cheng Yang smiled, "I'm leaving, who's going to deal with the tales you brought back?" What? Zhou Ru immediately showed a look of surprise, but tightened her grip on the scalpel. She didn't get rid of those people? Bang! At that moment, the door was kicked open roughly, and 7 people rushed in. All of them were men. They first looked at Zhou Ru with smiling, lecherous eyes, and when they discovered that there was also a foreign girl in the room, they couldn't help but light up. What a beautiful, sexy foreigner. Ha, what a pleasant surprise. These people all laughed. Who are you? Anna asked, somewhat frightened. Us? The 7 men laughed again. We're going to be your husbands, they said with a lewd smile, looking at Anna up and down, as if they were going to use their eyes to molest her, insult her, and ravage her. Miss Shou, Miss Shou. The foreign girl was scared and kept backing away. Zhou Ru, however, held a scalpel in her hand and her eyes were firm. If she fell into the hands of these people, she would only be toyed with and thrown away when she was broken. So, she had no choice but to fight to the death. The 7 men glanced at Cheng Yang and one of them said, "Brother Shui, what should we do with this guy?" A man? Definitely kill him. The man called Brother Shui said disapprovingly, "Don't bother. Just throw him out the window." Okay. 2 people immediately came out and approached Cheng Yang. They are not even evolved beings. Of the 7, only the water brother is an evolved person, but there should be someone downstairs. Just now, Cheng Yang saw that there were 11 people entering the campus, so there are still 4 people downstairs to prevent Zhou Ru from escaping from another staircase. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. One of them said to Cheng Yang, sounding almost literary. Cheng Yang smiled and said to Zhou Ru, "Do you need help? For the sake of your classmates, I can offer a special price." Zhou Ru snorted and ignored him. After going abroad, she looked down on local men 100 times, so, asking Cheng Yang for help? Go to hell. The 2 men had already come to Cheng Yang's side, grabbing one of his arms on each side. Surprisingly, Cheng Yang did not resist. He just smiled. Is he scared stupid? I've never seen such an idiot. Forget it, just throw him down. The 2 men were a bit surprised because they had prepared for Cheng Yang to resist, but he was easily captured. The 2 men carried Cheng Yang to the window and were about to push him out. Zhou Ru didn't say a word, but just stared at Brother Shui with all her concentration. This is a formidable enemy. In fact, she was injured by this person, so she might be distracted from saving Cheng Yang? No, even if she had the energy, she wouldn't save him. She's not a noble foreign friend. Anna was so scared that she covered her mouth with one hand to prevent herself from screaming. Go on, be born again in a better life. The 2 pushed with all their might. Ah! However, it was the 2 of them who let out a cry of surprise and a scream. Because when they pushed Cheng Yang, he pulled back, and the 3 of them fell together. They all died together? Pop! Pop! The sound of a body hitting the ground rang out, sounding very harsh in the dead of night. This was unexpected by everyone. Zhou Ru was stunned for a moment. Cheng Yang seemed to have no resistance, but in the end he took 2 people with him. Killing one was enough, but killing two was a bonus. She was a little dazed. This Cheng Yang and the old classmate from a few years ago could never overlap. Damn it! Brother Shui couldn't help but curse, having lost two of his men just to kill Cheng Yang. He should have been killed by a knife. That kid is getting off easy. The other four people also cursed and were indignant. Oh, do you think I died too quickly? Cheng Yang's voice came from outside the window. Everyone looked over and saw someone jump in through the window. If it wasn't Cheng Yang, then who else could it be? He's not dead. Shui's expression suddenly darkened, and he said with a stern voice, "Evolutionary? If it wasn't for that, how could he have fallen with the other two and come back without a scratch? Only an evolved person can explain it." Cheng Yang smiled and looked at Anna, saying, "Foreign friend, do you need help?" He didn't bother to pay any attention to Zhou Ru anymore. This woman was annoying. Yes. Yes. Anna shouted. Cheng, do you want a check or a bank transfer? Cheng Yang laughed. Let's not talk about whether money is still useful. Do you think the banking system can still function? Anna sighed, then I'll be a penniless pauper? Enough. Brother Shui shouted, do you think I don't exist? Zhou Ru also ignored his protests and said to Cheng Yang, how can you help us? Cheng Yang didn't look at her, but said to Anna, for the sake of our international friends, I'll give you a discount. How about this, you give me 2 packs of instant noodles, and I'll give you 1 pack of instant noodles for each life. Zhou Ru was almost outraged. My life is only worth 1 pack of instant noodles? Cheng Yang, are you insulting me? She gritted her teeth. Was it because I didn't accept your advances back then that you've been holding a grudge for so many years? Hey, hey, hey! Cheng Yang also quit. Is that what happened? You can reject me if you want, but in front of the whole class, you slammed the love letter I wrote you on the table and lectured me loudly that I should study hard and not fall in love. Are you really not afraid that I will kill myself? Zhou Ru was stunned and immediately said, are you a man? Don't you have the ability to endure this? Moreover, if you pursue me, you must be prepared to be rejected by me. How did you become the one who let me die? You haven't been in the States for that long, how did you become so unreasonable? Forget it, I don't want to deal with you. Enough! Brother Shui shouted, not wanting to be ignored like this. Cheng Yang looked at Shui go, and in a flash of movement, he was already in front of him, reaching out to grab him. When an adult is talking, what business does a child have to butt in? Brother Shui was furious, and he swung the dagger in his hand and stabbed it at Cheng Yang. I'm in a bad mood, so I'm taking it out on you. Cheng Yang grabbed his neck and threw him against the wall. Pop! Brother Shui was like a mosquito that had just been bloodsucked and then smashed to death. He was plastered against the wall, and blood covered the entire wall. An evolved being was killed so easily. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. No one could speak, and their lips were so dry that they could not open. Cheng Yang looked at the remaining 4 bandits and said indifferently, do you want to jump off the building yourself, or do you want me to throw you off? Spare my life. Spare my life. The 4 of them dared not choose. This was the 11th floor. And falling in either way would be a dead end. Then I'll choose for you. Cheng Yang took action, and with a whoosh, he threw all 4 of them out. Pop. 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 Pat. The sound of 4 bodies hitting the ground rang out. Every time it rang, Zhou Ru and Anna would shiver. After 4 sounds, their faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. Chapter 111, The Charming Foreign Girl. Cheng Yang was unperturbed, as if nothing had happened. He turned to the foreign girl and said, do you want to come with me? You're going to die. Cheng Yang shook his head. Yes. I can speak Chinese. The male foreigner suddenly woke up from his dream and shouted, his arrogant expression gone, leaving only intense fear. Chapter 112, The Foreigner's True Origin. Cheng Yang smiled lightly and said, when did you come to China? 3 years ago. The foreigner replied. Oh. Cheng Yang looked at Zhou Ru, so you talked after she returned to China? Yes. The foreigner nodded. How did you come to China? Cheng Yang asked again. The foreigner's eyes rolled, and he was obviously thinking of the wording. Generally speaking, this is a lie. Cheng Yang squeezed his hand hard, and the foreigner almost spat out his tongue. After he slightly loosened his hand, the foreigner hurriedly said, "I committed a crime in my country and fled to China. At first, I found a job as a foreign teacher and slept with several female students and teachers. They were so easy to get along with that they slept with me as soon as they saw my American passport. Some of them didn't even look at the passport. Later, someone reported it to the school, and I lost my job. In fact, I was already very poor before I met Zhou Ru, and I was about to die. I didn't expect her to believe me so easily. She paid for everything, including the money for dinner and the hotel room. She even prepared the condoms herself. I didn't have to pay a dime." Next to me, Zhou Ru forgot the pain, looked up, and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She screamed, "Didn't you say your family owns a bank? With assets of over 100 million? Silly, if I had that much money, why would I come to China? In comparison, I prefer local girls with big breasts and a nice butt." The foreigner looked disdainful, "But you Chinese women are so easy to get along with, so easy." Zhou Ru was furious. She was a beautiful woman above average, had studied abroad, and was very self-assured. She had always looked down on local men when looking for a boyfriend, and thought that international friends were better. The result? She found a scumbag. No wonder she always ends up paying for the date because Luther has no money. Poor her, she was fooled by Luther's casual remarks and didn't suspect a thing. "You son of a bitch." Zhou Ru gritted her teeth and wanted to devour him alive. Luther looked unimpressed. "You're no better. You think I didn't find the video on your phone? You really let it all hang out with that guy, even letting him in the back door." Zhou Ru's face turned red and then green, and she screamed, "You actually spied on my privacy." She thought that all foreigners were gentlemen and extremely respected personal privacy, so she didn't even set a password for her phone. What a joke. Cheng Yang burst into laughter. "Zhou Ru, you have a great eye." Zhou Ru was extremely uncomfortable by his pricking, but what could she say? "Miss Shou, your boyfriend is still threatening me, telling me to sleep with him or he will make you stop giving me food." Anna suddenly added, "I said I would expose him in front of you, but he said that Chinese women like you are too gullible to believe me and would think I was trying to drive a wedge between you. Now she certainly dares to say it." Zhou Ru was shaking with anger. "I'm going to kill you," she shouted, and lunged at Luther. Has she woken up? No. She just hated that Luther had deceived her, and if a handsome foreigner had really come along, she would have chosen him without hesitation. Boom! She was immediately kicked back by Cheng Yang, covering her stomach again, crying in pain. "You think you can kill the man who wants to hit on my woman?" Cheng Yang said coldly. Since Anna agreed to go with him, she is naturally his woman. "You, a foreigner, dare to hit on my woman?" Of course he had to kill him himself. "Please spare my life." Luther was crying, his face covered in snot and tears, begging, "Please, let me go." "Okay." Cheng Yang walked to the window, held the foreigner out, and said lightly, "I'll let you go." "No." Luther was so scared that he screamed, but Cheng Yang had already let go. He fell, his voice cutting through the night air, sounding indescribably miserable. He fell in a strange shape, and blood gushed out of his ruptured abdominal cavity. He was still alive for a moment, and tried to say something with his mouth, but only spewed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Cheng Yang didn't even look at him, and turned around with a clap of his hands. "Ocean Anna, let's go," he said, still with a little bit of enthusiasm and anticipation. After all, he had never ridden a grand ocean horse before. "Today, I will win glory for my country." Anna followed him without hesitation. After walking a few steps, she stopped and said to Zhou Ru, "Miss Shou, thank you for taking care of me for so many days. Although I know that you have been protecting me because of my family, and have been feeding me and hoping that my father will send someone to rescue me and take the opportunity to rescue you as well. I'm sorry, I never told you, but my family has already turned into zombies." Zhou Ru's face changed dramatically. Cheng Yang couldn't help but laugh. He thought that Zhou Ru was so righteous that she would raise this foreign girl, but he never imagined that this was the case. Who said this foreign girl is stupid? She's very smart. And she knew that once she told the truth, Zhou Ru would abandon her without mercy, so she kept acting, pretending to be stupid and sweet, and even when threatened by Luther, she chose to endure rather than speak up, trying to negotiate instead of telling Zhou Ru directly. In contrast, Zhou Ru is the fool, being cheated of money and sex by a fake foreigner. Goodbye. Anna smiled and walked over to Cheng Yang, taking his arm. She was only a few centimeters shorter than Cheng Yang, and the two of them looked very good together. Zhou Ru's eyes were full of hatred, and she wanted to rush up and strangle Anna to death. However, when she caught a glimpse of Cheng Yang's half-smiling expression, she had to give up on the idea. Cheng Yang is someone she can't afford to offend. Goodbye, old classmate. Ha, I hope I never see you again. Cheng Yang waved his hand, and he had no more feelings or sympathy for this old classmate who wanted to bleach his whole body. Everyone's path is not something that they have to walk out step by step. Therefore, Zhou Ru's current appearance is also her own choice. You reap what you sow. Otherwise, if it had been another classmate, Cheng Yang would have at least helped to the best of her ability. Seeing the two of them walk out the door, Zhou Ru was so depressed that she couldn't help but cry on the floor. Cheng, where are we going to stay tonight? Asked Anna, holding out her jade-like fingers. I've been spoiled since I was a child, and I can't sleep without a bed. So if you want to make love to me, you have to at least prepare a bed for me. Cheng Yang smiled, no problem. This foreigner looks a little silly, but she is actually very smart, and she is also very generous. Even when it comes to matters of the heart, she is very open and not at all coy. Also, get me something to eat first. I don't have the energy to deal with you right now. The foreign girl added. Cheng Yang hugged her slender waist and said, Do you want to eat steak? Boom! Before she could answer, Cheng Yang had already soared into the air. Although he didn't go all out, he still jumped 100 meters high, and as the ground rapidly receded, the foreign girl finally couldn't help but scream. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. It was so exciting. Chapter 113, The Snipe and Clam Fight, and Cheng Yang Benefits. It only took a few minutes for Cheng Yang to bring Anna to the Wetland Park. When he stopped running, Anna couldn't even stand up. Her legs were weak and she collapsed in Cheng Yang's arms. A foreign girl? Wan Yilan and the other three women came out to greet them. When they saw Anna, they all looked surprised. Cheng Yang brought someone home. They weren't surprised, but this time it was a foreign girl. Did you bring her back from abroad on a plane? Of course not. There are many foreigners in Suzhou, but this foreigner is too beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, she is also sexy. Her facial features have the three-dimensional look that is unique to Europeans, and her figure is even more domineering. This is the innate advantage of European women. The kind of curvy figure that Eastern women can never achieve no matter how hard they try. Eastern women are more delicate, more attractive, and don't age as easily. Honey, who is this? Wan Yilan asked, looking at Anna. Anna, the goose. Cheng Yang thought about it for a moment, but he couldn't remember her last name. It didn't matter, though. He couldn't possibly keep too many foreign girls, and not having a last name wouldn't cause confusion, like if there were several Annas. Hello, Anna. Wan Yilan was the first to say hello. My name is Wan Yilan. You have a great figure. Anna also took the initiative to hold Wan Yilan's hand. Miss Wan, you have a great figure too. As an Oriental woman, it's rare that you have such a great figure. You are so beautiful. You are even prettier. The two looked at each other and both laughed. However, there were invisible sword lights and shadowy swords. Wan Yilan is the head of a group, so she is used to being the leader. Even after she followed Cheng Yang, everything was based on Cheng Yang, but she was the one who made the decisions in the harem. And what about Anna? Don't be fooled by her appearance, she is actually very smart. Moreover, she comes from a large family and has received an elite education since childhood, preparing her for important positions in the future, which naturally also means leading others. Therefore, the two women are actually strong women who are used to giving orders and making others follow their own arrangements. Now that the two tigresses have met, it is said that one mountain cannot hold two tigers, and there is bound to be a fierce battle. Cheng Yang watched with a smile. Let this be a test for Wan Yilan. Since you want to be the queen of the harem, you have to tame any thorny character. Dinner. He waved his hand. Although Cheng Yang didn't say that there would be one more person eating dinner, their family's food was always known for being hearty. One more person? It won't make any difference. Unless it's a big eater. Obviously, Anna was not such a glutton. However, when she saw the sumptuous food on the table, the foreign girl was also stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. Your family is so rich. I can't be dreaming, can I? She muttered. Sui giggled and pinched her arm. It hurts. The foreign girl gasped. But she wasn't dreaming. It was all real. Beef, lamb, pork, and up to 4 kinds of vegetables. The quantity was large and the taste was good. Although Anna was still a little used to eating rice, she got used to it after a while. The most important thing was, what had she eaten the other day? After dinner, of course, it was fruit. Elon and the others were used to it, but the foreign girl was shocked again. How many days had it been since she had eaten fruit? She was in tears. This is what life is all about. However, her emotions came and went quickly, and she soon returned to normal. Rubbing her slightly swollen belly, she gave Cheng Yang a flirtatious wink. Dear Chang, I want to do some exercise now. Are you interested? Ha! Elon and the other 2 girls were shocked. Western girls are really something. She's got some nerve. Aren't you ashamed? Cheng Yang would never be afraid to fight. It's just that I've been tense these few days, so I should relax a bit. Good. He said. Then I'll go take a shower first. Anna walked up to the RV in an elegant yet seductive pose. The sight of her back was incredibly sexy. Elon felt threatened. Anna was a completely different style from her, but there was no denying that she was also extremely attractive to men. She can't be underestimated, she thought to herself. Cheng Yang smiled and followed her into the RV. To Cheng Yang's surprise, this bold, free-spirited foreign girl had never had a sexual experience before. Unbelievable. It's hard to believe. You think Western girls are very open? Anna smiled and said, in fact, even Americans are not as open as you think. You have this wrong impression because you are influenced by Western public opinion, which is destroying your civilization and traditions. This is a common tactic in the Western media war. Cheng Yang thought about it and realized that it was true. However, now that it is the end of the world, these things have become a fleeting cloud, and there is no need to worry about them anymore. That night, Cheng Yang enjoyed the full benefits of being a womanizer. Competition is a good thing. Only when the snipe and the clam fight each other can the fisherman reap the benefits. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Cheng Yang used the observation technique on Anna and discovered that she, like Elon, was actually suitable for becoming a fire elementalist. This is interesting. They are both strong and want to be the queen of the harem. Now they even have the same evolutionary direction. Obviously, the 2 women will have a fierce and long war. Can there be a foreigner branch in the goddess army? Cheng Yang couldn't help but think. Elon will be in charge of the domestic ones, and Anna will be in charge of the foreign ones. What do the experts say? Internationally connected. Perfect. Cheng Yang got out of the car and looked at the mall today. Rare items are naturally limited, but resident items can be purchased at any time and are not limited in quantity. Today only 1 rare item has been refreshed. Recovery Potion X1, buy. Cheng Yang is in no hurry to turn the foreign girl into an evolved being. He had to see if she was worth training. As long as there are enough corpse pearls of the corresponding attributes, he can fully cultivate a high-level evolver in a short period of time. In the future, the level 1 fire attribute corpse speed can be kept for now, as it will have little effect on Elon's improvement. Today, Xintian and I are going out, you guys stay here. Cheng Yang said to Elon. Elon nodded. Tang Xintian is just a silly, sweet girl, and she poses no threat to her. She is completely at ease with Cheng Yang alone, and she only needs to focus on dealing with Anna. Well, you be careful, she said gently. She turned her head and looked at the foreign girl, and her fighting spirit began to burn brightly. Chapter 114, Level 2 Toxic Zombie. Cheng Yang and Tang Xintian began to look for high-level zombies. Ordinary zombies are no longer of interest to him, that is, they can provide some merit points, but what he needs now is to strengthen himself by killing level 1 or even level 2 zombies, and to reach the level of 1000 times enhancement as soon as possible, or even break through level 3 enhancement. Cheng Yang is extremely fast, but Tang Xintian is not. She is a power type, not a speed type. That's fine. Cheng Yang doesn't mind holding her, weaving in and out of the tall buildings, while he explores her body, making her blush. When they arrive at a residential area, she can't even stand anymore. Don't kiss me like that anymore, or I won't have any energy left. Tang Xintian protested. Cheng Yang laughed and pinched her face. This girl is so much fun. In every way. This neighborhood is clearly infested with high-level zombies, because the density of ordinary zombies is too high. They must be controlled by high-level zombies to be so concentrated. Cheng Yang liked it very much. This will save him a lot of time. Cheng Yang didn't have to lift a finger, he just handed it over to Tang Xintian. This woman is now a level 2 berserker. She casually pulled out a telephone pole by the side of the road and used it like a golden cudgel to sweep and strike. No zombie could get close to her. However, when the level 1 zombies were almost all killed, the pole was also badly damaged, and suddenly it exploded, completely breaking apart. At this moment, a strong sense of oppression came, and a super large zombie also crawled out of a residential building. It really did crawl out because it was so fat that its 2 short legs were not enough to support its huge body. It squirmed as if it were a fat worm. Cheng Yang cast a spell of observation at it. Target 12. Special ability, Elementalist, Poison. Evolution level, 2. Venomous Spit, spits venom from its mouth, which can be a threat to even level 2 evolved creatures. Poisonous all over, the blood, skin and bones are highly poisonous and can even melt in the air, so please be careful. It is best not to let it get hurt, otherwise you may be the unlucky one. Level 2 Poison Corpse. Cheng Yang couldn't help but think of the 3-headed zombie, the first zombie he killed, which was also a poison zombie and made him use a dogskin plaster. Now this fat bug is a level 2 zombie, and its toxicity has naturally increased to a higher level. Unfortunately, I'm no longer a rookie. Cheng Yang thought for a moment, and the psychic bomb exploded directly in the head of the level 2 poison corpse. Boom! This zombie had already re-evolved its vision, but its 2 bulb-sized eyes stared at Cheng Yang blankly and immediately lost their luster. No matter how it evolves, the brain is always the weak point of a zombie. Cheng Yang swept past and slashed with his blood knife. The zombie's head was immediately cut open, but Cheng Yang didn't stop at all, and immediately fled. Visibly, green gas was actually spewing from the head of the poison corpse. When the zombies heard the noise and came running, they were immediately infected by the green gas and began to rot, falling apart as they walked. What a terrible corrosive power! Cheng Yang couldn't help but be secretly frightened. Although he had been enhanced more than 200 times and was a second-level psychic, if he were to come into contact with the green gas, he would probably not be able to withstand the terrifying corrosive force and would soon turn into rotting water. Of course, he still has the recovery potion, so he should be able to recover, but he needs to take it as soon as possible, otherwise his hands will be gone, so how can he drink the potion? Level 2, you must not underestimate level 2 zombies. Cheng Yang waited until the poison gas had dispersed before he went up and dug out the corpse pearl. He dug it out with a blood knife, then used his psychic powers to control it to fly out, washed it many times with clean water, and finally put it in his personal space. This cannot be sloppy, and it is not too cautious. Let's go find the next wave. The two continued to search. They kept looking for zombies, but also for survivors. Cheng Yang is self-righteous, but at the same time, he hopes that the human species can continue to exist, so it's perfect. Transcending the zombies and searching for survivors don't conflict. What if they find survivors? Send them to the first shelter. Although it is not a paradise, at least it is a place where people can survive. Of course, Cheng Yang would never force anyone, he would only suggest it. By noon, they had searched more than 20 neighborhoods, 4 of which were occupied by zombies, providing Cheng Yang with a lot of corpse pearls, tens of thousands of merits, and a 22x enhancement. But they hadn't seen a single survivor. How many living people are there in the entire city of Suzhou? Let's find another community, whether there are any zombies or survivors, and then we'll go back to eat. Cheng Yang said. Tang Xintian couldn't help but lick her lips, and said with some anticipation, said we're having roast lamb today. A foodie. The two crossed a commercial street and entered a new residential area. Ganglong City. However, the neighborhood was empty, with only a few stray zombies wandering around. It didn't look like there were a large number of zombies living there, nor did it look like there were any survivors. However, they could not be so arbitrary. Cheng Yang and his companion began to search building by building. Empty, empty, empty. After searching half of the building, Cheng Yang was very disappointed. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly came over. Ha! He turned his head and looked at a building, and saw that on the top floor, there was actually an object shining brightly. A mirror. Can a mirror adjust its angle and reflect sunlight? Obviously not. So, someone must be using the mirror to send a signal. That's smart, because zombies don't have eyesight, so using light to signal can avoid attracting zombies. However, level 1 zombies have evolved eyesight, and level 2 even more so this light signal will not attract ordinary zombies, but may attract level 1 or even level 2 zombies. Wait, can this be used? Cheng Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. For example, if he set up a huge lamp at night and shone it from the roof, would it attract level 1 and 2 zombies from tens of kilometers away? The point is, this will only attract higher level zombies, and ordinary zombies will not be alarmed at all. You see, it can also have a screening effect. Of course, level 1 and 2 zombies can dominate ordinary zombies, so it is also possible that a large zombie will come with a group of younger zombies. All in all, this method is worth a try. It doesn't matter if it fails, there's no loss. Cheng Yang smiled. Cheng Yang, there's someone up there. Tang Xintian reminded him from the side. This guy is not very smart, but why is he not reacting now? Seeing that Cheng Yang just smiled, she hurriedly explained, zombies don't use mirrors. Even if they happen to get a mirror, they won't adjust their direction to reflect sunlight. Cheng Yang, there really is someone up there. Cheng Yang pretended to be enlightened and smiled, you're so smart. Tang Xintian couldn't help but be smug and pleased. This woman is so easy to please. Chapter 115 Qin Zhouhao. Cheng Yang and the other two entered the building and climbed to the roof. Although the elevator was out of order, the physical strength of the two was terrifying, and they climbed more than 30 floors without even breathing heavily. As soon as they came out of the safe passage, the moment the door opened, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. Ha! Cheng Yang! A fat man let out a surprised cry. Mo Baohong! Cheng Yang was taken aback. He never expected to meet this fat guy here. He smiled and said, life is full of surprises. It's been a long time, Boss Missouri. He glanced around and saw Gao Yunru, another giant in the building materials market, but did not see Jiang Guorui. Seeing this, Mo Baohong sighed and said, old Jiang is dead. It's normal. The wave of corpses the night before was terrifying. Even Cheng Yang had to retreat when faced with the rat wave. It was the explosives that had the effect of first seriously injuring the Rat King, and then the Five Emperors' meditation technique had done a great job, allowing him to achieve ultimate victory. Otherwise, he would have had to flee in a panic. It's already pretty good that the building materials market didn't lose all its troops. Isn't it normal for a few people to die? Have you been hiding here for the past 2 days? Cheng Yang asked. Mo Baohong nodded, but then stopped. At this moment, a man walked out of the house and said, Old Mo, who is that? Mo Baohong was startled and quickly said, Boss Chen, he's a friend of mine. Oh? The man walked over, and the people in front of him separated themselves, making a path for him. This man was about 40 years old, about 175 centimeters tall, very strong, and not particularly handsome or ugly. He looked ordinary, but he had a scar on his left eye that split his eyebrows in two, so at first glance it looked like he had 3 eyebrows. A short haircut and triangular eyes, combined together to give a feeling of ferocity and insidiousness. Cheng Yang gave him a look. Target 78. Special ability, Elementalist, Gold. Evolution level, 2, 1%. Strength, 529 kilograms. Speed, 51 meters per second. Metallization turns a part into metal, which can be immediately connected even if it is damaged, but consumes a lot of energy. Metal control, manipulate metal and change its shape at will, consuming a small amount of power. An evolved being who controls metal. Is he like Magneto? Cheng Yang thought to himself, if he suddenly threw a telekinetic bomb, would the opponent have time to metallize his brain to avoid the damage? Mo Baohong stepped forward and introduced himself, Boss Chen, this is my brother, Cheng Yang. He's also an evolved being, very powerful. Cheng Yang, this is Qin Zhouhao. Boss Chen, Dong Chen. Qin Zhouhao laughed and reached out to Cheng Yang, Brother Cheng, welcome to our team. Mo Baohong was embarrassed and quickly said, Boss Chen, you've misunderstood. Cheng Yang is not here to join us, but just passing by. Ha, it's fate that we met. Chen Zhouhao still laughed loudly and said to Cheng Yang, "Come in and sit down. I have something to ask Brother Cheng." Cheng Yang had wanted to go back to eat, but when he saw Mo Buahong's almost pleading expression, he smiled lightly. Okay. He has absolute strength, so he is naturally fearless. However, he was still very careful. Confidence and caution are not contradictory. A group of people entered the house, but there were actually quite a few people in the house, but they were all women, and they were all young women, and they were all beautiful. Ha! Cheng Yang saw two familiar faces. Yang Yaping and Li Zisheng. They're still alive? It's not easy to survive such a fierce wave of corpses. But Zhou Ru was so weak, and yet she survived with Anna and the foreign devil. So, sometimes, whether you can survive depends on luck. Cheng Yang? The two women were also very surprised to see Cheng Yang, because they both guessed that they had been killed by zombies. Do you know each other? Chen Zhouhao smiled, his eyes wandering over Cheng Yang and the two women. Then he said to Cheng Yang, "Sorry, Cheng, these two women are now with me." Cheng Yang and Yang Yaping were just having fun, just like going to a karaoke bar. You can't stop other customers from choosing a girl just because you always choose her. He is not that domineering. As for Li Zisheng, what does she have to do with him? Mo Buahong misunderstood and pushed the person over. Therefore, Cheng Yang doesn't care at all if these two women will run off with other men. It's just that the two women used to work for him, so at least they have to do a good job and can't just eat his food without working. But does he need to explain this kind of thing? Cheng Yang waved his hand, as long as Chen likes it. In this apocalyptic disaster, Yang Yaping and the other two women can only survive by following the strong, otherwise they will either starve to death or be eaten by the zombies. There is no third possibility. Was Mo Buahong trying to say this before? However, his indifference was seen as a concession by Chen Zhouhao and even Mo Buahong. Your woman, let someone take over, and say no to it? Chen Zhouhao's mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, "Brother Cheng, what's the situation outside now?" "Zombies are running wild." Cheng Yang said casually, then looked at Mo Buahong. "Right, Boss Missouri, you can go to the first shelter, where there are a large number of evolved people, at least you can survive there." Mo Buahong couldn't help but smile, saying, "We saw the flyers before, but we still weren't very confident. After all, the tyranny of the third sanctuary is still in front of us, how can we forget it?" "Brother Cheng, have you been there?" he asked again. Cheng Yang nodded. After all, it was a shelter established by the previous government, not only with powerful firepower, but also with land to grow vegetables, raise cattle, and pigs. Relatively speaking, it was already the best choice in the end of the world. He wasn't exaggerating. Apart from the fact that he has the system, the first shelter is indeed the first choice for everyone, at least giving people hope to live on. Mo Buahong couldn't help but be moved, and said to Chen Zhouhao, "Boss Chen, let's go to the first shelter." Chen Zhouhao didn't say anything, but looked at Cheng Yang and said, "How do I know if he's a lackey of the first sanctuary, talking about the sanctuary as if it were a paradise, and then we'll become prisoners when we go there? In the end times, what is more terrifying than zombies? Human hearts." Mo Buahong suddenly hesitated. Was he and Cheng Yang considered close friends? Not at all. They've only known each other for a few days. So, what if Cheng Yang is really lying to him? In the face of the apocalypse, who would easily trust others? Cheng Yang didn't take Mo Buahong's hesitation to heart. He just reminded him, "It's none of my business whether you go or not. It's your choice whether to go or not. Gentlemen, I'm leaving." He's going home to eat. Chen Zhouhao's mouth curled up and he suddenly said, "You can go, but your female companion has to stay." Chapter 116, Pick a Side. Cheng Yang's face immediately darkened. "You want to hit on my woman? You're asking for it." Mo Buahong quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying to Chen Zhouhao, "Boss Chen, you can't be joking. Brother Cheng is also a master. He even killed 2 evolved humans from the third sanctuary. Even their captain, Hu Yujun, didn't do anything to Brother Cheng, but let him go." Chen Zhouhao snorted, "When was that? Now I'm a level 2 evolved, who can be my opponent?" He stared at Cheng Yang, but behind Cheng Yang, the wires seemed to have turned into live snakes, and they were reaching out toward Cheng Yang. He had already activated his superpower, manipulating the wires to strangle Cheng Yang. Suddenly, the chair that Cheng Yang was sitting on suddenly rebelled, and the metal armrests turned into handcuffs, binding his hands together. At that moment, the wires also wrapped around Cheng Yang's neck. Humph! Tang Xintian snorted and punched out. The terrifying power rolled over, and the wires were all knocked out of the way, like snakes that had been hit in the 7-inch area, falling to the ground one by one and completely motionless. Ha! Chen Jiuhao looked at Tang Xintian in surprise. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman he had his eye on was also an evolved being. Then, he smiled. You're a beautiful woman, but you have terrible taste in men. He waved his hand. This man is far inferior to me. Why don't you just follow me? I promise you'll have a great life. How could Tang Xintian possibly agree? Can you compare with Cheng Yang? She said proudly, don't mess with us again, or I'll beat you up. My fists are super fierce. Looking at her soft and charming appearance, who would believe that her fists were fierce? Chen Jiuhao stared at her impressive breasts and said with a lewd smile, I know your fists are fierce, but these weapons are really fierce. I can't hold them in one hand. This woman is really the best. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a hot and domineering body. He's in for a treat tonight. Cheng Yang looked at Mo Bohong without saying a word, and said lightly, Boss Missouri, don't you want to say a few words and show your position? Mo Bohong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Now it is clear which side he is on. Cheng Yang or Chen Jiuhao? Emotionally speaking, he should choose Cheng Yang. After all, they were not only business partners, but also shared the same hardships. But in terms of strength, he is more optimistic about Chen Jiuhao. When they fled here, they were about to be killed by a level 2 zombie. It was Chen Jiuhao who appeared in time, and with a wave of his hand, the steel bars shot out like arrows, turning the zombie into a hedgehog. Therefore, in order to survive, he should choose Chen Jiuhao. It's decided. He stood up and said to Chen Jiuhao, Boss Chen, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, but I'm a sentimental person, so please let Cheng Yang go. What, he chose Cheng Yang? Chen Jiuhao was completely taken by surprise. He first looked at Mo Bohong with a surprised expression, but after a few seconds, a sneer formed at the corner of his mouth. Since Mo has made his choice, fine, I respect your decision. Who are you with? Everyone looked at each other. It was now impossible to sit on the fence. They had to make a choice. So, some people stood with Mo Bohong, while others went to Chen Jiuhao. Cheng Yang looked at Yang Yaping and the other woman. After much hesitation, they finally went behind Chen Jiuhao. They must live by relying on men, and although Chen Jiuhao is not as good-looking as Cheng Yang, and he is also much older, his strength is there. Now, everyone has made their choice. Cheng Yang smiled, very good. Now it's clear who should be killed and who should be spared. Xintian, kill this guy. Cheng Yang said. Really kill someone? Tang Xintian seemed hesitant. She could kill a zombie, but a human. Cheng Yang didn't say anything else, but let her go through this on her own. In the future, he will definitely have to fight other evolved people, some of whom may be stronger than him. If Tang Xintian still can't kill them, then she has to get used to it now. People are always the most terrifying. Tang Xintian finally straightened up, looking at Chen Jiuhao with a firm gaze. She had come to a decision. She would not take the initiative to harm others, but if others wanted to harm her, Cheng Yang, or Wenilan and others, then she would not be polite. After all, she had killed thousands of zombies, and zombies were just people who had turned into zombies, right? Killing zombies and killing people are just a matter of changing one's mindset. Humph, don't force me to be ruthless. Chen Jiuhao saw Tang Xintian's eyes harden, and couldn't help but sneer. Although he liked beautiful women, he cherished his own life even more. So if Tang Xintian attacked him, he would naturally prioritize killing the target if he wasn't sure he could win. Tang Xintian let out a light scolding, and with both feet pushing off, she rushed towards Chen Jiuhao. You want to die. Chen Jiuhao frowned, clenched his fists, and all the metal objects in the room flew towards Tang Xintian. Boom! 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 Tang Xintian transformed into a female warrior, knocking away the weapons that came at her with a single punch, and her speed barely slowed down. What kind of monster is this? Chen Jiuhao was moved. This woman is so strong. Level 2? Could it be that she is also a level 2 evolved? But if that were true, how could she take orders from a loser like Cheng Yang? Chen Jiuhao found it hard to believe. Could it be because Cheng Yang was good looking? But, it's the end of the world, which woman would still like a pretty boy? At this time, Tang Xintian had already rushed up. She swung a punch straight at Chen Zhouhao's face. How powerful was this punch? 11 tons. The key is that 11 tons of power is concentrated in this tiny fist. What is the pressure like? Chen Zhouhao roared and punched back. Is he so narrow-minded? A hardcore power-type evolutionist? He's not stupid. When he threw the punch, his entire right arm turned silvery. Metallization. He activated his superpower. His right arm became a sword. Come on, let's see if your fist is stronger or my sword arm is stronger. Boom! The fist and sword collided with a crisp sound. Tang Xintian's face changed, and blood splattered from her fist. The sword pierced in about 7 centimeters, almost splitting her fist in half, showing the terrifying lethality of a golden elementalist. But her fist had a power of 11 tons, so how could it be easy? Ding, 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 Chen Zhouhao's entire right arm shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, but that wasn't the end. When the power reached his shoulder, since there was no metallization here, he heard a loud crack, and his entire shoulder exploded. Bones, blood, and flesh splattered everywhere. Chen Zhouhao covered his completely broken right shoulder and stumbled back, his face pale. Chapter 117, Settlement. Chapter 117. Chen Zhouhao was a gold elementalist, with the ability to metallize a part of his body. Once it is metallized, it doesn't matter if it is broken or shattered. Just connect it, and you can use your superpower to make the metal reintegrate. The more metallized parts, the greater the consumption of psychic energy. However, his shoulder was not metallized, but exploded directly in a way that was flesh and blood, which meant that his right shoulder was completely disabled. If the shoulder is destroyed, can the arm still be saved and reattached? The answer is of course no. One was missing an arm and shoulder, while the other had his fist split open, probably destroying his entire right hand. Both were injured. This is the result because Tang Xintian is more advanced in evolution. What if it was the other way around? Then the result would be that the power of her fist could only shatter Chen Zhouhao's metallized parts, but could not injure his flesh and blood. Then he would only need to use his psychic power again to connect the shattered metal pieces and he would be able to recover as before, only consuming some of his psychic power. But Tang Xintian? The damage she received was real. From this point of view, the berserker has great limitations. He must exchange injuries for injuries, and it is very likely that he will not be able to exchange them. Of course, this is also the reason why Tang Xintian does not have a suitable weapon. If she had a weapon like the blood knife, the result would be completely different. Continue. Cheng Yang shouted. Tang Xintian was about to cry in pain, but when she heard Cheng Yang's shout, she gritted her teeth and continued to swing her fist at Chen Zhouhao. Left fist. Chen Zhouhao also became fierce, turning his entire head into metal. This time it wasn't a sword, but a hammer. If the head is shattered, even if it is made of metal, it is useless and will definitely die. So he turned his head into a hammer to maximize his defense. Dueling. With a loud bang, Chen Zhouhao's head seemed to be struck by a bronze bell, constantly trembling and emitting a resounding sound. The metallized eyeballs seemed to be spinning out of control in their sockets, making an indescribably comical sight. This time, Tang Xintian's fist was naturally not split again, but it was just hard against the metal, and it also caused her fist bone to receive a huge backlash, almost breaking it. Break it! Cheng Yang shouted again. Tang Xintian exploded, swinging her left arm. Dueling! 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 The sound of the impact never stopped. When Tang Xintian had thrown her 84th punch, Chen Zhouhao finally couldn't take it anymore, and his entire head exploded. As soon as his head exploded, his superpower was instantly severed, and Chen Zhouhao immediately became a headless corpse, with blood gushing out of his severed neck. Tang Xintian's pretty face also turned pale, and her left fist was covered in blood and flesh, with visible bones. Come! Cheng Yang took out the recovery potion, opened it, and gave it to Tang Xintian. He hugged the soft but strong woman and whispered, "You did well. Don't worry, I'll heal your wounds and leave no scars." Tang Xintian nodded and leaned into his arms. "I'm so tired. It hurts." However, she immediately felt a tingling sensation in her wound. When she looked up with her hands raised, she saw that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cheng Yang! Tang Xintian exclaimed in surprise. Cheng Yang wasn't just comforting himself, he really could do it. Cheng Yang just smiled. He looked at the people who had just stood in line with Chen Zhouhao, then turned to Mo Buahong and said, "Boss Missouri, help me get rid of these people." "Yes. Yes." Mo Buahong nodded quickly, and glanced at Tang Xintian, his eyes full of fear. This woman is too powerful. She killed Chen Zhouhao with a few punches. If it was so easy to kill Chen Zhouhao, then killing himself would be even easier. Even easier. And Cheng Yang? Could he really be a gigolo? No way. Before, at the third shelter, Cheng Yang's performance was awesome. Therefore, he must be stronger than Tang Xintian, which is why this woman would listen to him. Just look at the potion that Cheng Yang gave her. It instantly healed her serious injuries. You can see how precious this potion is. Who is Cheng Yang if he can casually produce such a potion? In an instant, in Mo Buahong's eyes, in addition to being powerful, Cheng Yang also had a layer of mystery, which made him even more awe-inspiring and even worshipful. The killing resumed. Because Mo Buahong and Gao Yunru were both on Cheng Yang's side, it meant that their side's strength far exceeded the other side's, so even though there were two more evolved beings on the other side, it was still a one-sided massacre. Cheng Yang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Master, spare my life. Yang Yaping and the other two women quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Who would have thought that Chen Zhouhao couldn't even beat a woman who was by Cheng Yang's side? If they had known this, they would have definitely made the opposite choice. Cheng Yang is cold and ruthless. You abandoned me first, and now you want me to spare your lives? How could that be? Seeing that Cheng Yang did not speak, Mo Buahong and the others naturally knew what to do. Kill. Blood and heads flew in all directions, and soon all the people on the other side fell. Cheng Yang then said, "Boss Missouri, I suggest you go to the first sanctuary. Although it's not very nice, it at least guarantees safety, and the evolved have some privileges. It's much better than being here." Mo Buahong and the others all nodded. When Cheng Yang mentioned the first sanctuary again, Mo Buahong and the others naturally dared not be sloppy, and they all nodded. At this time, Tang Xintian had also fully recovered. Looking at her hands, which were completely unharmed, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Cheng Yang, my injuries are completely healed." "Ha, not even a single scar remains. Do you know how worried I was just now?" "I know, women value beauty as their life, but I am also a beauty lover. How could I intentionally let you get hurt? But is it worth it to exchange a bottle of recovery potion for Chen Zhouhao's life? Of course not." However, Tang Xintian has gained a lot from this battle. She has become more confident and is now willing to kill. From this point of view, it was worth it. However, I have to give this girl some weapons. I can't keep using my fists. I can't afford to waste my recovery potions like this. After all, this is not a regular product, and you can't buy it with merit points. Mo Buahong and the others immediately set off, heading for the first sanctuary. They knew the location of the sanctuary, but they had not gone there before because they were not sure. Now that Cheng Yang had recommended it twice, they had no more concerns. Cheng Yang and Tang Xintian also left and returned to the Wetland Park for lunch. Because of Chen Zhouhao, they were delayed for a while, but when Elan and the others didn't start eating until Cheng Yang and his friends returned. A variety of delicious dishes were served on the table. Although Sui's cooking was not bad, Cheng Yang thought that he should find a chef. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Sui is a fire elementalist, so she shouldn't be wasting her talents in the kitchen. Well, when we go to the first shelter later, it should be easy to find a chef. Chapter 118, Bank Employee. After lunch, it's time for a change of personnel. This time, Wan Elan followed Cheng Yang. Since none of the girls are speed-type evolvers, in order to save time, Cheng Yang naturally set off with Wan Elan. He burst into high speed. After a while, they arrived at the community where they had met Mo Buahong and the others before lunch, and then continued to move forward. "Husband!" Wan Elan suddenly called out. "Ha!" Cheng Yang had already entered a new residential area and casually agreed. "After we've dealt with the zombies in Suzhou, do we settle down here? Or go somewhere else?" Wan Elan asked. "Ha!" Cheng Yang was stunned for a moment. He had previously planned to go to Haidu after the zombies in Suzhou had been dealt with and he could no longer harvest merits efficiently. It is a super metropolis with a population of 30 million, and I believe there are a lot of zombies there. However, after the outbreak of the large-scale zombie tide, there were many level 1 and level 2 zombies in Suzhou, allowing him to happily earn merit and strengthen himself. Therefore, he also put the matter of going to Haidu aside for the time being. When Wanilan asked, he couldn't help but have this plan again. I'm going to Haidu. He didn't hide it. Wanilan nodded. Haidu is the most populous city in the country. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that Xinjiang is so far away, I think it would be better to go to Xinjiang, where the zombie density is even greater. Indeed, Xinjiang is only a small place, and the population density is much higher than Haidu. It's just too far away. It's okay. After I've dealt with Haidu, I can head west. Unfortunately, the Wanzhou-style service has disappeared from the world. After searching the entire neighborhood, the two left and continued to the next neighborhood. Before they knew it, Cheng Yang had returned to the neighborhood where he used to live. Tai Fu Li Community. Visiting the old neighborhood, Cheng Yang reminisced. After all, he had lived here for more than 20 years. Unfortunately, after the large-scale epidemic, there was no sign of life here, not to mention people, not even a single cat. Cheng Yang also went to 507 on purpose. At the beginning of the end of the world, only the college student upstairs gave him 2 packs of instant noodles. Later, although he returned the favor, the two of them never met. Cheng Yang pushed open the door to 507, but it was already a mess. There were no living people, but there were no bodies either, not even any bloodstains. Perhaps Miss Yulan had fled before the outbreak of the corpse tide, to a shelter or something. I hope so. Cheng Yang smiled and walked out of the community with Wanilan. Not far away, Cheng Yang looked at a bank. The Universal Bank. Wanilan also looked at it with him and smiled. You don't want to rob it, do you? If you rob a bank at this time, no one will come to arrest you, and you will only be considered a psychopath. Money is just useless money, it's too hard to wipe your ass with. Cheng Yang walked toward the bank's entrance, smiling. When I came here to do business before, I encountered a salesperson with a terrible attitude, and we had a fight. I almost called the police. Wanilan was immediately interested and said, Tell me, honey. Cheng Yang revealed a look of recollection. It wasn't a big deal, but she was playing with her phone while she was helping me with my business. It seemed like she was chatting with someone, and she was very emotional. Maybe she had just been dumped. At first I was still waiting, but after 10 minutes she was still typing and chatting, so I couldn't help but rush her. As a result, she took out all her anger on me, provoking me in every way, and finally even accused me of insulting her. Wanilan couldn't help but get angry, playing with her phone at work, dealing with personal matters? If she were my employee, I would have fired her long ago. Cheng Yang disagreed. Maybe she had already become a zombie and was wandering the streets. What's there to be angry about? Cheng Yang smiled after a round of the bank. Do you want to experience the fun of being a robber? Wanilan was also in the mood to play, sure. The two of them imitated the scenes from the movie and yelled out loudly. In the empty bank, their shouts were clear and piercing, but empty. Squeak. At this moment, the sound of the door opening was particularly loud. Cheng Yang and Wanilan both froze, looking at the door that had opened. Finally, someone has come. Are you the rescue team? Woohoo! 3 women actually walked out of the door. They were bank employees, as could be seen from their uniforms, but they all smelled bad and were unkempt, as if they had not bathed or taken care of their personal hygiene for a long time. Cheng Yang and Wanilan were both in disbelief. There are survivors here? How could that be? This is a bank, not a supermarket. How did these 3 women survive? Cheng Yang also used his observation skills on each of the 3 women, but all 3 were ordinary people, none of them were evolved. So, this is even more ridiculous. Wanilan pinched her nose and asked, It's been 40 days since the end of the world. How have you survived? Before the disaster, the bank was having a promotion, with lots of free rice, eggs, oil, etc., so, we ate these things every day. One woman said. 40 days, eating rice every day? At most, they would eat fried rice with eggs in different ways. It's really amazing that they can persist like this. The resilience of the human race is truly formidable. Cheng Yang was overwhelmed by emotion. and the will to survive could inspire incredible endurance. "Hey, you look familiar," a woman suddenly said. "Heh, I'm not some rich and handsome guy who sleeps around and leaves a trail of broken hearts." Cheng Yang was about to say that you shouldn't get close to me, but he froze and looked at the woman. Could it be? "You should fix your hair a bit, let me take a look," Cheng Yang said. The woman snorted, looking very arrogant. "Why should I listen to you?" "Well, just from this attitude, you can be sure." When Elan looked at Cheng Yang, "Is it her?" Cheng Yang nodded, "That's her. The salesperson he met when he was doing business, who had a fight with him while dealing with personal matters during work hours. She's still alive." When Elan took Cheng Yang's hand and said, "Let me handle it." Cheng Yang didn't care. "Okay." When Elan first took a look at the three women, then said, "Do you all know what is going on outside now?" The three women all nodded blankly. They naturally understood what was happening outside, and because of this, they didn't dare to leave the bank. The bank's defenses were still very strong, and ordinary zombies couldn't get in. There was food and drink inside, and at least they could survive, so the three women didn't want to go out at all, but just waited for rescue in the bank. When Elan took an apple out of her bag, which she had washed and prepared to eat later, but now it had another purpose. When they saw the apple, the three women all swallowed their saliva at the same time, their eyes shining, and they were about to pounce and grab it. Chapter 119 Qin Xianping. When Elan smiled faintly, at the end of the world, in addition to zombies, humans also gained some superpowers. These people are called evolutionists. She waved her hand, and several ice spikes shot out, piercing into the opposite wall and causing the three women to show signs of fear at the same time. They had even wanted to snatch the apple. Now they completely abandoned this idea. Like me. When Elan continued, "Do you want this apple?" "Yes." She nodded and looked at the woman. "What's your name?" "Sun Li." The woman replied. "When Elan, have you ever insulted my husband before?" My woman opened her mouth, her face turned pale, and suddenly she turned her face away. "I don't want to eat the apple anymore." One Elan didn't care and said to the other two women, "She was playing with her phone at work and arguing with my husband." "Why?" "Whoever tells me will get the apple." The other two women did not hesitate to betray Sun Li. "We only heard about it. She is the mistress of our bank president. Our president is over 50 and has a wife. It seems that Sun Li started dating him when she was in college, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get into our bank with her education. However, she still wanted to be the third wife, and kept arguing with our president, trying to force him to give her the position. That time, it was probably because she and the president had a big fight that she took it out on your husband. Otherwise, if you argue with a client, you may even get fired." The two of them were arguing back and forth, and they revealed Sun Li's true colors. On the other side, Sun Li's face turned black. She suddenly shouted, "Stop talking about it. When I was with Li Jianxin, I was still a young girl. What did I want with an old man like him? Wasn't I just looking for a home? Was I wrong?" "You're not wrong, the whole world is wrong." Cheng Yang snorted and was too lazy to argue with this woman. Wan Elan then divided the apple in half and gave it to the other two women. After being confronted with her wound, Sun Li vented her anger and then burst into tears. Cheng Yang didn't even bother to argue with this woman, and said to the other two women, "There aren't many zombies outside right now, so you can still collect supplies to survive if you're careful. There is a shelter in Sioux City that will search for survivors in the city from time to time, and you can leave with them at that time." "Does the first shelter have such a practice?" "Not yet, but he will after he goes there again. Since it is a shelter, it should fulfill its role as a shelter. Humans need to help each other to survive this catastrophe." Cheng Yang didn't want to be a hero, so he would only take a message. He left with Wan Elan, and the two women were of course very disappointed. They would have preferred him to take them with him, but at least now they had hope of survival, that someone from the shelter would come looking for survivors. "You're a good man, husband," Wan Elan said seriously. Cheng Yang snorted. He was no good guy. Shouldn't a good person help others without expecting anything in return? What about him? Not that good. Wan Elan laughed and said, "In such a chaotic world, if someone still helps others for free, they are a good person, but they will only harm the people around them. But you, my husband, have so much ability. In fact, the greatest good is not to do evil, not to mention that you have actually helped others. Yes. With a power like Cheng Yang's, who wouldn't want to crush everyone under his feet and have 3 harems and 6 concubines? What about Cheng Yang? He doesn't enslave anyone. Yes, he is indeed a bit of a womanizer, but he never forces anyone. For this reason alone, he is an exception in the apocalypse. Cheng Yang couldn't help laughing. After hearing your praise, I almost thought I was a good person. He is not a good person, nor does he want to be a good person. He just adheres to one principle: not to do evil. He doesn't mind helping people as long as it doesn't affect his own interests. That's all. Before they knew it, they had already entered another neighborhood. Guangxing Community. This is a neighborhood with a long history of demolition and relocation. When Sioux City first started urban construction, this neighborhood sprung up. It is more than 20 years old and is a typical old and small neighborhood. The residents here are mostly elderly people. Young people either bought a house elsewhere or rented it out. I saw the zombies rioting and rushing towards the community like a tide. What does this mean? There are still living people. Cheng Yang immediately hugged one Elon and jumped into the community. He saw it. The zombies were seen attacking a residential building, but were blocked outside the building. Who is so fierce? But there were too many zombies, blocking the way in front of him, and Cheng Yang couldn't see clearly at all. Moreover, there was not even a hint of wind, so he could not use the wind-walking technique to stand on the wind and see from a high place. It doesn't matter. If you can't see clearly, just charge through. Killing zombies is a meritorious deed. Cheng Yang took out his blood knife and rushed out at the first opportunity, while Wan Yilan also used her superpower to shoot out streams of cold air. The nearby zombies were frozen in large pieces, turning directly into ice sculptures, which were then pushed and shoved by the zombies behind them, and immediately fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. Bang, 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 Cheng Yang was like a tank, and there was no way to stop him. He quickly reached the front of the apartment building. He was slightly surprised. Because the one blocking the zombies was a half-old man in his 50s, holding a sword in his hand and with a nimble body, he could hit the eye socket of a zombie with one strike, destroying its brain. This move is so cool. Cheng Yang's strength was undoubtedly far superior to this man, but when it came to killing zombies so precisely, without even wasting a single ounce of effort, he couldn't do it. This takes decades of practice. When he saw Cheng Yang coming at him, the old man immediately looked surprised. Especially when he saw him use a bloody knife to easily cut off the head of a zombie, he admired him even more and couldn't help but praise him. Good kung fu. Wan Yilan also came over to kill, and the three of them worked together to quickly eliminate this small wave of zombies. In fact, Cheng Yang could have done it alone, but he had to give Wan Yilan a chance to show off. After the battle, Cheng Yang also gained more than 30,000 merits, plus 7 level 1 corpse pearls. Thank you. The old man put away his sword and smiled. My name is Qin Shangping. Thanks to your timely help, a few of my neighbors would have been gone. Cheng Yang looked inside the unit door and saw a dozen old men and women holding kitchen knives, rolling pins, and other things. They were all relieved. He used an observation technique on Qin Shangping. Qin Shangping. Special ability, Berserker. Evolution level, 1, 34%. Strength, 472 kilograms. Speed, 47 meters per second. A speed-oriented berserker. That's rare. However, Cheng Yang had a feeling that even if Luo Feifei's evolutionary level was still higher than Qin Shangping's, he might not necessarily be his match in a real fight. At the enthusiastic invitation of Qin Shangping and the other elderly men and women, Cheng Yang and the others entered the residential building. The elderly men quickly closed the door and blocked it with tables and chairs, then invited Cheng Yang and the others into a household and served them tea. Cheng Yang naturally asked about Qin Shangping's background. Chapter 120, Tai Chi Swordplay. Qin Shangping, a national athlete and the successor of Tai Chi sword. Cheng Yang was surprised. He didn't expect to find such a hidden dragon in such an old neighborhood. However, he had always thought that Tai Chi swordplay was just for performance and fitness, but seeing Qin Shangping kill zombies with such ease and grace, it definitely overturned his perception. The good things passed down by our ancestors can't be useless and only used for performances. Qin Shangping laughed. According to him, when the disaster broke out, he used a performance Tai Chi sword to kill many zombies. Later, he was bitten by a zombie because he was physically exhausted. He thought he was finished, so he deliberately asked his wife to tie him up and kill him as soon as he turned into a zombie. He didn't expect him to survive and become an evolved person. Since then, Qin Shangping has been protecting the elderly in the community. A few days ago, a large wave of zombies broke out, but fortunately, this community was not the target of the wave of zombies, and they survived the disaster. Today, when they went out to collect supplies, they were accidentally discovered by a level 1 zombie. So they fought their way back, and a big battle broke out when they retreated to here. Later, Cheng Yang and his friend arrived. "Uncle Qin, you're awesome." Cheng Yang gave him a thumbs up. "I really admire you." Without the system, he would never have been able to match this half-old man who was almost 50 years old. But what impressed Cheng Yang even more was that if Qin Shangping had gone to the first shelter alone, he would have arrived safely with his abilities, and with his high combat effectiveness, he could have been put to good use anywhere. But he stayed. This is a good person. Cheng Yang couldn't do it, and didn't want to do it, but that didn't stop him from admiring such a person. Qin Shangping didn't take any credit for it, just smiling. "But, Uncle Qin, are you planning to live here forever?" Cheng Yang asked. Qin Shangping shook his head. "I picked up a flyer for the first shelter before, and I thought about going, but I'm not sure I can protect so many old neighbors from getting there safely on my own. Even if we ignore the zombies, the journey alone is over 30 kilometers. Can a group of people over 60 years old walk there on foot? What if they encounter zombies on the way? Everyone except Qin Shangping would probably die on the way." Cheng Yang thought for a moment and said, "I know someone at the first shelter. How about this? I'll go there tomorrow, no, I'll go there later, and ask them to send someone and a car over tomorrow to move you all there." "Really?" Qin Shangping was overjoyed. "Comrade, thank you so much." Cheng Yang shook his head and did not take credit for it. He was just saying something, and he didn't have to pay anything, but Qin Shangping was really paying. You waited for a group of old people for 40 days. If you ask someone else to do it, can they do it? Over the course of so many days, Cheng Yang has seen too much of the dark side of human nature, but Qin Shangping has shown him the bright side of human nature. He didn't have this light, but he was willing to let it continue to shine. "Right," Qin Shangping thought for a moment, took out a photo and handed it to Cheng Yang. "This is my daughter, Qin Xingqing. Before the disaster, she worked in Haidu and, like me, practiced martial arts and taught Tai Chi sword in a martial arts school. If you have the chance to go to Haidu and happen to meet her, tell her that I am fine with her mother and let her rest assured." Cheng Yang took a look at the photo. It was a woman with a heroic bearing, her hair tied in a ponytail, a face of unparalleled beauty, bright eyes, radiating a confident glow. Although the height could not be seen in the photo, her figure was very fit and toned, with a very attractive figure. He put away the photo and nodded. "Okay, if I ever meet her, I'll be sure to pass on your message." "Thank you," Qin Shangping said very seriously. Cheng Yang's heart stirred, and he said, "Uncle, can you teach me Tai Chi sword?" "Ah." Qin Shangping was taken aback. This request was really unexpected. "And don't you use a sword?" "Okay." He nodded. He didn't have any narrow-minded ideas about not being able to pass on his secrets to outsiders. The most important thing was that it was already the end of the world. If he didn't pass on the Tai Chi sword technique, would he have to follow him into the coffin? Cheng Yang was very excited. Not only did he want to learn Tai Chi swordplay, he also wanted Tang Xintian to learn it. If you, a berserker, don't learn the sword, do you plan to use your fists to fight your way through life? Then we'll leave first. I'll go to the shelter later. Cheng Yang said. Okay. Qin Shangping nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yang and Wan Yilan left. But Cheng Yang didn't go to the first shelter right away. There was no rush. It would only take a few minutes if he wanted to. Anyway, they won't be able to send someone over today, so what's the difference if it's a little earlier or a little later? After searching a few more neighborhoods, earning some merits and corpse pearls, and getting a pathetic 3x enhancement, Cheng Yang first sent Wan Yilan back to the Wetland Park, and then went to the first shelter. Fang Zhiyun came out to greet him as soon as she knew he was coming. Cheng Yang simply gave a brief explanation. There were two things. First, the first shelter regularly sends people in cars to search for the lucky ones in the city, and second, tomorrow morning, they will go to Guangxing community to pick up the elderly Qin Shangping and his wife and take them to the shelter. Fang Jiyun dared not refuse? Unless he was tired of living. Cheng Yang left after giving his instructions, and didn't stay long at all. But he asked if Mo Buahong and the others had arrived, and after getting a positive answer, he smiled and left. Fang Jian did not know the relationship between Mo Buahong and Cheng Yang, but seeing that Cheng Yang had asked specifically, he naturally took it to heart and planned to go find Mo Buahong to find out the situation. He found Mo Buahong and, after asking him, couldn't help but be glad that he had come and asked. Otherwise, if he accidentally offended Cheng Yang's friends, would he end up like Tai Fei, dead and gone? Mo Buahong was flattered. He didn't expect the shelter's boss to come personally to console him, but after listening to Fang Jiyun's question about his relationship with Cheng Yang, he suddenly realized. It was all because of Cheng Yang. He couldn't help but feel even more grateful and respectful towards Cheng Yang. That night, after dinner, Cheng Yang decided to try his plan. He used a high-powered searchlight to attract high-level zombies. He went to the tallest building in Suzhou. Guojin. The building is nearly 500 meters high, and from here you can see every corner of the city, not to mention the distant Taihu Lake. What a great place! Cheng Yang took out the searchlight he had prepared, connected it to the battery, and turned it on. He then controlled the searchlight like a cannon, sweeping it around the city. Circle after circle. The searchlight has limited power, and it can only guarantee brightness within about 5 kilometers. Beyond that, the brightness decreases, and it doesn't hurt the eyes anymore. But as long as it is within 5 kilometers, the eyes are still extremely uncomfortable when hit by the searchlight. Whether it's people or zombies. After a while, Cheng Yang could see the city in the distance. Zombies are coming.